and strong draws.
Yeah.
So then checking the turn removes a decent bit of that king X from his range, but he can have a lot of like ace jack of clubs, jack 10 of clubs, queen jack of clubs, stuff like that.
The only issue with the block from Fadel there is that I would imagine Mario is kind of stripped of ace highs because they're more of a small size for value part of the range, right?
Yeah, he's going to be probably betting small with ace high flush draws because they want to be playing comfortably against the check raise. You don't want to be start piling too much money in this deep with just a flush draw.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be a disaster by any means. They're about 100 big blinds deep. So let's have a little Google and see what we can find out.
Mr. Pokercode sounds, I'm going to say Belgian.
Belgium, yeah.
Yeah, Belgian or Dutch.
The K.
Yeah, the K usually comes into play somewhere in the middle of the surname.
He's actually German.
He's German, is he?
Yeah, Stefan.
Okay. Stefan.
So about 90k in earnings in Hendon Mob, 30k best cash. Let's see what that was in. He had a pretty deep run in a PCA main event, 10k.
Wow.
49th there, $30,000. Had a 10th in an EPT. Just the 2k at the EPT, so not an actual EPT main event, but still a nice tournament nonetheless.
Looks like he's the founder and CEO of Masterplan.com, which looks like a German company.
Maybe perhaps him and Kate work together then.
Yeah.
She was telling us about her endeavours into starting businesses, and she's behind the creation of all the Pokercode software stuff you see. So all the software for the course, all the stuff that the community uses on a regular basis. That's her doing.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like somewhat of an entrepreneur, CEO of a company.
Nice.
Yeah, doing quite well for himself by the looks of things.
Seems to have had doesn't play obviously very often, but plays kind of high. This is Stefan I'm talking about. Has some nice runs. Third place in a 2K Turbo at EPT Prague a couple of years ago. 11th place in a 3K in the Bahamas. So he's had some deep runs. No huge results or outright wins just yet, but still obviously showing a bit of potential.
Yeah. Obviously, at this level, probably realises that he's somewhat of an underdog versus the list, but happy to get in there and swing it with the best of them. So fair play.
You either win or you learn.
Exactly.
As Endrit likes to say.
Yeah, as our good friend Endrit. And so what have we got here? So Mario turning his hand into a bluff here, betting, peeling the flop with the gut shot. Okay, and then turn goes check and.
Yeah, it makes sense. He just wants to try and put pressure on those ace-x hands. He's going to have a lot of combinations of 9x from the big blind, obviously some quads sometimes, and Stefan's unlikely to check his full houses on the turn. Like, obviously anything that beats a 9 is going to be betting, and it's still relatively difficult to bluff catch with a weaker pair. Kind
of an interesting turn spot for Stefan, because with the ace-king there, obviously your hand does have a lot of showdown, but at the same time, you kind of want to barrel or set up a triple barrel versus some of like the weaker pairs, like the deuces through to sort of sixes type hands.
Yeah.
And you can always improve to an ace or king for essentially the nuts anyway. You block queen X with the king.
I think ace king is probably just a little bit too strong to be bluffing, and we want to use stuff that has less showdown value, like just some like 7-8 suited that blocks some combinations of 9x that Mario would be defending.
Yeah.
And gets some like ace highs to fold, and some jack, the king jack 10 hands are all going to fold on the turn, so using a hand worse than those makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And you also want to have some kind of blocker properties to the quads. I mean, it's not super relevant, but having ace king in that situation is not going to be that relevant, because Mario is obviously going to be 3-betting like king queen, ace queen, aces and stuff like that pre-flop. So blocking the middling queen X is going to be a bit nicer.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of a multi-way pot developing.
So it looks like Ryan has opened it up with ace-4 suited.
Yeah.
Stefan's peeled the jack-7. Fadel's 3-bet the button with ace-9 off, which is pretty wide, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Even 5-handed. Seems like more of a sort of small blind versus button type of candidate, I'd guess, but...
I think it's okay squeezing this deep, because there's not going to be a whole bunch of 4-betting. And he does have a very easy fold against a 4-bet. He blocks a lot of kind of strong continues and does get called by worse hands a lot of the time, especially by Stefan. He's going to have quite a relatively weak face-up range in terms of, like, he's not going to have very many pocket pairs, strong pocket pairs. So Fedor often just has 2 overs against that range.
Yeah.
Or just has the best hand against a bunch of kind of like offsuit broadways, king jack off and stuff like that. and obviously down to Jack 7 suited we're seeing. So Fedor puts in the squeeze. Kate gives it the cold call with the 10-9 suited. Very appealing hand. Not necessarily an approved play out of position against Fedor, but I can definitely see the appeal of playing hands like this, and we like action, so we're very grateful for the call.
Yep, get in there. Why not?
So we get a 4-way pot with a
Oh,
very diverse array of hands, and that is a flop for Reina.
yeah.
Seems like a pretty standard continue for him. Obviously, we have a very strong drawing hand, very deep.
But they are going to, you know, somewhat of a small SPR already, with it being a 4-way, 3-bet pot.
That's the thing with multi-way pots, is it can be a small bet, but when you start to add a bunch of those bets together, it can, you can end up getting in some very tough situations very quickly in a hand.
And I don't think Fedor can continue here, facing three opponents there with just no equity whatsoever, really.
Yeah, he's just forced into being value heavy.
Yeah.
His bluffs that he would want to use if he was going to have bluffs would be something like the ace queen of spades, king queen of clubs, you know, hands that have good overs, good equity with the backdoors, block some top pairs, unblock those pocket pairs. Like him blocking pocket nines is not amazing in this situation because he's going to be targeting nines to fold with his bluffs on runouts. So
eventually, And now Kate's showing some heart here, leading into the field with the 10-9. You got to respect it.
Big fan of this. Yeah, Kate can have potentially some pocket queens sometimes. She can have queen jack suited. She can have pocket jacks. I think she wouldn't necessarily always 4-bet those.
Definitely not.
I don't think other people are going to...
Ace queen off.
Yep, also ace queen. I don't think other players are going to particularly think her range is that strong. Is that weak either. I think they're going to think she has a pretty strong, tight, condensed range. So
yeah, so then it's good to use some hands like this because, you know, if let's say Reiner here had king jack with two players behind, obviously he kind of has to fold, doesn't he? Yeah, and
yeah, so this is it's a good hand selection as well. She doesn't have any hearts, which is good because she can then potentially end up bluffing some rivers. She's going to get better hands to fold. Like I think even ace king is in a very difficult spot on the turn because ace king can just be drawing dead sometimes. It's a difficult one to continue. Reina goes for the just the call, which is obviously pretty standard here.
Yeah, I mean if she shoves the river, he's probably not going to be that happy about it, but
I think he'll be alright now.
He'd be alright now, yeah. Making quads. What a card for him, because now obviously he gets the lot from ace queen. He beats jacks and queens, the hands that we were talking about, that's sort of towards the top of, well, the top of Kate's range.
Yeah.
That she may not 4-bet, but
difficult to find the bluff here. I mean, although
with two players behind on the turn.
The thing is, if there's anybody you're going to bluff here, it should be Reina's range, because he's going to have more of the kind of suited hands, the king queen suited, the queen 10 suited and stuff like that that were appealing originally against Fedor and then getting overcalled. So he's going to have a slightly weaker range without 4-betting with the other players in the pot pre-flop.
Yeah.
And obviously the 4 is actually a pretty good river, although it's a heart. Like the flush is now kind of counterfeited. So Reina still has some hands that had equity on the turn that called and then still have to end up folding the river. Like if he has ace 10 of hearts here, he can't call. So.
No, exactly. Yeah, so his flushes have to fold. He's going to have ace 10, ace 8, ace 9 of hearts.
I'm a big fan of this play from Kate.
Yeah,
great hand selection as well.
Found some heart. Yeah, she blocks some of the stuff like the queen 10 suited and stuff like that. Queen 9 suited. And
obviously Reina's going to shove.
Yeah, he's going to shove, and Kate's going to feel quite silly. But she's, fair play for finding this multi-way bluff. I think a lot of people would just, try and get a free river card, check the turn, maybe end up calling out a position, and by taking the initiative there, she could have easily found a lot of conceivable folds in her opponent's range, and she does.
She's just unlucky to run into it there. I mean, a decent amount of time. Obviously, Reina is going to have a bit of queen X, but I think he might potentially 4-bet something like ace queen offsuit when it goes multi-way pre-flop after Kate overcalls.
He's going to be aware of how wide Fedor's squeezing in that spot.
Exactly, yeah. So I think we can rule out some. He's going to have like some king queen and queen 10 suited, but he's going to not have that many combos. So yeah, and I mean she's blocking some queen 10 suited as well. So, nice play, Kate, but unfortunate to run into it that time.
Definitely.
We have heard that there are potentially going to be a few more players jumping in, but we'll just wait and see what kind of happens.
Yeah, I think Ibinger.
Oh yeah, of course, that would make sense.
He's going to certainly be in. Just trying to see if we can find the Twitch chat here and maybe get that one up on your phone or something like that, just so we see if anyone's hopping in. Welcome to
Paul
all of you.
Was watching, so shout out Paul.
Shout out to Paul. And yeah, the Pokercode Festival in full force here in Slovakia, Bratislava, and we've got loads of other events coming up as well. Next week, the Banco Masters, which is the flagship tournament here at the Banco Casino. €170 buy-in with, I think, 100k guaranteed.
100k guaranteed. It's a great structure as well. It's 40 or 45 minute clocks on day 1, then it goes to an hour clock on day 2 and day 3, I think, or day 3 only. But which is very nice tournament.
Which is great, because some of the tournaments here you get 25-30 minutes, but then that one, the cream usually rises to the top. A couple of our friends have run deep in that one, and we're looking forward to firing a few bullets next week.
Yeah, and then as soon as that finishes, there's a 300k guaranteed €500 main event with that's more of a festival than this one.
That will be tournaments every single day.
Yeah, there's some heads up. There's a high roller. There's going to be a 1k high roller, Sviten tournament, PLO.
1k PLO.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on there. That's going to be a really, really good one.
Yeah.
Some massive cash games, I'm sure, will pop off.
For sure. It's just going from strength to strength here at the Banco Casino at the moment. We've got 50-50 Omaha running during this festival. I saw 5-10 running throughout the week. Obviously not the best lineups in terms of making money, but these games are running, and
I mean 2-5 I played yesterday. I mean, the 5-10 I think was not amazing. It was a bit of a home game for Pokercode, but I played some 2-5 yesterday, and it was very fun game.
Yeah, the 2-5 the other day, to be fair, was a good game, and it's not really my main game. It was a good time there. Lots of people, I guess, just come, because of the name and the branding as well. So it does bring, you'd imagine, mostly sort of people that are passionate about poker or young kind of whippersnappers coming up.
Yeah, it's a good location as well. Like, we're just down the road from Vienna. It's about 45 minutes on the train.
Yep.
So very easy to access for people from all over Europe, and you do see a big range of people coming here. There was the Polish Cup not long ago. A whole heap of people from Poland coming down, and there's people from all sorts of places here at the moment. A lot of Hungarians, obviously. They're very close to the border, and they've got no poker there either. So yeah, it's great. I absolutely love it. Came here last year on your recommendation. After not really knowing what to do, and absolutely loved it. Ended up staying for about 6 months.
Yeah, and not looking back really, trying to come back as much as you can, just because the action just never really stops, Just
great staff here as well. Everybody's very friendly, doing their best, and setting these huge tournaments up.
Well, they're giving it a go, and that's, much respect to them. I've been chatting, I'm quite friendly with all of the people that are behind the scenes here, and you see the amount of work that they're putting in.
Yeah, they're really going for it.
Yeah, they're just here seemingly non-stop. You don't know really when they get the chance to sleep, but the guarantees are going up year on year. The turnouts are there. There's not really many overlays, they're sort of...
satellites as well, trying to get people into everything.
Yeah, talking the talk but walking the walk. So back to the action. Yeah. Looks like we've got Kate check raising the flop.
Yeah, so Fedor's open and Kate peels on the button. Seems okay to me. Fedor goes for a c-bet, and Kate likes to raise in position, which I think is it's nice with this hand. There aren't very many in position raises in Hold'em. It's not a spot that people really take advantage of that much, and I think throwing some hands that are not super strong hands into that range is a good idea, because it's often viewed as a very, very value-heavy line, raising in position versus a pre-flop aggressor. So she gets there in the sweetest way in this hand. This is like just the perfect river. Yeah, I think Fedor's going to struggle to find. I think 7-5 of spades is obviously going to cross his mind, but he might not necessarily think 10-7. He's
going to go for a small bet here, maybe try and target some King 10.
Yeah, that's what he's going for.
King 10, King 7 suited type stuff, maybe a 9x of spades he might think could be in there, like 9-7 of spades, 10-9 of spades he might be targeting with small size.
I told Kate today that the cards were going to go her way. She was telling me, up against tough guys, and I said, it's a small table, it's a small field. Anything can happen.
She's battling with the best of them. She just bluffed it off to Rhino, but he did, have quads.
Yep.
So it's not like she got completely owned in that spot.
That might get her some action from Fedor here.
Yeah,
I think she's obviously just going to go for the shove. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, I thought she was going to min raise there for a second or do something a bit funky, but
this is a great hand. You can see that Fedor obviously understands this is a great hand. Like she's so stripped of value here when she just doesn't bet the turn, but she can. Then it plays back to that like, oh, she could just trap me. She could raise with pocket eights and then check back.
What's a bluff in this spot though? Like that's what he's thinking now, right? How does she really just fire in like the Jack 10 of spades or something like that?
That's the thing. He might struggle to come out of it. She can have 4-5 of spades. She could have some 6x of spades. She potentially turns into bluff.
She's not going to bluff the 9x, is she? So that's going to be more of a call.
She's also going to, I think Fedor's also going to potentially think she has some hands like ace-x of spades as well. So I think he's going to obviously end up folding.
Do you think she would shove a one-pair hand for value here versus this sort of smaller size?
What's he bet on the river? 40k
into a pot of what I think was 160, yeah. 120, sorry, yeah.
Unlikely, I think. She could have some like ace 10 of spades or ace jack of spades, something strong, ace queen of spades, something strong like that. But other than that, I think she's most ace 9 of spades. Obviously not one pair, but it exists. Yeah. Ace 6 of spades is a hand that would potentially play this way as well. Locks up the board on the turn and just doesn't really care what happens.
She can still have like a 6s or 8s, getting a bit tricky as well.
Yeah.
You never really know.
Fedor understands, finds the fold.
Yeah. And then just show the 10 of spades here and don't show the other one. That would be the better play, definitely. I think. But she does show that she rivered the absolute Lottie.
10 of spades would be a great show.
Yeah. Because he's like, how the
absolutely
hell
love showing cards like that.
Yeah.
When you have it, but it just looks like, what the hell, what is this? What was he supposed to have? Exactly 10-7, I guess.
My friend just replied to my Instagram story saying, "Is that Fedor fella having a cold one pre-tourney?" I don't think so. They're very strictly business.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Fedor's much of a drinker. I did a bit of attention to detail on one of their Instagram posts. They made it look like everybody was having a beer together yesterday, but actually it was a few people holding beers across each other.
Yeah,
there was one arm coming into the shop from outside and 3 beers between 4. So I think Fedor's it seems to be very health focused to me.
I was next to the 5-10 game, and I think that even when they were just sort of they played 1-2, didn't they? It was like a little sort of Pokercode home game almost in the casino, and I think they're very much focusing on other things.
That's the business. That's the name of the company that we found for Stefan, isn't it?
That was it.
Mastermind, yeah.
Yeah, Mastermind, and that's Master Hub, I think it says on there. But I mean, obviously, some sort of interlinked companies that are working together. Yeah.
So legit hand now for Stefan. Blind versus blind. I expect him to just go for an open here. About 65, 70 big blinds deep. We're at 5k big blind, so I think a little bit bigger is better out of position. We want to be going to kind of like 3x really, 3 to 3.5x. Because we're not going to be playing a super aggressive raise first in strategy, you're going to be limping a decent amount. You get to split your range quite a lot of this kind of stack depth, so when you do raise, you want to be using a bigger size.
Is there anyone on the Twitch that we're ignoring?
I saw. I'm probably about to butcher his name, and I really hope I don't. But Ruud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a Dutch name, so obviously forgive me for butchering.
Well, Ruud van Nistelrooy, the footballer.
But it's RWWRD. Not Ruud. Not Ruud. Yeah, so it's like Ruud. But there's definitely a roll on the R at the start, which I am not good enough to get.
Yeah, we don't really do the rolls naturally from the UK, do we? I've had a few people try and teach me that over the years, and it's more of a...
it's a bit better. But anyway,
back to
he's a good guy of mine. I follow him on Instagram. We've interacted a lot in the past, and he just busted the main event, I think. So GG there.
GG, sir.
Not to be, but you can jump in that. There's a €200 progressive super knockout running, which is going to be very fun.
Some familiar faces at the top of the chip counts for the Pokercode main, which is the 550 125k running at the side. I think Pavel Chapluk, who's a Slovakian sort of, I wouldn't say he's old school because he's sort of still up there in every single tournament, but he's been around the block for absolutely years.
Played a decent amount with him, and
he was on the 1K final table with me last year. He's a good player.
Yeah, he is, and as well, the other chap, I can't remember his name.
Vlado.
Yeah,
Vlado. Also a good player.
Yeah, a bit of a beast.
Solid live reg. Just seems to have a stack in every tournament.
Yeah.
And must do really well around these parts.
I imagine so. Yeah.
The standard is definitely appetising for someone that's done some work online and sort of played and battled with the online fields. So this pot, Mario just trying to take it to showdown. Really, no need to start bluffing.
And Reina as well. Like no reason for him to bluff on the flop. He's just ahead of a lot of Mario's range, and Queen High has a bunch of showdowns. So. Yeah, I think it's just going to check down here. Yeah. Mario potentially finds a block. I was going to say on like a very bricky river like a deuce or a free, Mario does potentially find a block because he's obviously chopping with all of Reina's king highs. Yeah. It's kind
of like a free roll bet where you're not really ever going to have the worst hand, but you might get heroed by queen high if he bets like one big blind or something like that.
Yeah, I think he's potentially expecting Reina to bet some like pocket eights and stuff on the turn as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and that one rather uneventful, but does go to showdown, and Mario's going to take it down. So Reina there did have the quads versus Kate, so he's the table chip leader at the moment. 5 entries in the Pokercode 5K Highroller.
Yeah, so having 2 stacks is a pretty good start.
It's a great start, isn't it, really? Yeah. And do we know the payouts? Is it going to pay 1 so far, or are we going to do 2 payouts?
I would imagine it would be 2.
Yeah. Sort of 14, 11 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
But thanks for joining if you are coming with us via Twitch or the Banco Casino YouTube. Plenty more stuff coming up if you're thinking about getting yourself over to Bratislava for the events.
Yeah, and also more happening. We're got the final table tomorrow, don't we? Or the final day of the main event, which we're going to cover.
Looking forward to that. That's going to be great structure event.
Yeah, really good.
3-day 550. It doesn't really get much better than that for a Hold'em tournament player.
Yeah, a lot of talented players in the field as well. So I've played with some very good players already, and on every table I've been on. So it's going to be very interesting. It's nice to watch people who know what they're doing play cards.
This is why I love live poker as well, because it's not really about the fact that, you do ramp up a lot of expenses and blah, blah, blah. It's better for your hourly to stay at home and grind online games. Yeah, I get that, but coming to festivals and meeting like-minded people that, you can share insight with, have fun with, and it just kind of gives me a bit more of a satisfaction with what I'm doing.
Into it, doesn't it?
Yeah, rather than just kind of sitting there clicking buttons at home.
The same room, same spot for 10 hours in a row.
Like I met a guy who's playing similar stakes sort of live and online PLO, and I don't get to meet many PLO players at that kind of level, so it's good to swap numbers and maybe talk hands with them in the future or something like that. And you'd only really come across that live. You wouldn't really sort of type in the chat online and be like, hey man.
No, exactly. I always seem to run into people that I know vicariously or something usually through Instagram or something like that. Everywhere I go somewhere like this, especially in Europe, which is nice as well. Often
people sort of pop up and say, hey man, and you're like, do I know? Yeah, no, or vice versa,
yeah. Vice versa, exactly. That's how I know Ruud. Through Instagram. So we've got a bit of a hand developing again here. Kate with the A6 suited defending the big blind seems pretty standard. So open from Stefan in the cut-off. He's getting in there today. 8-6 off is an aggressive one, but Fedor I think obviously understands that Stefan is playing very wide and elects for flat on the bottom with the ace-5.
Just sort of a pre-flop float, really. It's a hand that plays okay.
Not something I would necessarily find. I would assume he would be more likely to kind of 3-bet a hand like this pre-flop if he was going to choose to bluff. But I think maybe he just really does think it has enough equity to play in position.
And he's quite shallow as well, so getting 4-bet jammed on would really hurt him at this point.
Yeah, he's not going to love it. But I mean, with a hand like this, it's not too much of a big deal. But obviously a great turn here.
And Stefan, I think, he's going to have the overpairs, he's going to have the stronger Jack-X. The 5 shouldn't really interact with Fedor's button flatting range that much, so I'd probably expect to see another barrel here. But
he check-called the flop, I think.
Oh, he check-called the flop?
Yeah, which I think he's much better off just kind of betting this one. It's quite a dry board. He's blocking some of Fedor's continues, like the 6-7, 7-8, pocket sixes, pocket eights.
Yeah.
And he's going to have better equity hands that he wants to check call out of position. Like he can just have some top pairs, some 2-overs with a backdoor, some flopped straight draws.
And like king queen.
Yeah, and then I think he can just kind of bluff with the gut shots and sometimes get there along the way, but mostly just going for folds against Fedor's like suited ace-x and hands like that.
And you kind of sandwich him in between his range, which is already quite, fairly strong from the cutoff. Obviously, he does have 8-6 off, so a bit wide, but putting Fedor in sort of sandwiched in between himself and Kate is, quite a strong play on the flop. Then he's just going to have
to continue a little bit less that way.
Yep. But yeah, definitely spicing things up a little bit, and
which we love to see.
Yeah, not afraid to get in the mix, especially versus a world class player on the button, popping it up with the 8 high and the cutoff. Love to see it. Does elect to give the king deuce suited a miss. Mario on the button with jack 3 suited, opening into Reiner's big blind, has Kate in the small. Probably going to be somewhere towards the bottom. And Kate in the small with the ace-5 off. Just going to peel. Reiner gets out of the way, so we're going heads up to a flop. Of ace-5. Kate just flopping the nut full house.
Lovely, you love to see that.
And certainly going to get at least one bet out of Mario on this board, who's going to continue with his full range for somewhere around a quarter pot, I'd imagine. Yeah, with the underscore.
At the end.
Yeah. How many viewers do we have over on Twitch?
We have, so far, 113.
That's not too
nice.
bad.
That's a good start.
Yeah, welcome guys. Do get yourself involved in the chat if you fancy. If you have any questions for us, if you want to know any information about the players, let us know. That's what we're here for. Glad to have you with us. So, Kate going for the slow play on the flop. Taking a few deep breaths now before goes for the check. Trying to look a little bit inconspicuous there.
Just angry for some reason. I'm not sure about that one. I think I'd be a little suspicious here, but
yeah,
I do like my live reads.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
Don't know. It's difficult to know with players like Mario and stuff. I'm not sure how much live poker he really plays.
Yeah, I'm not sure to be honest. I don't think players like that are looking for reads much. They're just sort of focused on their own.
That does get a bit swept under the rug in the modern game of poker, where all the guys transitioning from online, well, not transitioning necessarily, but coming to play online from live, it's very much overlooked.
Yeah, they just think that, well, if I play my theory-based game,
that's going to work.
Yeah, and that's enough. But there are stuff out there to be looking for, guys, in terms of the live realm that can win or save you a bit of money.
Yeah, I do think basically every single hand there's several things that
I think timing and facial expressions for me are the
timing, just body language in general. I think there's a bunch of stuff I don't want to give away too much.
So come and take a seat.
Everyone will be coming after me.
So Kate going for another call.
Yeah.
Don't see any reason to raise here.
No.
On a board like this, you can't always just give Mario an ace himself. He is going to be firing with some zero equity hands like he has.
Yeah, and she's also going to be struggling for bluffs that want to raise on a board like this.
Is she really going to raise a flush draw on an ace-ace board?
I was going to say, if she can have some hands, let's say Mario has a hand like 8-9 of spades that wants to bet the flop, picks up a gut shot on turn, barrels, and is targeting hands like King X of hearts. If she's ever going to have those King high flush draws, it's going to be in the line where she just check calls. So
yeah,
this is an effective way to get Mario to bluff.
Mario folds before she's even got the bet out there.
Yeah, so leading on the flush river I think also makes a lot of sense. Mario is going to have some ace-x here, and he's obviously going to have some flushes which are just going to pay versus the lead anyway, but he is going to have some ace-x that's going to be tempted to check back when, the obvious hand that Kate is likely to have gets there. If he has a hand like ace-6 suited himself, he doesn't really get value from much worse. So
no, she's not going to call a 5x like a king 5 suited or something for 3 streets. So yeah, good job from Kate. Pretty strong strong line there. Pre-flop.
Yeah. Rayner, I'm interested to watch him play. I played with him a couple of years ago once in the 10k main event at WSOP Europe.
Yeah.
My first ever 10k I've satellited in, and I was absolutely buzzing.
Uh-huh.
And actually had a decent run in that tournament. But I played with Rayner, and I found him to be very... I could tell he just wasn't attached at all to decisions. You know, it was just very meaningless. And, and I thought that was quite admirable.
Yeah. You know that he just didn't care if someone got there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we played a hand where it would have been a very tough spot for him on the river, and he just kind of... And I knew he had a very strong range as well, and I happened to just have a very strong hand, but he just kind of, you know, didn't let the fact that he had a very good hand affect his decision, understood the, you know, the game flow, and just managed to find the fold. And very impressive stuff. I'm not sure how much he plays these days. I know he plays on GG a lot.
A bit on GG, mostly tournaments, isn't it, really? Yeah.
So Kate opening up on the button with ace-5. Pretty standard defend from Stefan in the big blind. These two are both a bit short now, down to a kind of half a stack, so might see some fireworks. You never know. People do often. Oh god, I've down half my stack.
Yeah.
I need to do something.
Let's get it in. I need to get those chips back.
We've seen it. That and the dinner break blow up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an opportunity to win Pokercode Festival main event package. It's worth about €750. You can enter it on the Pokercode blog. The link is in the chat on Twitch. So I guess they must have another thing planned. I'll definitely be trying to come to any Pokercode event I see in the future.
Yeah, that's be good to support the brand for sure.
Yeah, really
good fun events. Yeah. Definitely, it's been kind of almost surreal a little bit. I mean, I was sat the other day playing 2-5 Hold'em, and on the next table you had Stefan Sontheimer, whose content I've watched quite a lot. I think he's just excellent at describing his kind of very logical, very, again, like you said about Reiner, very German, exactly, just sort of efficient, just to the point, you know, a little bit of banter in there. Occasionally he'd have a beer or something, but just, very kind of rigid theory-based approach to the game that just everything he said was, you know, something to swallow up. And his 500 Zoom cash game sessions I always enjoyed watching, for sure.
There he is behind just playing cash. And it was him, Fedor, Matthias Eibinger.
Yeah, all these guys you watch in 25Ks just sort of flicking a bit of 5-10 and... Exactly. I'd imagine that, because I said to some people, I said, oh, you really want to sit in that game? And they were like, yeah, don't you think they're just going to be giving it away because the stakes are too small? And I didn't really see it like that. They're still just the best in the world, aren't they? You know,
it's hard for them to look down at a hand and just not make a good decision.
Yeah, exactly. So. And especially, you know, maybe they are going to be a bit more splashy pre-flop and, you know, have a few beers or whatever, but at the end of the day, their post-flop abilities are...
Yeah, it's like playing against a good chess player, you know. If they're miles ahead of you, even if they've had a bunch of beers, they're still just going to know the game better than you do.
Yeah, it's kind of just intuitive for them, isn't it, really?
So, Kate flopping the absolute joint once again. Is that back-to-back hands?
Yeah, back-to-back hands. Improves to the 6 card straight on the turn.
Kate, I told you so.
Yeah, and she's got Fedor bluffing into her. She gets people bluffing into her with no equity almost every hand at the moment.
This is a great...
Try to push her around a bit.
I like what she's done here. She's understood that this board is very good for Fedor's big blind defend range and not very good for her cut-off open range.
Yeah, checked it back.
When he's supposed to... I mean, we can see that she's opening 7-8 off, but she's not supposed to be. But Fedor's going to have a lot more of the offsuit straight hands, a lot more of the 2 pairs, offsuit 2 pairs, 4-5, 6-5 off that she's not supposed to have. 9-6 suited, 9-5 suited, 9-4 suited, all that kind of stuff. She obviously understands on the flop that Fedor has a big range advantage, and she does induce a bluff from Fedor on the turn. So, which, again, is pretty standard from him.
With the 8 of diamonds in her hand, I might have liked to see a call here, kind of blocking some of the flush draws.
Yeah, I think once we go for the trap on the flop, we have to just trap and trap and trap and trap, especially against a competent player who's going to really punish our check back. Like, Fedor could be overbetting at some stage in this hand.
Yeah, he might just completely fly off the handle with the Queen Jack on the river as well, just thinking that maybe
especially diamond rivers, like he's using a hand with the Queen of Diamonds in so that when the diamond completes, he can bluff again.
Yep, exactly. So a good trappy check back there from Kate, but maybe could have elected to to just smooth call the turn there and induce a little bit more action from someone that's going to be, maybe going after that particular situation with reckless abandon. So on to the next hand. Looks like we've still got the 5 players, no one else joined as of yet. A couple of guys still in the 550 main event. I was chatting to one of the Pokercode organisers saying that he thinks that there might be up to 15 people, but I think that's a little bit ambitious.
Slightly.
We're happy with 5 for now.
Yeah, there is. I think they must be getting very near to the bubble now in the main event. I think
Yeah.
Last time I looked, there was about 45 people left, and I think it's something in the 30s paid. So
Yeah.
that's going to be interesting. About 25,000 up top in that, so that was a €550 with 125k guarantee. They basically just about got to the guarantee, a couple of players over.
I mean, to get anywhere near the guarantee, I think is quite impressive, because at the moment, there's a couple of other local events with higher guarantees on this week. You've got a 300k coming up. We've got the Banco Masters next week. The local player pool is only so big, and still to be able to hit that guarantee, the 125,000, is very impressive.
Yeah. Plus, when you add in some travel restrictions for some potentially international players, it does make things a lot more difficult. So yeah,
absolutely.
Very impressive. They also ran the Polish poker last week with 200k guaranteed.
Yeah, it's 100 euro. Yeah,
200k guaranteed, which is insane numbers, and they managed to get 3,500 runners, 350k
yeah,
prize pool.
Yeah, just completely smashed it. I think it was it wasn't even close to the guarantee. Smashed that by about the 4th leg, and they run about 7 day ones for that one. So moving in the right direction, as we're saying here at Banco Casino, and it's great to see poker thriving in this sort of semi-post-COVID era. I think a lot of people have just been sat inside for a while, and want to get out and play some cards and meet and catch up with like-minded people. So why not? Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I don't know if you've never been to Bratislava, it's also just attached to an amazing city.
Yeah,
lovely city, Bratislava.
Take a right out of the back of the casino, and you're in Old Town within about 2 minutes. There's
food
some
everywhere.
Great food stops. Yeah, just
it's all pedestrianised as well. No traffic through the Old Town. Just people walking around. Amazing architecture. Big open spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Couple of sky bars with some nice views of the city. The castle is also great to visit as well. Fedor
pinging it,
turning the second nut straight, and
this is a great card for Reina to carry on bluffing as well.
Absolutely. Picks up some robust equity. The River Queen or the 7 is great for him.
Yeah, the spade is also amazing for him, having the ace of spades. He's setting up a river bluff license. He has a big advantage with ace queen because Fedor's going to 3-bet pre-flop. He blocks queen 9 and 9-7, so this is just an absolute ideal bluff hand for Reina. He also just has the advantage with hands like kings, pocket jacks, pocket 10s, which Fedor's going to 3-bet pre-flop, potentially even 3-betting some like king jack suited, king queen suited, ace king obviously. So yeah,
very little reason for Fedor to raise or shove the turn. I think he's just going to continue. He just wants Reina to fly off with those queen 7, queen hands. 5 suited, the 9x as well.
Yeah,
and I think we're just going to see an all in and a call on the river. Obviously,
I don't think Reina can slow down.
No,
he was obviously a spade would be slightly better for him, but he just doesn't care. He has the blockers to.
Yeah, I think Fedor's got a few too many hands, like a queen jack, a jack 9, a 10-9 suited that are sort of still in there, that stick around to the river, that are going to have a trouble calling it off for the lot. He might flat a hand like king 5 suited that's going to have a really tough time calling the river as well.
Yeah. Fedor's going to have to, for this not to be good, Fedor's going to have to start defending some like queen jack suited and stuff on the river versus a shove. So
yeah, and Reina's probably aware that Fedor's small blind flatting range is going to be a little bit wider with Kate behind pre-flop as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking to play a few more hands with not the weaker player, but certainly the more recreational of the lineup.
I think it's okay to say recreational.
Yeah,
considering Kate knows what's going on in this tournament. So yeah, a bluff from Reina and a call from Fedor.
A call. I think that's
was it an all in?
Right. Yeah, by the looks of it.
Nice. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Reina chucked out about 600k's worth of chips out there. Sees the bad news, but a very well played hand overall.
By both.
And as you said, not a whiff of emotion or sort of regret from Reiner there. I think he just realises that his combo is, you know, a great one to fire through with.
Exactly. He's just gonna. It's just a standard decision for him.
Yeah, it's quite nice to have the ace.
It's
quite nice to have the ace as well. You'd imagine, right? Because you know you're not really blocking any of those kind of like tricky spots.
Yeah, and not having a queen is nice because a lot of Fedor's cool folds or cool very difficult spots are going to be hands that had a queen in.
Yeah. Queen 9.
Queen X with some backdoor spades.
Yeah, sorry, not Queen 9 obviously, but yeah, Queen X with backdoor spades.
Like the queen tens and the queen whatever the bottom card was suited, and the queen whatever the rivered card was suited.
Ooh, and coming in seat 2, I believe that is Igor Karkaroff online. I can't remember his real name.
Simon.
Romau, that's it. Yeah, Simon Rossum or Romau. I'll have a look. But he's part of the Pokercode crew.
Right?
That's it. Yeah, Danish. And an absolute crusher. I saw him on the game. That's it. Ronau. And I believe he won a W Cube last year, the 2K for about 150. I saw on his Instagram. Ronau. Let's have a look.
A very nice score indeed.
Yeah, Simon Ronau Pedersen, who's the co-author and head coach at Pokercode. I think he was doing a free seminar earlier in one of the tournament rooms upstairs, just for anyone that was sort of fancied a little bit of free coaching. I saw that they had kind of like a poker tracker thing on a display, and he was talking through a few hands. So,
really?
Yeah, great value on the side as well, not just...
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ever turn down something like that.
No, exactly.
Free coaching from a Crusho's.
With the results that he's had. Yeah, just going for this one here. The W Coupe last year, the 2.1k Sunday warm-up, he won that for 157k. So
nice.
That's obviously a great part of any resume, winning a prestigious online tournament.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's not all either.
No, exactly. Some of the best in the world there. Yeah, looked like a really tough lineup. So anyone that can swing it with that kind of level of player is someone to watch out for. So it'll be interesting to see how he's going to change the dynamic coming in now.
Stefan opening again in the cut-off, like a little on the wider side again, but this one's not as optimistic as the 8-6 was.
No, at least he's got a decent blocker to being 3-bet or something like that.
Yeah, and Jack 10, pretty standard defend.
Yeah, of course. Oh, she's just going to... oh, yeah, sorry, we're on the flop. I didn't see that at the bottom right. Does elect to let it go.
Does she have a heart there?
I think she had the 10 of hearts. I can't quite remember.
Yeah, 10 of hearts.
But a very gung-ho C-bet there from Stefan with the ace-4 off in black, just sort of firing it in on the 9-6.
Not ace or 4 red.
Yeah. The very middling connected, good for the big blind red board. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go with it.
Sometimes you just got to C-bet and see what happens, don't you, really? If in doubt, they can always fold.
So yeah, 6-handed now. This should be interesting. We got 4 very, very, very good players at the table.
Yeah.
So we should see some very interesting hands go down, and hopefully me and Gio don't get lost during the action and think, what are they doing here? But so far so good.
They're playing the 5k and we're not at the end of the day. So, but I think the standard of play has obviously been as high and as good as you'd imagine. What I notice about when you play players of this level is that they're not, you always think, oh, this guy is likely to be, going after me or yada yada yada. They're not usually getting that far out of line. Every decision that they make is just very solid with, a good analytical approach. Because I think that I was talking to Max Siltz playing a 5-5 PLO yesterday, and I said, what do you think the biggest mistakes people are when they come and shot these VIP games that you play? And he said that they just always think that the top pros are going after them.
Yeah.
Like they're
not.
They'll just get 100 big blinds in with 10s for no reason.
They're playing a solid strategy that works every time. Same thing basically every time.
Exactly. They're just slightly more refined than you are.
If you try and get out of line against somebody who you perceive to be good, if you, let's say you're at the table with somebody and you think, God, this guy's solid, he's giving me trouble. If you try and get out of line against a player like that, they're just going to sniff it out.
Yeah.
Like that's really how it goes.
Yeah, they read hands slightly better than you. Their ranges are a little bit more refined, maybe their sizings as well. the way that they're dicing up their ranges and things like that.
Yeah, Dino Deans in the Twitch chat says, "How are you, lads? Great comment." Is that Tom Deans?
Yeah, Tom Deans.
Hello,
how you
Tom
doing,
Deans.
mate?
How are you, lads? Great commentary. Do people that aren't in Pokercode play this? Yes, that's a great question. I played myself, and there's a bunch of people here who aren't from Pokercode, but it is the majority.
Are you talking about the 5K?
Yeah, I think everything here, but we'll cover everything anyway. But yeah, the main event, anybody could play. There was a lot of just Slovakian locals, a few guys not from Pokercode, but there is a big sea of Pokercode hoodies out
Definitely, yeah. Definitely, and also the Grindhouse 2 members as well, which is the current bit of content that Pokercode are pushing out.
Yep.
So I believe that...
I've met a few of those guys as well. They're all very nice so far, very friendly.
Just hard-working guys that obviously want to make something of themselves in the game. I believe they all pay a few thousand or something, and then they get like a fully interactive coaching course with some of the best in the world, don't they?
A long time, yeah, and they're in this house together, just focused on poker, nothing else.
That's it.
We've obviously done something like that ourselves with our mates before, and it's a great experience. It's always makes you just forget about what's going on outside the door, and
it becomes a little bit of a bubble, doesn't it?
Yeah, it can make your focus. If you're ever lacking focus or motivation, just getting together with a few mates and grinding can really.
I felt like some of the best hold'em I've ever played was in the little game that we set up with your friends, because you know that you're going to be put to the test a lot. You know that there's going to be tough decisions.
And there's so much metagame in it.
So much metagame. It really brings the best out of your kind of. Like we were saying, it's quite easy when you're playing online to try and sort of get into this rut where you're just sort of doing the same thing over and over again, and it's like that repetition. But when you kind of pull yourself out and think a little bit more outside of the box, like you will with all of the meta stuff going on against your friends and high-level players, that's when you really improve or play your best. So it's a good thing to do.
And your friends are never afraid to tell you why they did this, and we'll all share their hands afterwards. You don't keep it a secret and wonder if they were bluffing you for the next 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like, well, no, I'll tell you after the tournament or something.
Yeah,
it's like,
show me your cards now.
Yeah. What did you have? I'll
give you €100. Just let me see. Right then, who wants to play 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80 with your mates for no reason?
Just absolutely blast it off.
Yeah, Nick in the hot tub with his dressing gown on.
Yeah, having a little smoke.
Living the dream.
Living the dream.
Would have been nice to see what Fedor does on a brick river. Yeah, agreed, John. That was a bit, like we said, a little bit trigger happy with the 7-8, but it could have been a very interesting one. I think he's probably definitely pulling the trigger on a brick river.
Yeah, once you get there with Queen High.
Overbet.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't have COVID there then. Yeah, there's no COVID here.
Not a lot. Haven't seen a mask really, apart from the staff. They wear the masks, and the bar staff, the waitresses.
It did close down for a while, didn't it, Banco, when we were here last?
There's been multiple lockdowns.
There was a mask period.
And there was also a 200 meters from your house period as well. I was playing online last February.
And there was you can have a tournament, but only 20 people can come.
That's
or
it.
Effective.
Yeah, there was those VIP room games that were sort of running in the behind the curtain here, where I was.
No, they weren't. What are you talking about?
I don't think we're going to get incriminated for saying that, but the VIP stakes now that the casino's back in fully operation is 50-50, but then there was sort of anything from 2-5 and above would be behind there, so. It was
you want to play? Come in, quick, behind the curtain.
So that was a lot of fun, to be fair. And it's like a little time warp, really. You just sort of you jump in behind the curtain. 2 days later, you're sort of heading home again.
Yeah. Is this the only table in the tournament? This is the only table at the moment. We're hoping to get a few more players, but this is the 5K. There's a few people left in the main event still, probably around 30 players, something like that. Cecil only has 4K live cashes. Is she online player or just casually playing the 5K? She is basically just casually playing the 5K. I don't think she only has 4K in cashes. I was speaking to her earlier and she told me about a tournament she won in Berlin for about €15,000.
Yeah, the AAA Highroller, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's right. And but she's not a poker player. She's a poker player, but it's not her income or anything like that. She's just a very passionate recreational, but she's behind the software for Pokercode and everything like that. She's developed
the concept
apps
in general.
Yeah,
she was telling us that she'd learnt the game so that she could, have better integration with the overall movement of Pokercode.
Yeah, so while she was building the software for Pokercode, she also studied a bunch of it along the way.
Which is the sort of thing that someone who's, a successful business person is likely to do. You know, you see a lot of recreationals on the higher stakes streams that have kind of learnt poker either for business or just for, you know, something that they can do on the side that, you know, kind of keeps them competitive and their mind sharp. And you know, you see guys like Talal Shakurchi playing at a very high level.
Yeah, exactly. Because
you
he's
know,
just got years of experience now, and also, what's his name? The guy who was in the high rollers was very good friends with Fedor.
hmm
Probably is Orpin.
Oh yeah.
He's technically a recreational player, but absolutely crushes it.
Yeah.
He's just like a very, very successful businessman, and I think that mindset is just, you know, it's transferable. People that have a good mindset will do well at most things.
Yeah.
That's just the way life goes, I think, but that doesn't mean you have to lose hope. Mindset is one of those things that you can work on. You know, like it's something that George and I have both struggled with at some point.
Definitely. I mean, there can be some dark places in poker. It's not all about posting your trophy on Instagram and kind of swanning around the world winning money everywhere you go.
Exactly.
There are some times where, you know, you're sort of down to your last buck and you're thinking, well, why did I choose this poker career, you know, for a living? And it can be quite difficult. But yeah, definitely it's about perseverance and, you know, patience at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, and just understanding the game, understanding the concept of variance, of what's possible, what's not possible, what you got to do.
Absolutely.
And I saw as Dan Cates posted something the other day saying, you know, like a big chunk of poker is just doing the things that you don't want to do when you have to do them.
Yep. Which is I study, getting up early,
go to the gym,
not going on the piss every night.
Not going on the piss every night.
Yep.
No more karaoke.
Well, let's not go that far. We've still got that duet lined up for later, don't we? So,
oh yes,
Mr. Igor Karkarov picking up the aces in the button is an ideal spot for him.
Easy game.
Yeah.
Sit down in a 5k. First 5k in Slovakia. First hand. What do you want?
Second hand aces. Yeah, no worries, right? And he's got Stefan here in the big blind with king queen off. Stefan's like to play a few hands. I wouldn't be surprised to see a cold call here, to be honest.
I can't see.
He hasn't really had anything to play for a while, and kind of a player like this don't usually like to give up their sort of stronger Broadway hands without a fight.
Oh, it's a 3-bet. Yeah, he does go for the cold call.
Yeah.
A little bit, again, on the optimistic side, but like you said, he's not here to fold.
He's not here to fold. It looks like he's quite a successful guy in his own right, and he's here to play some hands, and well, why not? And now Kate feels like she's getting a decent price, comes along with the 4 deuce, and look at the spot that Simon's got himself into.
Yeah, well, it's about as good as it gets. He's in position as well.
Yeah, Kate with the bottom pair and a back door. She's probably going to come along for at least one.
Yeah, not much for Stefan, but that doesn't mean much at not just yet.
No, I know. I thought he was about to lead there. It looked like that face of, do you have anything?
Oh,
I might bet.
I'm having this.
You got ace king. And
pretty standard, going to be a C-bet here from Simon every time. I expect him to use something like a quarter pot.
30k, 28.
Yeah, somewhere around 30k would make a lot of sense. You do tend to use a lot smaller sizes in multi-way pots.
You might think that the two players that he's up against are a little bit more insensitive to sizings and might go for a bit of a bigger one.
I was going to say, against recreational
does go
players,
for half pot, yeah.
You can definitely move away.
He's just thinking, well, if someone's got an 8 or a jack, they're not folding. The queen 10 probably doesn't even fold. The 9-10 suiteds obviously are calling. So yeah, he's kind of bombed it really from what you'd imagine would be the standard size.
I think he just assumes that then they're unlikely to fold a hand like 9s or 10s to 1-bet.
Yep.
They're obviously going to have more of the queen 10 suited, 10-9 suited type stuff than they're supposed to, both of them.
Yep.
So yeah, I think this makes sense exploitatively. I'm a fan of it.
Yep. And Kate's in a pretty tough spot now.
Yeah,
I don't mind the fold.
I like the fold versus the size up. She could there's going to be more opportunities for her to continue versus smaller sizes and stuff like that. So a very disciplined fold.
Absolutely.
JBH in the chat. Hello, sir. Go on the 4 deuce of clubs. You love it.
Yeah, we're seeing some funky plays. People are getting in there. We've got obviously the 4 revered online legends of the game, as well as 2 of the founders and people behind the Pokercode concept that's moving on leaps and bounds. We were talking to Kate. She was talking about it being, in its infancy last year, and just really some ideas for some online content. The quite a famous course that Fedor went through, which I thought was quite a good Did you watch that content?
I watched some of it.
I did watch some of it. I thought it was quite nice because it wasn't really so heavy on the numbers and the outputs from solvers and things like that. It was much more of Fedor's kind of intuitive approach to the game.
The overall game instead of just the theory behind the game.
Yeah, there was a little section on live reads that I thought were quite good. I don't believe that he went any in depth as anywhere near he knows, which was a little bit obviously frustrating. But why would he? You know, for some of that information is going to be worth so much to him.
I do believe that live reads is the one part of the game that people don't really.
It's overlooked.
Yeah, well, it's just people just aren't giving away their secrets.
No. Yeah, that's kind of like a little bit of a hidden gem, isn't it? I guess if you're a poker player and you kind of have a population read or tendency.
Hello, Sam in Malta. How are you, my friend? Nice to see you again. / hear from you.
Sam in Malta.
Sam in Malta, yeah, he's a legend. I love him.
Nice.
We're always messaging on Instagram.
What's Sam in Malta up to? Is he playing online poker in Malta?
He works for somebody in Malta. Remind me, Sam? I think it's a gaming site.
Yeah, like I mean that's the gaming hub of the world.
Hub, isn't it? So
yeah.
Yeah, he loves poker though. Absolutely loves poker.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's a great place to play as well. You've got the Porto Masso Casino, the Dragonara, on the weekends with some of the sort of Italian type of people that rock up there, just sort of drinking and giving it away. Those are great places.
And there's a couple of times of the year where everybody descends there, like Battle of Malta. That's such a great experience. Love that tournament, but just similar to the Polish Cup, but obviously a bigger buy-in and a bit more exotic.
Sounded like I missed out because obviously you made the final table, and from what Endrit said, it was like one of the best atmospheres he's ever.
It was surreal. It was
almost walk-on music, wasn't it, or something?
It was like interview for everybody before we got on there. The lights all shining. Final table in the middle of the room on this platform. Yeah, it was a surreal experience.
Excellent. So definitely something to check out as well. But we're going to stay here in Bratislava for now. Coming up over the next few weeks, the Banco Casino Masters, the flagship tournament here, the €170 multi-day event, 100k guaranteed. After that, we've got the festival. So if you are a mixed game player like myself, I like to play sort of all the formats of Omaha and other stuff as well. There's just plenty on offer there. You've got a Sviten Special 220, which is a multi-day event.
Explain Sviten to the people that don't know. Or explain Sviten to the guys that don't know what it is.
So Sviten is a game which was originated in Finland, Franke was telling me yesterday, which is 5-card draw and 5-card Omaha. Also known as Drawmaha in the US, where they've kind of cottoned onto the game, and I think that there's some action running there. But originated in Finland, and basically what happens is you play 5-card Omaha as usual, but after the flop there'll be a drawing round. So let's say you have something like Jack Jack 10-10, which would be a great starting hand. Then you could draw your 5th card to try and hit a Jack or a 10, and then in your draw hand you would have 2 pair and hopefully get the other Jack or the 10 to boat up in your hand, which would be your Sviten hand.
So is it a split pot game?
Yeah. So then half the pot goes to the draw, and half the pot goes to the 5-card hand on the board, played as as normal in poker. And the brilliance of the game is the amount of bluffing that goes on, because most of the time you're pretty sure that you've got half the pot, but then the other half is up for grabs. So there's a lot of multi-way stuff. There's a lot of people
pushing people off chops.
Yeah, a lot of people overvaluing their hands as well, that are kind of getting themselves into tricky situations. But
yeah, speaking of tricky situations, 3-bet with aces pre obviously seems pretty standard for Simon.
Yeah.
To continue.
Yeah.
And diamonds, but facing this big size on the flop, I think he's probably just going to end up folding. He would continue times where there was a diamond on the board, or with Stefan being deeper, because he just doesn't have the implied odds. He has to turn his hand or nothing. He can't continue.
And Stefan's been very sort of, lots of raises when fold to, lots of cold calling,
but not much aggressive.
Not much aggression. Yeah,
that's an important distinction to make when you're playing against people that play a lot of hands.
Yeah, and you sort of think, well, he's in every hand. He's probably going to be bluffing me here. But when they take aggressive actions over an open that's made already, or just start bombing the flop as he did there, it's usually going to be value heavy.
Yeah.
And I think Simon, making a very disciplined laydown there, it could be easy to think, well, I've got 2 clean overs and a gut shot, but his opponent's kind of like flop bombing range there is going to be mostly overpair and nut flush draw heavy, I'd imagine. So does get away from a tricky situation. And
Hillary Kennedy in the chat.
Nick Kennedy, how you doing, mate?
Saying he's ready for the 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 20, 50, a million.
Excellent. How you doing? Are you coming to the festival by any chance, Nick? Which is the...
I think JBH is planning on it now. He's found a £5 flight from Stansted.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the flights are just ridiculous there.
That's another good thing.
I'm surprised because I thought that the airline companies would be trying to sort of claw it back, but if anything, it's gone the other way.
Them trying to claw it back.
Yeah, well, just incentivizing you. Yeah, just whatever we can get. Yeah, so you can fly into Bratislava as normal, or the great thing about the location here is that it's very close to Vienna, which is where most of the players featured in this 5K are living. I know Fedor lives there, I think Mario as well.
Yep.
It's just a great hub for online and a nice city, and I think a lot of German guys moved over there for...
Yeah, not crazy expensive either.
No, tax reasons I think mostly, and then also it's just, yeah, it's nice. The living expenses aren't too much. And they're not much here either in Bratislava. You know, you can get a great Airbnb for, you know, up to 1,000 a month, which is pretty reasonable price range if you're grinding sort of the medium stake cash games as we are.
Yeah, and if you're here long term, you can even get a better deal than that.
You can, yeah. I had a contract which was 800 a month. It was right next to the National Football Stadium. Just fantastic.
Yeah, good spot, that one. I had one for about €700. My first place was just a 5-minute walk from the casino as well.
Ideal, isn't it? And city centre, you know, if you're grinding the cash games in London, playing sort of 1, 2, and 2, 5, you're looking at expenses of I'd say 3 or 4x what you're seeing here. So certainly a great place to come. And if you are tempted by the amount of action on offer, do check out the website over at bancocasino.sk for the full schedules and news of what's coming up.
Yeah, don't forget to enter the giveaway as well. There's a package worth €750 on the Pokercode blog. The link is in the chat on Twitch.
Nice one, check that one out.
Free roll, always nice. Who are the commentators? My name is Leo Worthington-Lees, and I'm with George Stanford. We're both from the UK. I think there'll maybe be a commentary command at some stage.
Yeah, I'll ask Miko to add a commentary demand, actually.
No action there. They're both whiffs, but Kate manages to win with the worst hand, so success there. Nice to see them in there just battling, getting in amongst it. Taking the fight to the guys. A good way to play against aggressive players or good players is to try and increase the variance a bit. Play bigger pots.
That's it.
Get it in pre-flop more often.
And try and take more aggression yourself, which is what Kate, I think, is trying to do as well.
She is trying to do it. She's doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Yeah, she's obviously flopped quite well. She's made the nuts.
But she's not just going for it every time. She's also trying to lay the trap. You know, she's trying to
some restraint.
Induce some action. Very nice starting hand here for Mario on the button. King Queen are suited. Just what we absolutely live for when you sit down at a game, just looking down at a hand like King Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, when you're playing live poker and you only get sort of 20, 25 hands an hour and you get those lovely connected suited cards.
Suited.
It feels like the Nuttingtons. So, popping it up.
Kate loving the 10-9.
Yep, 10-9.
Offsuit, suited,
why not?
Don't care.
Hits a lot of boards.
Yeah, it used to be my favourite hand when I first started playing. 10-9 of spades, I mean, it just doesn't get any better. Simon overcalling in the big blind. I think, yeah, seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think with...
He'll beat the bottom. I imagine he's folding.
He's got position on Kate post-flop, obviously one of the recreational players in the lineup, which probably persuades him to get in the mix a little bit more often.
Yeah, the problem is he is crushed a little bit by her range. She's going to be peeling all the 10-9, 10-8 suited, Queen 10, Jack 10,
yeah,
King
lots
10
of
offsuits,
lots
Ace
of
10
10x
offsuits and stuff like that. Mario also going to be opening those stronger 10x and 9x. So
doesn't mean he's necessarily going to dome it in on a 10 high board,
no,
though, does it?
Of course not. Very uneventful flop for everybody, but Kate going for the lead, taking the fight to Mario and saying, what are you going to do about it? And Mario is probably going to peel. That's what he's going to do about it. I can't see him folding a hand this strong just yet. King High is going to be the best hand sometimes against a hand like 7-8, 8-9. Potentially, obviously, some 10-9, but we can't assume that she's going to have 10-9 off. But if we just assume she has some backdoor kind of bets and some weird low equity hands and some under pairs and some weaker over pairs, like, he just has the equity to continue with the backdoor.
Also, I find in this spot that if a recreational player has a 6, which is obviously the mega nuts on this board, they don't really tend to lead that often, do they?
They like the check raise.
Yeah.
Oh, the comp entry on the blog closed 23rd of August. Damn. Well, I'm not sure why there's a command in the chat or like a night bot in the chat, so perhaps we can get that removed.
We've missed that one. That was for this event, was it? So we're doing an Anton deck.
That makes sense, yeah. Give away something that's already happened.
Okay. Sorry about that one, guys.
So there's no poker code package, sorry.
No poker code package, that was to
reading
this
what's
festival.
on the screen, alright?
Yeah. So, cards in the air. We've been playing for around about an hour so far. If you're just tuning in for the €5,000 poker code, I guess we could call it a sit and go. 6 players.
We'll call it the high roller, I think.
Call it the high roller. Why don't? Sounds a bit more prestigious, doesn't it?
Nobody wants a trophy for winning a sit.
Yeah. You tell your mates, I won the high roller. What was that then? That was the 110 in Belarus. You know.
It was the 330 super high roller at Goliath.
Oh yeah, the student poker championships. Yeah, I min-cashed that once. I think I'd put about half my roll on the entry. Just why not, right? Yeah, just jump in.
Gotta be done sometimes.
330. I think I had about 600, 700 quid to my name.
Yeah.
Kind of dusted it off on 6th card the night before, so I was down to about 700 quid, all in cash. You know, just sort of flying in on the taxi on the way there. The guy's like, "What do you do for a living, mate?" And I was like, "I'm a poker player. I'm about to play the 330 high roller." And he was like, "Oh yeah, yeah. How's that going for you?" "Oh yeah, really well, mate. Can't wait."
Oh man, we do reminisce about these days a lot, but they were fun.
They were fun, weren't they? When you're just a complete chancer.
Now. We both got a bit of money. It's just a bit
boring. You just sort of everything. Yeah, definitely those moments are what made me really love poker. Just the thrill of it, you know, sitting down, peeling the first hand, then realising you're in for half your roll, sort of tightening up for a little bit, going on a bit of a heater, thinking
having a mild stroke. Raider flicking in the call seems very standard so far from both. I can see Fedor checking sometimes on this turn with the 10 of diamonds. Just trying to induce some bluffs on the river from Reina.
Yeah, exactly.
His backdoor floats and stuff like that. Having a 10 is not amazing because you'd want Queen 10 and 10-8 to be bluffs, but...
And having the 10 of diamonds means there's less hands that he can maybe a target as well that are going to continue that are worse.
And he's just happier bluff-catching diamond rivers as well.
Yeah.
But can also you think a barrel for a small size would be pretty logical as well.
So 7 on the river now. The decision with Reiner.
Yeah, I think he'll be going for a block here.
Yeah,
because like we say, he does have those bluffs: 10-8, Queen 10, 7-8, some backdoor hands like potentially like I don't know 4-5 of clubs, something like that. You know. Some ace 3 of diamonds. So
Fedor's going to river a 7 sometimes as well, maybe with a king 7, queen 7.
Bluff catches from somewhere. So you can have some worse 9x. You can have some ace 5 that's turned a pair.
Yep. And Fedor ever raising here, or is just gonna flick in the call?
Yeah, not on the 7 river.
No.
He'd just effectively be turning a hand to a bluff. He blocks some rivered value. He just has a call.
Yep.
Also, Rainer's going to be folding some hands like Jack 4 offsuit, Jack 6 offsuit, and continuing the ones like Jack 8, Jack 7, Jack 9. So he's going to have some 2 pairs, some 9-7s.
Yep.
So difficult to get value from much worse. I mean, it does look like he's obviously contemplating it, because if he was calling, he would have just called by now. So
yeah, and obviously never folding, is he? So
looks like he is going to find a raise.
Studying his opponent quite intensely there. That might be something to do with, I think he's one of the players that at the higher level that does use sort of the live realm of the game a little bit more.
Definitely.
And he might have picked up something there. Maybe he just thinks that Reiner is quite 9x heavy. Or is going to be value betting a hand like...
I mean, the thing is,
7-8.
Rayner's Jack X value bets are just free to go for a big size because he beats so much of the board that can call the Jack, the 9, the 7, and the 5. So even his weakest Jack X is good for a bigger size. So this bet size is going to be a lot of those weaker pairs.
Would you say it's necessarily capped? Are they very strong hands that will... that you know?
It's difficult because the very strong hands he'd want to use would be ones that block a lot of the board. So like Jack 9, Jack 7 and stuff like that. So when Fedor's blocking both of those hands, and 9-7 doesn't block the top pairs, which he knows Fedor's going to check back some top pairs on a turn sometimes. So 9-7 not
just
blocking
bombing
those top pairs can just bomb, yeah. So I think it probably is quite capped. Deuces, again, unblocking all of the value on the board. And Fedor unlikely to go bet, check, bet with that much value. Only Jack X, really. And that is just going to call a bomb anyway, probably more often than it's going to call a check raise.
I saw the drop the chip there. I don't think that was intentional, but there might have been angling. Sort of, it almost went across the line, and he grabbed it quite quickly.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to be the type of guy to pull any of those shenanigans.
It's a very interesting hand. It looks like he's going to find a fold, which I think is very, very respectable fold.
Yeah.
Fedor just going to be struggling for bluffs here. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
does he really?
It's such a weird line because he has a lot of natural barrels on this board where he has the advantage
his
on
king
the draw
queens,
heavy board.
queen tens.
Exactly, the king queens, queen tens, 10-8s, all of those kind of hands. Hands with backdoor flush draws. We're all just going to barrel it off against the kind of draw heavy board against the big blind. So I think he is struggling to find his
probably
bluffs.
Doesn't give him as many Jack X raises as he does have if he's. I mean, if he's raising Jack 10 there, that's one of the worst jacks he's got from the hijack. So yeah, really tough spot because you can't really think of value, but you can't really think of bluffs. And you know, usually against recreationals, when you're in that kind of situation, they always have it. But you know, we're playing in a 5,000 buy-in against some of the best in the world here. So as you see, the very thin value raise there from Fedor.
He just understands that a jack is doing very well against the range that Rayner has that blocks the river, especially when he's checked back the turn. Because he's just Fedor as well is going to barrel some of his stronger Jack X on the turn. The stuff that crushes all of Rayner's Jack X, like his Ace Jacks, King Jacks, are definitely going to barrel the turn. So when he does check, he really is towards the top of his range in that line. And then like pocket sevens is the other hand. 10-8 suited, probably barreling, so obviously not going to be having a straight very often. There we go. The command has been added for commentary now.
Awesome.
Exclamation mark comms if you want to know who is talking. Second pair for Stefan. Bottom pair for Rayner, so we're going to see a continue, I imagine, unless there's some crazy sizing. Yeah, just 12k. Oh, it's a limp pot. Half pot from Stefan, call from Rayner, seems pretty standard. Does have the backdoor straight draw as well.
Ace on the turn should freeze up Stefan.
Yeah, probably going to go check, check. Stefan could continue betting with Queen X. Maybe even some very, very strong 8X. Because
King
the
8 or
8X,
something like that.
the 8X just really benefits from getting some protection against hands like 7-5, 4-5, 10-9.
Jack 7.
Some two overs to the 8s, so you can see him betting those and then checking when Rayner's not going to have very much ace-x in this line. He's going to have some, obviously. Check, check, and then two pair for Stefan, so I expect to just see a bomb here. Rayner will be in a very interesting spot on the river, because again he has some he does have an interesting hand to bluff with. Having a heart is not really very relevant, so it's not going to be a bad thing at all. And then blocking that straight heavily, he also is going to probably be perceived to bluff this because... sorry, to have value here, because Stefan can definitely go bet, check, bet for value.
It's probably not going to work on this occasion, but...
No, can't see Stefan ever folding two pair, doesn't strike me as the guy.
No, he doesn't, no.
But Rayner obviously decided he's not going to turn his hand into a bluff with those facial expressions.
Yeah, once you've kind of gone through that kind of rigmarole, it's more of a check call or just fold decision, isn't it?
Yeah, he does. I mean, Stefan is pretty polarised here. He's gone for a pot size bet, so Rayner realises that he's either beating bluffs or losing to value, so no real reason to bluff. No real reason to bluff. Yeah, finds the fold, which I like. Again, like quite a difficult spot to really give Stefan much in the way of value when we have a 9, but does find the fold again. 2 good folds he's made now. Again, is like quite a big difference between good players and weaker players, is they just understand you have to fold quite a good hand sometimes, or a hand that appears to be good. Sometimes you just gotta fold. People make good hands. Fedor topping the chip counts then, up to 800k from the 500k starting stat. Reina had been on a bit of a ride up to 2 stacks and then back down to 1 after losing a couple of hands against Fedor. Not much happening with Mario and Simon so far. The other 2 guys in there in a few of the pots there. Kate and Stefan. A hand now for Kate in the hijack. She'll be opening this one, king 10 off. Playing about 40 big blinds now. Not sure what the levels are. I assume they're half an hour or 25 minutes, something like that. Nothing for Simon. This will just be passing this one. It's 10 off on the button. Definitely going to be pip for Reina, whether he decides to 3-bet or call. I imagine at this kind of stat depth, he's probably just going to be peeling. He's not going to want to face a 4-bet very often with a hand quite as strong as this against a recreational player. I think he's likely to just take his post-flop advantage. But can see it mixing in there. I mean, it definitely is a fine hand to go for a 3-bet with. Happy to 3-bet fold a hand like this, but you know, we're not loving just folding ace 10 off pre-flop, but against the range that actually 4-bets, it's just going to be a very easy fold. It looks like he's going for the 3-bet. 22k from Kate, which is almost a 3x as well. Quite a big open size off 40 bigs. Yeah, Reina goes for the kind of 3x, just over 3x in position. And I can't see Kate folding this one. I think she's got a pretty... in her mind, she has a pretty great continue.
For sure. So I'm going to be doing an interview with Fedor.
Oh, nice.
Interval. And I wondered if people in the chat had any questions that they'd want me to ask, which is going to be some content that's going to be put up on Spade Poker and Pokercode.
5 minutes in the chat then to ask.
Yeah, just in a couple of minutes. Let us know your thoughts if you want any insight out of the great man himself. And if you do have any questions, I think I've got to go now, so do you mind forwarding them over to me on WhatsApp? That'd be great. No awesome, worries. Guys. I'll catch you in a bit.
So yeah, get those questions in the chat then. I'll fire them over to George. So I guess they must be on a break. Yeah, Kate does continue as expected. She did take her time though, which I'm slightly curious about, considering how quickly I've seen her continue in some other spots today. But heads up pot seems like least of her worries. Good flop for Kate. She's going to be. I mean, this is one of the better flops for our hand. 2 nice overcards, a very strong draw, and also just a backdoor straight draw for some backup as well. So you can see she's actually a favourite here, despite being crushed and having the worst hand. She just has enough equity that it makes her hand the favourite. Also going to be, it's very easy for her to realise our equity at this kind of stat depth. 160k in the pot, 285k behind. Just has a very natural hand to check jam or check raise and call it off with. Potentially continuing sometimes against a very small bet if Reina was to use something like 20%. But yeah, oh, Kate just elects to open jam the flop. So she's targeting those kind of ace-king, ace-queen hands that just aren't really going to be able to call it off. Getting some fold equity, making sure that she realises all of her equity. Gets the job done. Not much Reina can do there, so interesting way of playing the hand, but does work this time. And I mean, yeah, she's going to have really good equity even when she is called. She knows that, you know, if queens snap her off, then so what? Let's go. We have our 7th entrant. Strikes me as a regular. Not sure. I don't recognise him, but we'll see when the name comes up. Do a little bit of research again. for them. Okay, I'm not sure what the pause was for, but back to it. Alright, let's see what we can find. F Vogt. I'm guessing this is Fabian. It's the only player I can find by that name on Hinder Mob who's European. But all of his... Nah, this can't be him. Not sure. I'll wait till I get some more information about this guy. Open on the button from Stefan. Pretty standard stuff. Kate elected to limp in with under the gun +1 with Jack 9 off, which is something we've not seen so far. Any limping? It's been quite aggressive, quite action-packed, but here we are in the limped pot. Mario, yeah, calling. So I thought Stefan had opened the button, but he'd actually just kind of min raised versus a limp. I think if you're ISOing versus a limp, you tend to want to go a decent bit bigger than 2x. Generally, whatever your standard open size is, plus a big blind per person, per limper. Very nice flop for Mario here. Flops a gut shot, straight flush draw. So you can see he has over half the equity 3 ways, which is not that easy to do on a flop unless you have something like a set. So very nice flop for him, despite having 6 high. Also gut shot for Kate. Second pair for Stefan, no diamond. Does elect to c-bet. Probably again, like just a little bit optimistic, a little bit unnecessary chips going into the pot. In a multi-way pot, ranges tend to be average hand strength tends to be a little bit higher because there are just more combinations of cards in the pot. More likely somebody has a good hand, so you do have to be a little bit tighter. Kate elects to just fold the gut shot, which I think is a good decision. Not having the diamond, being multi-way, Mario can just have her absolutely crushed with stronger draws. You know, something like Queen X of diamonds or something just has so much equity versus a hand like Jack 9 off that we're, to all intents and purposes, drawing dead. Check on the turn. I think this is a turn that Mario could lead. Definitely having the bottom with the bottom card pairing. It does favour his range. However, perhaps he's more likely to fold some 5x on the flop when the button c-bets into 2 players. So he realises that, and he's not going to have quite as many leads as normal. This hand also not going to want to lead and get raised on a board like this. He just wants to kind of realise his equity, and he can do that either by going check or just by check calling a reasonable size. I'm a little surprised he didn't check raise the flop, but perhaps he just realises that there are too many dominating draws and doesn't want to bloat the pot. Check call, check fold. Seems fair. Seems fair against that size. Nice hand from Stefan, finding the double barrel with just second pair. Soul read. King Queen offsuit again for Stefan in the cutoff this time. Obviously he's going to be opening here. He's got his stack back to almost starting stack. He was down to about half a stack there for a minute, so good recovery. Fedor interested. Yeah. lovely. Another one of those just lovely hands. You just love peeling those 2 cards. So he's going to be pipping here. I can't imagine him going for a free bet, but again, could be wrong. I just think at this kind of stat depth, around the kind of 50 to 60 big blind mark, these suited hands struggle a lot versus a 4-bet, and they're very high equity against the opening range. So just playing them in position is the general strategy there. Don't want to be bloating the pot and potentially folding out a hand that has up to like kind of 30 or 40% equity against the range overall. So I am a big fan of the decision to call, but obviously who am I to judge? Whatever Fedor does, I'm just going to assume that that's the right answer. A whiff for both. Check from Stefan, which he has a good hand to check. I am also surprised just from seeing his tendencies that he decided to check, that's all. And Fedor, I think is just going to go for a small size here. Like, it's just going to be a kind of almost like a range bet for him once Stefan misses the c-bet. Fedor's probably going to realise that Stefan's been c-betting almost every single hand that he's VPIP pre, so when he doesn't c-bet, I imagine
it's going to be somewhat weaker.
Yeah, either weaker or very, very strong, and either way, Fedor's not really bothered with his hand.
He can kind of get away with the cheap stab.
Yeah, exactly. The kind of third or a quarter even. Oh, they're on break now, are they?
On break, so we have 7 entries now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw there was a new guy. I didn't see his name. I found a guy. I assumed he was German. There was only one guy called Fabian, and he only had about 7k in cashes, and it was all in €75 tournaments. So
probably not him then.
yeah,
but
I mean, unless he's just some online beast.
Imagine some sort of online beast. Yeah. If anyone has any information on what will it be, seat 7 there?
Seat 7.
Our newest entrant sat in with the 500k starting stack. I just saw on the break, I was having a little look across to the main event, and none other than Stefan Sontheimer was all in on the bubble.
Oh yeah.
With the ace king. It was a really
He got called, did he?
Got called by a guy with queen 9 suited, and the queen 9 suited flopped a gut shot, turned a double gutter, and Stefan managed to hold on. Very nice, still on the bubble in the 550 main.
Couple of PokerCode guys still in there.
Yeah, and I saw Max Siltz in there. I saw a couple of the guys that I was playing 5-5 PLO with in the mix as well. Yeah, good players.
Yeah, and they are still on the stone bubble. I think I just walked past as well. And
that's it. So min cash of just over €1,000 in the main event, the 550 with 25,000 up top.
25k basically, exactly, and about 30 people left, I think. 20. There was about 250 runners, 31 paid. Nice, very nice tournament.
We are paying 2 so far with the 7 entrants, and it's 23,000 for first, and the rest for second. So I think that's about 23.12 or something like that. So Simon opening it up and being met by a 3-bet, now 7-handed, so ranges should be getting a little bit tighter. So Reiner using one of his more obvious bluff candidates, the ace-4, ace-5 region.
Very, very natural hand to choose.
And Fedor now understanding that Simon is going to be obviously opening sort of a more standardish range, maybe a little bit wider.
Who's in the big blind then?
Kate.
Fedor's. Okay, Kate's in the big blind. So so that's going to be one of Simon's widest
spots to open.
Yeah, I mean it's still going to be his tightest spot because he's under the gun, but of his ranges, this will be one of the wider ones he chooses to use when there's a recreational player in the big blind. Yeah, like you say, Fedor's going to understand that. Rainer's going to understand that.
Yep.
Rainer's just naturally choosing good bluffs anyway, and Fedor knows Rainer's going to have bluffs here.
Yeah, Rainer can't be really like mega out of line here.
But he can still have some like king queen off.
King 9 suited maybe, ace-4, ace-5.
So Fedor decides to get out of the way, which I think is fine.
It's a 4-bet or fold, right?
Yeah, he kind of has to 4-bet or fold.
And just elects not to.
Sometimes you got to be aware of your image as well. Like you can't take every single bluff spot ever, otherwise.
Yeah.
People are going to start to realise. Well, good players anyway.
Yeah, which is the lineup that he's up against.
Yeah, exactly. All of his friends. Not exactly going to be in the dark about how he plays.
No. And so Simon with an interesting decision now, is it, all 3 options are really on the table, aren't they?
Yeah.
And he does
he
shove.
Goes for the shove, which is cool.
Yeah, which is very cool. I thought that if he were to 4-bet there, it would be non-all-in, but he's obviously saying, I think you've got enough folds in your range. I think, ace-queen is in a really tough spot there.
Yeah,
probably folds.
And he has equity against some of the calls. He has just a blanket kind of 30% equity. So
kings, queens, jacks.
Knows that Rainer might perhaps be a little bit out of line. Just has a good hand. It's not going to be something he does all the time, but or with very many bluffs. Like he's not just going to be shoving like, king jack suited or anything like that. But this exact hand, it's just 4 combinations.
Yep.
Just is good to mix it up sometimes because you can't just always have a range of like jacks plus an ace king.
Absolutely. Try and find some information on seat 7 there. VOGT, wasn't it?
VOGT, yeah. Something
poker.
F something. SFS, I think it was.
Rasmus vote? Timo vote?
Timo. Could be Timo.
Could be
Austria, Timo.
Austria, yeah, that could be. 3k in cashes. Played the main. Yeah, no, it's probably not that. So we'll look at Rasmus vote. Ah, yeah, there it is. Rasmus with 505k in live earnings. Looks like he's playing lots of 1ks, 5ks, the 10k high roller and EPT Prague. No cashes since 2018, so
perhaps
does look stinks of alive or used to play, and now maybe is some sort of.
No cashes since when?
2018. Stinks of an online.
Pre-pandemic, hasn't been able to play anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice looking Hinder mob so far, though.
Yeah, lovely. Came second in the 1K in Millions Barcelona party poker event for,
Nice.
sorry, third for 105,000 euros, 1K buy-in. So that must have been a huge field.
Huge field, yeah. They always get a lot over there.
Hmm.
So that's very nice. Good for him.
And Kate with a rather natural barrel here with the club as well, and you know, not outs with the jack, and
yeah, just gets so many folds against such a wide range. Yeah, Simon's just going to be defending right down there. You know, very, very, very wide range versus the open. He's also going to 3-bet a bunch of the stronger stuff that connects with this board a bit.
Yep.
So yeah, she's got a very good one. But he is finding the continue.
That is perplexing, because I'd imagine that...
I mean, if he can... Yeah, he's just... I guess he just continues with the pair. That simple, really. He's continuing with a 9. He continues with pocket fours, because he's not going to have a pocket pair that often in comparison to the rest of his range. It doesn't make up a huge percentage of his range.
Maybe he thinks that she's going to be a little bit more honest on turns than some of the other opponents on the table as well.
Yeah, also
gets to realise
opportunities to bluff. Having the club in his hand is obviously relevant. I don't know if he'd continue without a club. I'm sure he wouldn't.
Yeah.
And yeah, just unblocks all of her broadways.
Yeah. Does Kate now manage to find it, do you think? I think she could still... She's going to check a lot of flush draws on the 10,
yeah,
right?
she's also just going to limp a lot of suited combinations pre-flop. So the raises tend to come more from kind of high card offsuit hands and pairs. So I don't think that she...
yeah, when the ace of clubs specifically is on the board, then she is kind of stripped of flushes, really.
Yeah.
It's like what? King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack.
Yeah, King obviously can't have King 10 either.
No.
King 9 probably makes it in there. And then Queen Jack.
Yeah, it's only 4 or 5 combos of flushes and just loads of this off. Oh, and he just snaps it off.
Snaps
so
it off
fair
with
play.
the club bluff catcher.
Yep. Yep, very well played.
He understands that she's unlikely to play ace-x this way, value betting when the flush draw completes.
Yeah, recreationals aren't tend to be comfortable enough to do that, do they?
Yeah, thin value. She's not going to have a 10 when she kind of raises pre, bets the flop, and then doesn't bet the turn. So yeah, very nice bluff catch there from Simon. Makes sense, but these are the ones that can look very, very strange. You know, at first view, you're like, "What? How has he called me here with a pair of fours? I don't understand it." But when you really kind of break down how the action goes and how certain parts of her range would play, it actually becomes very, very reasonable.
Yeah, I remember back in the day playing Nanonoko online, and he like made some bluff catch against me, and I was thinking, how the hell does he call there? Like, what a ridiculous call! And then I sent it to a friend, and they basically broke down the hand like you did there, with the fact that you're just completely stripped of value, sort of like with the gung-ho bluff on the river.
Yeah.
And just put a lot of potential bluffs as well.
Yeah, only really repping flushes, doesn't have very many combinations. He has a club himself, which although isn't super relevant because it doesn't really block any of her flushes, it just gives him a way to control his tendencies.
And blind v blind as well, so it's not like she's opened under the gun and has way more like aces in her range.
Exactly, she's not only like a super strong value range pre-flop. And with a lot of those suited combinations limping.
Yeah. Because I'd imagine she'd probably find a value bet with like ace-king with the king of clubs or something like that, but not many other ace-x type of hands.
No. Fedor opening up king 5 suited.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good, 7-handed.
The new ace-5 suited.
It is the suited king x is it's a favourite these days.
Yeah.
This would definitely be on the line. I don't think he's going much wider than this in these positions.
No, also opening into Reiner's big blind as well.
Yeah, opening to a good player in the big blind.
Yeah.
Mario in position against you as well.
Wants to be a little bit more snug.
Yeah, although he's in quite a good spot with Mario being his direct left. There's still 2 players between Mario and the button, and then the next strongest player, who's Simon, is in the small blind. So it's quite a nice seat for Fedor.
Action flop. I believe I saw a set of 9s in there. Fedor's got the flush draw.
Ooh, 9-5 deuce 2 clubs.
No, it was 10-9-8, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So very connected board, and we've got 2 other players as well. See if the graphics will give us something to work with here. Fedor electing to continue his king 5 of clubs 4 ways. I'm surprised by that on 10-9-8 two-tone. That's a board that a lot of your opponents in a 4-way pot have interaction around, and
yeah, but it does also
yeah.
it creates difficult situations in multi-way pots, because by betting here he forces hands from the middle players
to be
into
honest.
very difficult situations, like a hand like 7-8 suited. Like, can I really defend 7-8 of heart here with bottom pair and the bottom end of a straight draw on a board with a flush draw when Fedor's betting into 4 people? So he's forcing them to really continue with like 2 pairs, sets and straights. Basically everybody in the pot. Same comes for Rayner with some of his like obviously his pair and straight draws. He's just going to have to fold a lot of them here. So I quite like the bet. He doesn't block. He can also just, he can just call a raise, because the hands that raise are very unlikely to be hands that dominate his draw. Like, I don't think people are going to start raising ace. They maybe hit like ace 10 of clubs, but that just makes a very logical call. So I think Fedor doesn't have to worry about facing a check raise either. Turn is the 4-card straight, which is probably going to kill the action. What does Rayner have? Oh, he has pocket 9s.
No, I think Mosbeck has pocket 9s. And we know that Fedor has king 5 of clubs.
You don't know what Rayner's got?
I had no idea. No, he's in the big blind. I imagine he's going to have quite a lot of jack X, to be honest. So the 7 is going to be quite a good card for him.
Yes, this absolutely smashes Rayner's range when he overcalls the flop. He's very, very draw heavy.
Yeah, open-ended.
Especially with Mario blocking like the 9 so heavily, all the combinations of 2 pairs and sets.
Exactly.
So yeah, Rayner's very heavy to like Jack 9, 10-9 and clubs.
Just a hell of a lot of Jack X and not much of the bottom.
Sorry, Jack 8.
Yeah, not much of the bottom. The bottom open-enders either, because they're just going to have like terrible reverse implied odds 3-way when Mario's called with 2 players behind. He's gonna have a lot of interaction as well.
I don't know if he even continues with very weak flush draws.
Who, Mario?
No, Rayner after it goes bet call.
No.
I mean, I guess he continues for 1. What size did Fedor use on the flop? Small. Might imagine it's multi-way.
I mean, we're kind of guessing at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on. I will message the team now.
Well, so far it's gone bet, call, check, and now we have got to the river, which we haven't got to see yet. It looks like a brick. 4 of spades or something like that. Just camera people, let us see the board, just quickly.
We're going for the more intense close-ups.
Yeah. Yeah, unlikely Fedor made the best hand, obviously, unless it was a club, which I don't think it was.
No, I don't think so. I think it was an offsuit 5, which makes him bottom pair.
Yeah, it's nothing relevant.
No, not really. Not really something that he can start really bluffing with.
Yeah, would be nice to see, but
yeah. And now Mario, I think, betting his 9s for value when Rayner doesn't lead, because he probably now believes that Rayner's more weighted around 2 pairs and stuff like that aren't going to bet 3 ways, and Fedor doesn't really have a jack either when he checks the river. So that's quite nice. It's interesting to see that. I think that's a value bet that a lot of players might miss, just because there's a 4-liner to the
somebody having a straight.
Exactly. Yeah. But once you break it down again, rather unlikely based on the river action.
Yep, very nice value bet there.
Okay, just getting the information from the Spade Poker team that the software had a little bit of a malfunction, so we are going to get the whole card graphics coming up in a couple of hands' time, but we may be in the dark, so
no worries.
Yeah, we can just kind of guess and go along with it as we did there. So no spoilers, but a big hand coming up apparently, and
we like big hands.
We do like big hands. We like big fat pots and re-entries. Oh, here we go. There's some graphics. So Rayner in the small blind with the 9s. For some reason, yeah,
that's all you know.
Yeah, that's all we got. Okay, so Rayner we know has 9s. So. Which is the Bratislava nuts.
Yes, it's a sweat with Rayner hand. You know when we used to do that on the Poker Stars.
That's it.
You know, sweat with
Hartigan and
Hartigan Estates. I grew up on that.
Yeah, I used to love all of that content. second only to Norman Chad and Lorne McLaren in the in
WSOP.
Those reruns, man. I used to, when I got into poker, which was at university, I'd basically quit a job in sort of banking in the city to go to uni because I didn't really want to do that, but didn't know what to do. So you just sort of end up at uni, don't you? Watching those and playing $1 tournaments on the side. We do like to reminisce, don't we? But
the glory days.
the good days. Everything was a lot easier.
Simpler. Just one clear goal in mind. Stop being Busto.
So Rainer here with the 9s and small blind. It looks like we've got an open from Mario.
And
a 3-bet. Yeah, that looks like more chips than the open, doesn't it?
It looks like an open to...
Yeah, that's what, 20...
open to 22.
22.
And a 3-bet to about 70.
Yeah, and a 4-bet jam from Rainer in the small blind with the 9s.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Standard, really, isn't it? Versus two elite level players, 6-handed or 7-handed.
Yeah, he's not really getting away from this one.
No.
So this could be the big hand. Perhaps Simon had it. Perhaps Rainer has it. I mean,
perhaps Mario
has it. Yep.
Rechecking the cards. I don't think you'd do that if you had. Oh,
yeah, it does find the all-in snap fold. So it's going to be like probably Jacks plus for Mario.
Yeah.
Jacks plus and Ace King. I imagine. I don't know if he can go with Ace Queen.
I do have some info. It's the nuts.
Blade.
Yeah, it's just the rockets.
It's the real nuts versus the actual nuts.
Yeah, the Slovakian nuts versus what it tells you in the textbook is the best hand.
Yeah. So 9's definitely going to win this one.
You'd imagine so.
Hard to come back from such a big disadvantage having aces here.
Yeah.
Boring.
That's the curtain for Rainer, who was actually the early chip leader, and then got himself into.
That's poker for you.
That is, yeah. I mean, that's every pot has been very heavily contested, isn't it? It's not been like your average kind of tournament here at the Banco Casino.
Not many raise and take it's.
No.
So perhaps a re-entry.
Perhaps a re-entry.
He's just doing a quick scan of the field. Fish. Yeah, I should probably
fancy my chances versus all of these.
Yeah.
And
bunch of whales.
Yeah, he's off.
Back to the desk. Chips.
Yeah. Another 5k. Apparently there was some issues with, wouldn't say anyone's net worth, but in terms of actually having the cash to buy in.
Yeah, heard Nebo wandering around, muttering something about GG and Bitcoin.
He's a character, isn't he?
Yeah, I fucking love him, man. I played him.
He's one of those guys that I don't really talk to him that much, but I always kind of catch his eye, and
he's got this cheeky smirk on his face.
Little smirk.
Yeah, I love him, man.
One of those guys that pops up, and you're not necessarily chatting with him that often, but he's just always there. He's sort of omnipresent.
Yeah, I played cash with him yesterday, and he bluffed me on the river, and I called, and he gave me this little smirk and we played heads up in that heads up tournament last year here. Me and him played a round. I think it was my third or fourth round. I played him heads up, and it was a very fun match. He was the person I was looking forward to playing the most when I got sat with somebody. We had a fun little back and forth. I got him in the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a character for sure.
Great guy, yeah. So what's his affiliation with Pokercode? Do we know?
I think he's something like event coordinator, something like that. He's set up a lot of this festival. Has been his doing. He set up all that kind of area out there with the recreation and stuff like that. He organises the events. I think he organises some sit and goes and stuff like that as well. So yeah, I think he's just involved quite heavily with the organisation. And he's also a good player as well.
Yeah, he is.
He's actually solid.
Yeah, he's pretty decent. He goes after pots. He's not one to shy away.
I've met a lot of players here. I've met this other guy as well. I think his name was Christoph from Norway. Very, very fun guy. We battled a lot, and he was giving me some nice compliments the last couple of days. Every time I bash into him, he likes to have a chat because we played some very, very fun hands together. And he's just clearly a recreational, and he's really enjoyed playing the game.
Kate there just electing to show her cards every time to some of the best in the world at the showdown.
Why not?
Yeah, just sort of as if
there you go.
You're not at a disadvantage already. Just kind of this is what I had. I had it. Yeah. Yeah,
just in case.
Yeah.
But she's hanging on in there. I think what's she got? She got probably around. She must have less than a starting stat now. She's not won a pot for a while, is she? Probably sitting on around 250, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think she's sort of been clipped back a little bit. She did flop the nuts a few times
That's true.
and win some medium-sized pots, but yeah, certainly been up against it in terms of the lineup. But she's having a smile and a laugh, and it's good to see that
That's all that matters.
she is enjoying herself. So ace king off in the hijack. Let's pop it up, shall we?
There we go. What are we up now? At
270K.
8k big blind, 10k big blind. So she's down to 27 bigs.
Yeah, structure already getting a little bit on the quick
Goes
side.
for the 4x.
Oh yes.
Yeah. See, this is something that the guys that a good player is just going to understand that this is the strong.
This
hand.
is very
exactly
value.
what it looks like.
Yeah, it's usually a high ace-x type holding.
It's
isn't
very.
it?
It's unlikely to be like aces or kings because those hands are not so worried. It's like an early protection bet,
Yeah.
Like they're using the bigger size because they want to get heads up against a semi-tight range where they feel a bit more confident playing.
Hang on, what's Mario up to? Is he just joking around?
He's time wasting is what he's up to.
Yeah.
Hardly even a defend versus a min raise.
Yeah, I think it's on the cusp versus the 20k, but let alone the 40k versus the recreational, which, yeah, like you say, it's going to be hands like 10s, 9s, maybe jacks, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, the odd ace 10 suited, and just the occasional random spew that, sometimes you see.
Yeah.
7 deuce off or something just to show everyone.
Don't know if anyone's interested in Formula 1, but Bottas first
Bottas
again.
leading the sprint.
Yeah, but he has to start from the back because of taking a new engine. So Verstappen effectively on pole, which is a bit of a shock because Hamilton should have been right up there. Second, started right behind Bottas. But
He's still in 5th, is he?
he's in 5th, yeah. Verstappen second, Ricciardo, Norris. Ricciardo beating Norris, which is interesting.
That doesn't happen too often.
Doesn't happen. He's turned it around.
Anyway,
Back to the poker.
So Ryan is back and in seat 8 now.
Nice. Position on the fish.
And the lineup as strong as ever. We're still unsure about this seat 7 character Vote, what he's up to, but hasn't really got the chance to play a hand so far. But it's going to be the second 5k bullet for Reiner, who's opening up the pocket 4s, back in with 50 big blinds. Seems pretty standard here. Under the gun 7, I think under the gun 9 you could fold a hand like pocket 4s.
Yeah.
And just open like your 6s plus, but 7-handed I think certainly a candidate to hop in there with.
Yeah, exactly. It's just about makes it in there.
Yeah.
I think he's probably still going to folding deuces and threes now. He's against a stronger big blind as well.
Yeah.
Well, I assume that this other character knows everybody else.
Yeah, when I did have a look at the table, I was seeing if we could grab Fedor for a quick interview on behalf of Banco Casino and Spade Poker TV. But obviously you're not really going to be able to pull someone out of a 5k and just start firing questions at them. It's it's no small amount of money even for someone that is of his caliber. It's something that's worth focusing on. So Mario defending the small blind with the 6-5 suited here. Would you say that's standard versus EP?
Yeah.
I know it's something that gets
stack depth,
it's in the outputs, isn't it?
Yeah, these suited connector hands are pretty
Pretty
strong hands at the kind of 50 big blind plus mark.
Yeah, when I watch BBZ, he sort of finds some stuff like King 7 suited as well that play well versus the big blind overcall and things like that.
Exactly, just make strong draws, make one or two good top pairs. The 5-6 obviously being very connected just makes a lot of very strong draws. Yeah. Just being deep enough is important that you can continue, because a lot of the time you're going to flop things like a gut shot with a backdoor flash draw, and so you need to be deep enough to continue to be able to play turns. When you start pitting them at 30 bigs, that's when you're getting into trouble. I think that's something maybe a mistake people make, is
for sure. Yeah,
these low cards just go way down in value at shorter stack debts because you just can't continue on the streets enough.
Yeah, and your stack off threshold is lower, so you end up getting yourself into some pretty
with the second pairs and stuff like that.
Pretty tricky situations versus a high pair heavy range from under the gun.
Exactly.
But anyway, back to the action.
Kate thinking about it.
Yeah.
10-8 off. She's like, do you know what? Well, enough of this.
She was tempted, but no.
Yeah, the graphics are back now. Sorry about that, but
yeah, that's right. We got any comments? Anyone in the chat? Anyone?
Not so much interaction at the moment. Bowie in the chat gives us the oi oi.
All right, Andy. How you doing, fella?
Mate.
Mario on the button with king 6 off into Reiner's big blind.
Is it possible to come to casino and take a photo and autograph from Fedor and Mario? Yes, it is.
I believe so.
Yeah, Fedor seems very... I've seen him taking photos a couple of times.
Seen him at the
like
cash
a very,
desk.
very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, so I think you'll have no problem.
In fact, I was laughing because a guy called, well, I won't say his name, but there's a guy from Ukraine or Russia, and anyway, I play quite a lot of PLO with him, and he must be in his 50s, and he sort of went up to Fedor and was just like, Fedor, please, one time in my life, just photo, and Fedor was like, yeah, I'm just cashing out, I'll be with you in 2 seconds, so, you know, it's good to see that.
Yeah.
It's good to see that's all part of it.
A big spearhead in the poker community.
Absolutely.
Universally known. And he does just genuinely seem like a very nice, friendly, well-meaning guy with a good heart. Wants good for the world, good for the people around him. Wants to do something positive.
Yeah.
You know, like he clearly doesn't need any money, whatever he's making from Pokercode. I'm sure I'm 100% sure he had more than enough from poker on its own, plus staking people, being part of the German crew, plus don't forget about Primed Mind.
Yep.
You know, like all these things. He obviously doesn't need the money. He's really doing it because it's a passion project. Like he's effectively a retired professional and probably one up there in the people who have ever won the most money in poker, I would say.
For sure.
In terms of profit.
Yeah, along the likes of the Bonimos and the Adamos of the world that just seem to win everything. So Mospec checking back the ace-king deuce here, which would usually be a range bet. I guess with the button he's going to have a slightly wider range, and it kind of looks like what it is when he checks back, right? There's a lot of this kind of king X that doesn't really achieve anything by betting, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's, and the small blind is just going to have a lot of like hands that are nowhere near this board.
Yeah.
8-9 suited, pocket threes, stuff like that. So he just really doesn't gain very much from betting.
He almost wants them to catch up and turn a worse pair on the turn so that he can potentially gain some value from his hand. But
I can see him betting potentially a stronger king like King Queen that gets a bit of value off some worse kings.
Yeah.
But just no real need to bet that one.
Yeah. And a spot there where Vote, who, you know, once he does get to the river, he can't really represent that much, so did turn a flush draw as well, but again, electing to check it over because the check back on the board like that is going to be somewhat showdown heavy, I'd imagine. I think most of Mario's airballs there on the flop are kind of more inclined to bet on a board that favours you so much.
Absolutely. You should be suspicious when people miss opportunity that would have been very easy for them to bluff had they had a bluff. Yeah. Often just like checking back flops is showdown value, basically.
Absolutely.
Good commentary, guys. Well, thank you. We're trying.
Who's that?
That was Lafrost23.
Lafrost23. No, I don't recognise the name, but I appreciate the sentiment. Who's commentating? Yeah, we've got the Nightbot with the comms there for you. Stefan, CEO of Mastermind, which is a company from Germany.
What do they do? Did you know? Did you find out?
No, I didn't actually. It was on the German LinkedIn when I had a look. So unfortunately, hadn't been since about year 8. Meine Schildkröte ist langweilig, richtig oder falsch?
Yeah.
Meine Karotten ist orangen. Richtig oder falsch. That was the game.
Wissenschaften. That's what I remember.
Was ist das? Anyway.
Simon Rono is Igor Karkarov. Yes, sir.
That's it.
We know that.
We know that, yeah.
Thanks for
Winner of
didn't know that.
multiple online comps.
Yeah, he's a coach for Pokercode as well. So, in case any of you guys don't know him, that is the guy with the nice beard in seat 3.
Yeah, I wonder if Andy knows about this this Vote character in sort of seat 6.
Yeah, any info, Andy?
Any info on him?
We don't really know much. He's got 500k Hendon Mob.
Yeah.
Seems to have had some deep runs. Got 3rd in a 1k.
He's from Denmark, which
Barcelona.
usually means he's got somewhat of an idea.
Yep.
He might be one of Simon's friends.
I met a few Danes in my time. When I was doing one of my ski seasons in Japan, there was this course that it was basically catered to Danish people getting into ski instructing, and so there was a group of like 20 or 30 Danes that worked for the ski school, and they were all just very real down to earth, smart, mellow, just really intelligent guys, and very interesting to be around. Every single one of them.
Yeah, I know. I think that they've got the Danish kind of community as a whole has got a good approach to life.
All the Scandinavian countries, mostly I think. I mean,
just well run.
Sweden a bit more on the like edges, but
yeah,
testing things. But yeah, they seem to be doing it right over there and very happy and.
Absolutely. Always at the top of the happiness index standing. So what we've got here.
Nice glasses.
Kate going for the large size with her top pair, which you like to see. Or the larger size, I should say.
Larger. Yep.
So someone else has opened here, and then Kate's donk led the flop, or?
No, Rain is in the small blind.
Yeah, but he's
but
called, it says.
he's
Yeah,
got
well, I think we must have missed.
No, it could just be.
No, but on the pre-flop graphic it said that he'd called the 17.
So somebody else must have opened.
Somebody's opened, yeah. Sorry for missing that one. But
And then she's led. Yeah, so I would like this size as a C-bet in a heads-up pot, but we want to have some leads on this board for the big blind, but I don't think it's going to be for a big size. But I mean, it gets the job done. She's obviously she's got the right idea, going for protection. Hand's very vulnerable, likely to have the best hand. Has some good backdoors. Bowie was paying attention. She led into cut off and button as well, so it's a four-way pot.
It's a four-way pot, and she's just kind of
generally in multi-way pots you don't want to be using bigger sizes because you just always have less of the equity share, because there are more people in the pot, there's more hands in the pot, each person has a percentage of the equity in the hand. So in heads up,
it's not like she can happily value bet the turn when, like, the cutoff calls, for example. She's kind of in a bit of a tricky spot there because he's got two players behind him.
In a heads up pot, you can obviously flop somewhere, you know, you could flop up to 100% of the equity in the hand, or I mean, you still can in a multi-way pot, but it's much less common that you have a big equity advantage on the flop. So yeah, you generally just use smaller sizes all around.
So Devote here in the cutoff with the 10-8 off. Looking at the lineup he's up against, I'd probably just let it go. But
yeah, I'm folding that for sure. It's a
10-9 off, maybe you could.
Yeah, 10-9 off is, again, it's like on the borderline as well. It's one of those ones against very good players that you might end up mixing.
Yeah.
But yeah, with a recreational player in the big blind and on the button, you could get away with the open here. But I think
not in this one.
Yeah, not in this one with a very good regular.
I'm guessing that Simon must think that this guy's somewhat of a recreational, making such a wide defend.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't know him.
Yeah.
This is like on the bottom end, 6 deuce is a clear fold, 6-3 is like probably a mix, and he's just going to flick it in against a player he deems to be weaker.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not an amazing defend at all.
No. I would usually set the bar at 6-4, but
yeah, and it's just going to be a check fold here. I think his backdoors are a bit too tenuous to consider check raising.
Yeah.
He might check raise something like 5-6 with a heart, or more likely to be something like 8-9 or something.
Wrapped
like
around
that.
the 7 or something like that.
Yeah, around one of the cards a bit more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jack just also posting in our group chat on WhatsApp, a £3 flight from Luton to Vienna.
Yeah, no excuse
2 hour direct
for
flight.
not getting over here.
Yeah, it is with the devil of all airlines, Wizz Air, but
God, Wizz Air.
God, I've had an experience with Wizz Air.
Well, they're just chances,
I got to the gate
aren't they?
and they tried, after getting through all the security and stuff like that with my hand luggage, and which was the only bag I had with me, and then them telling me at the gate they had this tiny little bin. They were like, "Oh, well, if your bag can't fit in there, you got to pay us 50 quid or whatever."
Classic.
So I just opened my bag and put on like 4 jumpers and 2 pairs of trousers.
I will spite the system that you put before me.
Yeah, I wasn't having it.
Yep, good.
Ace Queen for Simon in the small blind against under the gun +1. I think he's probably going to elect a free bet here this deep. 6k, 12k. No. He just goes for the call, which again, yeah, I think it's fine. He's going to be mixing this one a decent amount of this kind of stat depth, just for the same reasons as some of the other hands. You know, like facing a 4-bet is not ideal at all. This kind of stat depth.
How do you feel about Mario's open just because of the recreational and the button and the big blind?
Yeah, seven-handed. I think it makes it in there just about.
Mhm.
It'll be the bottom of his range. He's clearly folding Jack 9. Simon as well wants to just keep in some of those dominated hands. That Mario's obviously going to be opening a bunch of suited ace-x and some suited queen-x and all the king-queen off, queen-jack off. So yeah, just keeping some of that dominated stuff in there is nice as well. I imagine he's 3-betting the suited variants every time. Check, check on the flop. Again, we see Mario checking back that second pair type hand. Often, I think people get a little bit confused facing a check in game when actually it's often just what it looks like, which is like the second pair, under pair type hands that are just happy to get to showdown.
Yeah, but don't really want to bloat the pot.
Yeah.
Just not really incentivized to bet, not really.
Yeah, especially on the 2 high card, 1 very low card boards versus the small blind specifically, because the small blind's range is going to be very heavy to like weaker pocket pairs, and then hands like 5-6, 6-7, 7-8 suited, 10-9 suited,
A lot of Broadway as well.
Yeah, just the board being so distinct in towards one section of people's range that the small blind doesn't really interact with that much. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be betting, even with a hand as strong as Jack 10 with a spade. And now, yeah, it's just going to be going for a value bet on the river here, facing 3 checks. I like the size up.
It's difficult for Simon to ever have a stronger hand in the triple check line.
Yeah, he's still going to have some weak 10x, sometimes 10-9 suited, and he's mostly just going to have all of those like pocket 4s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s, some like 6-7 suited, sometimes ace-5 suited, something like that. So Mario just targeting those, and I don't think Mario's going to have very many bluffs that want to just go for a block size on the flush completer, so betting big makes sense.
Yeah. Just targeting what, 7s, 8s, maybe an ace-6 suited, ace-5 probably plays this way. Sometimes 3 bets pre.
Yeah.
Sometimes
so
calls.
Just trying to get calls from those weak pocket pairs.
10-9
and a river 6. Yeah. Does get it through.
Was a bit of a reluctant fold.
Yeah, I don't really know why it's a reluctant fold. It seems kind of obvious to me. You just don't have a good hand to call with.
Going for a bit of fighting talk afterwards, saying you're just never bluffing there, are you, mate?
You want to play heads up, you fish?
Come on then.
You're shit, you are.
Read it like a book, mate. Most 10x bet I've ever seen in
Folded
my
ace
life.
high, like it was nothing.
Got your number, mate.
Bowie's got all the fans, hasn't he, on Twitch? Twitch legend of the Twitch chat.
Oh, what have they
Bowie.
said? Is that Andy Wilson?
Yes, of course. No, it's Helena, isn't it? Helena May.
Helena May.
Yeah, Helena.
Helena.
Helena,
What,
I
the
would say Helena,
Charlie
but-
Corral's prodigy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Ahoy there. Slovakian for hello or goodbye.
Ahoy.
Yeah, which is kind of weird to say, isn't it? You wouldn't say ahoy when you
Feel
leave
a bit
someone.
like a pirate.
Yeah. Ahoy! Yar, yarties.
It's an interesting language. Slovakian. I obviously picked up a tiny bit since being around here.
Yeah, the numbers.
You've done a bit better than me. The numbers are fun.
Quite helpful.
Bednast.
Yeah, bednast or
15
sto,
Stiddy.
€1 stiddy.
Stiddy.
Number 4. So vote opening and up, and I guess we're going to see somewhere about a 20% size. Yep.
+1 versus big blind. Yeah, it's not really any big sizes on the monotone boards. Goes for a check, which I think is okay.
It's all right as well.
Yeah. If he was going to have offsuit hands, it's probably better to use lower ones that block some of Fedor's hands, like King of Hearts something or Queen of Hearts something. But at the moment, he's only blocking like King Queen with the King of Hearts or whatever, which Fedor's maybe going to 3-bet sometimes pre.
Yep.
I'll guess from the big blind it's he's probably going to actually defend those most of the time, so could potentially still see bet here. Check. Drop pot. Fedor going to lead a decent amount of his flushes on the turn.
Could still have some, right?
He can
like
still have some, but obviously
sixes with the 6 of hearts. Doesn't really want to bet like a hand like 6-5 off with the 5 of hearts.
Yeah, but the thing is that Voigt is going to have very little in the way of flushes in this line when he just check. Like his best hand is going to be like a similar hand, sixes with the 6 of hearts, really. So
it'd be a funky spot to click it back to 1-2-5 here, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Don't really have much. He could rep like a king queen of hearts that way, you know, something that really has the board locked from the start.
It's just going to call for the chop.
Calls for the chop,
which is not a situation you ever want to put yourself into.
Yeah,
really.
not loving that. But
yeah, it's kind of a negative free roll. Well, not quite, but you know what I mean.
Especially when he's invested very little in the pot in the first place. Like, it's okay to just fold sometimes because.
And there is Matthias Eibinger in seat 3.
Hey, ahoy.
Another high stakes legend. Ahoy.
Fills out the table, makes a pretty interesting lineup. Then we got 4 kind of very elite, 4 or 5 very elite players.
2 recreationals and then Voigt, who
somewhere
we'd
in the
imagine
middle.
is somewhat decent, but.
I mean, he's got a kind of head knob very similar to one of ours.
Just the way he's composing himself at the table is he's sort of studying his opponents quite a lot and not really saying much.
Probably a little bit nervous.
He does look a bit nervous, yeah. Might be just because of the level that you're up against, but
it's hard to feel super confident when you're sitting down.
It is, yeah. Like, you know, sort of in the back of your mind, can I really swing it with this lineup? And, you know, the answer is probably no, but at least
I've got to have a go.
If you've got 5k to put up and you fancy a seat, then, you know, you can join.
How many people entered this event? Yeah, just everybody that you see so far.
Yeah, Reiner's
in for 2 bullets, so they're up to 45k in the prize pool. Probably still 2 places paid.
And aside from this, we also have the main event, which has day 3 and the final table coming up tomorrow. Going to be commentating on that one for you, so come back then.
In the money now, I think. Probably just got in there recently.
Yeah. We saw Stefan Sontheimer earlier manage to double up with the ace-king on the bubble, so he's another potential candidate, as well as I saw there's Max Siltz who plays high stakes cash on GG. There's a few other guys in the field that may pop over for this, but I don't know where the other table's going to be actually, because I think they're only expecting 4 or 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And by the looks of it, we're we're in for a full table, and there could be a few more people dropping by. 50 big blind buy-in at the moment.
Yeah, so probably not going to get a huge amount of people entering.
I wouldn't expect many more, no.
In the next few hours.
But if you're late regging a 5k, you've got to be either
a very beastie player.
Very beastie player or
extremely recreational.
Yeah, exactly. Would love just to see a random guy from Slovakia just sort of come in with, exactly, and just
Joseph
sort of shove it first hand and leave, Alright, good game.
Full of anger and rage.
Yeah, that Joseph guy, he is somewhat of a character. Yeah. So
doesn't look like he should be a character. He looks like he should be very reserved and middle-aged. But he's just
just always got something to say.
Usually aggressively.
Yeah.
What have we got here? Check. Oh, check bet call.
And
yeah, seems pretty standard so far. Check on the turn, I imagine. Oh, Mario goes for lead. This was the other option.
The flush completing card.
Flush completing, second card making trips. Very, very good for Mario's range. No heart in his hand, so he's potentially not going to be bluffing the river.
Yeah. So
probably going to continue the ones that have a heart in. This one's just targeting
snap folds.
Yeah, the snap folds that underpairs to the board, some of the ace high diamonds and stuff like that. Ace king with no heart.
Yeah. Maybe a hand like queen 7 suited and diamonds that has to fold now.
Yeah. And Simon gonna have a bunch of just strong hands on the river now. However, the ace of hearts is actually a relatively good one because a lot of his continues on the turn are going to be hands that have the ace of hearts in. But he's still just going to be left with like queen jack with a heart, kings with a heart, queens with a heart.
Yeah.
King 10 off, queen 10 off.
I'll take this
line.
Yeah,
so hard for Mario to bluff this one, and not having. It's difficult to know what Mario would bluff on the river here, but I imagine he's going to be heavy in terms of like check raise bluffs rather than just bet bluffs. He's probably going to want to get Simon to value bet some some semi-weak flushes and stuff,
Yeah.
and then get those to fold instead of just bluffing into an uncapped range.
Mm-hmm.
Simon can still have all his boats as well. He can just have like everything from pocket eights to ace 10, aces. So a very, very good river for his range overall.
And now Simon electing to turn his hand into a bluff as
yeah,
well.
He actually ends up being pretty low down in his range. He can get a 10 to fold.
Yeah.
He can potentially get some weak straights to fold. I mean, even king queen's in a pretty weird spot. Yeah, 9-7 with no heart. And just targeting like the 10x. There's going to be some chops in there as well. So yeah, I think I quite like that. He is low down, considering all the strong hands he's going to have rivered, having up to a boat, having a bunch of flushes, having straights. The one pair hands are about as bad as it gets because he's going to fold everything that's worse on the turn as well.
Absolutely.
Inhumenko. Let me win a couple more bounties in this bounty tournament and I'll hop in. Yes, that's the spirit.
That is the spirit. You might need to win every bounty in the tournament.
And the tournament.
And then get a whip around from the fellas. But
Simon close to having a bluff, says Bowie. Yeah, we found it. You found it. Great material for future coachings. Yeah, I think that was probably part of the incentive behind streaming this, is that they're just going to get hours of
footage,
content.
They've got a great team here that does the production. We have now an array of final tables to commentate over the next couple of months.
Yeah, not only
Banco
that,
Casino.
but 5 of the players in the tournament will be able to give their thoughts on every hand that they played. You know, a lot of the time you can review a table like this where you played, but you don't ever get to speak to any of the people you played against, whereas here they've got like 70% of the table covered.
Yep. Playing at the highest level. So Devoit deciding to devote. I was going to say Devoit. I think that was probably Voit. No, just Voit, not Devoit.
Voit. Oh yeah.
Just Voit.
Voit.
Anyway.
Vote. I don't know.
Voity decides to defend the BB with the 9-4 off.
Yeah, a bit wide.
Yeah.
Very wide, to be honest.
Yeah. That is rather out of line versus Stefan, who's also been out of line. And nice little close up there.
Yeah, not the hand we want to be defending with, really. It's okay to fold your big blind, guys. I know you're supposed to defend a lot, but you have to defend everything. That's literally everything.
Yeah, that is literally any 2 cards. Ooh, Kate picks up ace-queen suited under the gun. Certainly a hand that's going to be opened and a sight for sore eyes after she hasn't really had that much to work with over the last half an hour to an hour or so.
Yeah, she's been in there. She'll be
fiddling around with the chips. It's not going to be another 4x, is it?
It's a large one.
Yeah, it does look like a bit of a pre-flop bomb, which kind of
like
freezes
a
out.
36er, so I think it's a 3x.
Yeah. Okay, so ace-king was
It's a bit more
4x,
reasonable.
ace-queen was 3x.
Seeing the pattern here.
Yeah, seeing some sort of strength
Index.
pattern developing, yeah.
Going to be a fold for everybody so far.
The only issue is that when you are, going over 2.5x or so, that you're just kind of freezing out the bluffs, the 3-bet bluffs from your opponents.
And
really,
a lot of the EV in hands like this, or just hands in general when you're the opener, is the big blind defending, playing in position against a wide weak range.
Yep.
That is where a bunch of your EV comes from. So the more you price out some of the big blind's weaker hands, the less money you're making. You just want them to flick it in with, as you see, Vote defending last time with 9-4 off versus a min-range. You want people to flick it in with as wide a range as possible, especially when you've got a hand as strong as ace-queen suited. Like you just have an absolute monster.
Yeah, and I don't think Ryan is going to go anywhere either. Do you think he's going to overcall here with the Jack-7 suited?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, it's a 3x though, isn't it?
What do you mean the 3x?
It was sorry, the overcall with the Jack-7 suited. I was thinking,
yeah, that's what I mean. It's not
it's not
an instant defend, is it? You're going to get into a lot of precarious spots.
But yeah, still, just the suited connected stuff is going to be in there. I I couldn't even see him folding like 7-4 suited for this in this spot, to be honest.
And as soon as they see the ace high board, it's going to be over.
Yeah,
that's going to smash Kate, isn't it, really?
And again, this is one of those spots with the 6-5 suited in the small blind. We just want to be folding pre-flop. Like, we're just not deep enough, especially when she sizes up the open. We go, although we have, 33, 34 bigs, when you're facing a 3x open, you're effectively cutting your stack down a bit because the SPR is just getting reduced instantly.
Nothing about that size from under the gun in this kind of lineup screams weakness, does it?
And you can also generally assume that people who are not opening consistent sizes post-flop, pre-flop, and have like a size up for their stronger hands, are also going to be betting bigger post-flop sometimes. So that just, again, like handicaps you some more. You can flop something like, let's say you have the 6-5 suited, you can get like the 10-3 deuce flop with the backdoor flush draw, and then suddenly she just bets pot on the flop, and now you can't even continue against just one bet. So the value of those hands goes way, way down. Jack confirmed he's going to come to Bratislava.
Jack's confirmed, is he?
He said, yeah, he's just going to...
Well, there you go. We've got meet and greet with online tournament end boss JBH Infinity coming your way.
Yeah, Jack Hardcastle, for those of you who don't know his online username. Bit of a beast. Just absolutely crushing it.
Yep. Lots of great results from our friends at the moment. Oh, it's Saturday, isn't it? So, Andy, when is your day 2?
Oh, we got W-Coop.
W-Coop day 2 with 2K and with Proud Flop as well in there, and they've got a little 10% swap. I think that must be a little bit later on then.
Very nice. Yeah, that will be about 6 o'clock or something probably. We've got pocket 4s. +2 off this kind of stat depth again. Like it's getting a little bit ropey.
Yeah.
At this kind of stat depth, out of position to very good players. I think it's okay though. We're in there.
And do you think Kate's going to find a squeeze jam here? She's got what, 28, 25 bigs or so?
No, what is it? We're on 12k, so she's got a bit more.
Yeah.
She's on about 40 bigs almost. 35.
35, sorry, yeah. Oh, she has 3 bets.
She goes for the squeeze.
Really small.
It's a very small size. Yeah.
It's not really going to achieve that much.
No. Yeah, Rayner's peel versus the open. Again, he's like in a similar-ish spot than the previous hand. They're a little bit deeper and his hand is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, he wasn't facing a 3x though.
He wasn't facing a 3x either, and he's obviously a bit more skilled post-flop.
Yeah.
But yeah, facing this action and this price now, he definitely can't fold.
Yeah, son of a side flick in, and another great board for Kate.
Great board for Kate, yeah, nothing to worry about for her really.
She's going to bet small probably and take it down.
Yeah, she probably should be coming in for something around the 55k mark again. She goes for the 100, kind of 60%er. Little bit of extra pressure on those hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack. She does have a backdoor flush draw as well, so yeah, she should be pretty happy with this board. Yeah, not sure what we're tanking about here, mate. In the muck.
Yep.
Rayner probably just going to fold as well on such a strong board for the 3-better. His backdoors are just not strong enough. Again, like this is what we were saying about these kind of hands at this kind of stat depth, is you so often flop really mediocre equity that needs to be deep stacked. These hands are good in cash games because you're very deep. You can play turns and rivers. You can raise turns as bluffs. You can raise rivers as bluffs.
You turn a 7, you turn an 8, you turn a club, you can stack ace queen and something like that.
In tournament setting, the value is they're heavily devalued. Tournaments are really just about high cards in most spots.
So Mario with the chip lead at the moment, 810k, and as you can see there, Simon has also chipped himself up. Why is the cumulative winnings the lowest for Mario, who's the chip leader? That's a bit of a weird graphic. We'll get back to you on that one. So Ibinger in there with the 500k.
Flicking it in, 45 bigs. Why not?
In the Pokercode hoodie as well. Hopefully not the same one he's been wearing all week. You never know.
You never know.
So Reiner with the 7-6 suited now. Didn't have much luck with the 8-7, but it's
obviously a different spot this time.
Yeah.
First in.
Yeah, RFI, lovely hand to pick up. Kate again with an ace-X. That's 2 out of 2 she's flopped top top pair on the last couple. Is she going to find a 3-bet here or just call? Likes to just call.
And Simon with ace king in the big blind. Nice spot, nice life. Definitely going to be putting the squeeze on. He's about 30 big blinds effective with Rainer, so I think he would just make it something around 100-ish thousand here, 110.
Yeah.
He can't go too big because then it's clear that he's committed against Rainer's stack. Like if he makes it like 140k, he's obviously just never have a folding. That's the size they're going to want versus a deeper stat. But yeah, shove is nice as well. Quite deep. It's a lot of big blinds, and I think his range is going to be very narrow to do this. Like it's a pretty standard to shove like 30, 35, 40 bigs in this spot, but once you start going over that 45, 50, you're really getting into like 9s, 10s plus ace king kind of range. So could be a little bit too easy for both of them to play against, and potentially killing your action a little bit.
Yeah. What sort of bluffs do you think he's got for that size as well?
That's the thing.
Just an ace-5 suited, just gets rammed in.
What's he going to jam that's a weak hand there for 45 bigs?
Yeah. And he's obviously humouring Kate, who said
I guess he could go a bit
10.
wider actually, because he's only really 30 effective with Rainer, so he's okay to get in like all of his pairs. And if he assumes that Kate is never trapping, then
I don't think she'd have any
wider.
reason to. Yeah, she's going to have quite a capped range, so I guess he's just thinking 30 effective.
Yeah, but she might have the odd pocket 8s. Something like
occasionally.
that. Yeah. But
Do you think
it's very rare.
Do you think she'd call it off with the 8s there?
Yeah.
Probably.
You kind of have to.
Yeah. Expecting to see a lot of 5s, 6s, and 7s as well. To be fair.
Yeah, and she just has to defend some small amount of the time. And if 8s is the best hand she's ever going to have, then she has to call with it.
And Voigt, who's not had the best of it so far, but manages to pick up the aces.
Yeah, a couple of slightly wide spots taken so far for him, but this one is pretty about as in line as they get. Cash game? Not cash game. Tournament. Did Kate qualify via Saturday? No, she didn't. Only 7 players. Yes, only 7. 8 players, I think. We're at 8 now. But yeah, just a small one at the moment. It is a 5k, so weren't expecting an enormous turnout. His 10 off seems right on the line. Yeah, it's very close, isn't it? Ooh, cooler alert.
Oh, I've been going with the ace-king suited, and he's going to be
Busto first
almost
hand,
getting sent back to the cash desk here, yeah.
Is it first hand?
Yeah, it would be the first hand.
First
his
VPIP anyway.
VPIP, yeah, but he is covering Voigt.
You just absolutely love to see this when you've entered a 5k and you probably haven't played live for a little while, and you get aces and somebody just piles it in there against you when you've opened and got 2 callers. Like, this is literally as good as spots get in Hold'em.
Yeah.
Just
interesting decision now with 2 players behind. Does he just go for the jam, or does he call here? Does he really want to induce a 4-way pot because he knows that Kate's not going to fall behind, and then he does just call? Yeah,
he does just call. I think it's a nice play. The SPR is going to be such, no matter what happens from now on, he's just all in on the flop.
Yep.
So he really doesn't have any decision at any point in the hand, unless he's just never ever going to be folding. So I quite like the trap. Like if somebody comes in with 8s and flops a set, then whatever. So be it. Nice hand.
Yeah, exactly. And he maximises a bit more value from his hand pre-flop because he knows that Kate is sort of not really folding these spots multi-way that often.
Oftentimes what will happen is he'll go 3 ways against either 2 hands that have 2 outs, or 1 hand that's drawing completely dead and another hand that has 2 outs, or sometimes 2 hands that are both just drawing to a pair, and then you're just giving yourself more opportunity. This is like obviously one of the slightly worse situations where
he's got ace king and then he doesn't stack ace king pre type thing.
He's got ace king and he doesn't stack ace king, or somebody is obviously like out flops you, and the queen board is one of the worst ones. Queen jack is going to be one of the worst ones because especially Kate's range is going to be pretty heavy with some like ace queen jack suited, king queen suited, queen 10 suited type stuff. But you just can't really care about that. You're just stacking off all day long. This lineup looks scary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a great lineup at all, but we are playing a €5,000 tournament in Bratislava during a Pokercode Festival, so
Lockdown.
yeah, we're not really expecting it to be soft. We haven't really got anyone outside of the Pokercode franchise apart from Voigt here. Playing. Oh, Kate coming along with the deuces there. That's not going to be
Very ropey.
Yeah.
So what's happened on the flop then?
I think Eibinger's blocked 50k.
Yeah, so he's got quite a nice hand to bluff with actually. He's blocking. He's got a really very nice bluff, unblocking spades. Not that blocking spades would be super bad because obviously he's ahead of all flush draws anyway. But
yeah,
he most importantly is just blocking the very strong queen X, which are the ones that are likely to be in this hand. He's blocking aces and kings traps, and he's just blocking king queen suited, ace queen suited, which are really the ones that he should be most worried about. So. But then when they both continue to flop, there's nothing he can do. Can't bluff against two people. Heads up, he could potentially consider bluffing because if one person continues, they're going to have a lot of like 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s. But it's very difficult to just give them both that range and then blast off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's calling for the deuces to bluff it off. Dream on.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen.
Showdown value.
Yeah. And ace of spades for Voigt, but do you think he's going to find a shove here multi-way? Probably just checks, does he?
What are we at? 480k in the pot, 240k half pot SPR with the ace of spades. I think he probably just goes in.
Just goes in?
Yeah, just having the ace of spades with the jack of spades being on the river just leaves both of them basically no flushes. It's king 10 only. So yeah, I think it just goes in here. Jacks is obviously a worry.
Targeting calls
he's just
from
trying to get a call from ace jack kings.
Can Eibinger ever still have kings? No, that probably.
Yeah, he can still have kings. I think he can still have
kings.
Kings. Yeah.
And ace jack, maybe.
Ace jack is potential. Yeah, I don't hate the check. I think with the ace of spades, we should probably just go for it though, because there's the chance that Kate just calls off with a hand that she shouldn't. That would be my main incentive for jamming.
Maybe, yeah, but she's also probably got like 5-6 of spades and like all of those type of hands.
Yeah, but we're just check calling against those anyway, so we just give her a chance to stack off with something other than that.
Yeah.
By jamming.
Or
and
just
I think
to sort of make a mistake and call it off with like 10s with the spade or whatever.
Exactly, and we can just assume that Matthias never has a better hand. Eibinger running good not to get stacked here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, does a queen ever check the turn? No, so we can be very happy that she doesn't really have queen X, and we always have her beat. Unless she's river to flush, and like I say, we're just getting stacked by a flush with a half SPR anyway, so I don't think she's going to have anything to bluff with. So yeah, for me, I'm just jamming the river, and it's very, very thin. Of course, we're barely getting called, but I also think we're just basically never behind.
Yeah.
8, 9 of hearts or something. That would be one of the weird ones. 8, 9 of spades. I mean, you know what I mean.
Yep.
Yeah, nice not to get stacked there, ace king suited. He'll be happy to see that one back on the stream, and I'm sure Voigt will be a bit like,
missed the trick there, yeah.
Yeah.
Even the elite players always have it when they 3-bet the big blind.
Yeah, I'm not sure that squeeze was ever going to be really light. Sub 100k versus
especially when you've got a wreck in there that's just peeling everything as well.
With a wreck in there, yeah, exactly. Like it's just one of those spots where
quite value heavy.
We think, a good player's going to have bluffs here, but like we were saying earlier, you know, everyone thinks good players are going out of line and trying to come after you, but in reality, he's just got ace king suited.
Yep.
Who's commentating? You can do a !comms in the chat to find out. My name is Leo. I'm with George.
Hello there. We'll be bringing you the full length of this 5k event from the start, and looks like now we've got a full table. We're going to be here for well into the night, I'd imagine.
What are the payouts? We're not sure just yet, but I think it's going to be 2 players paid at the moment. Yeah,
I think it was 26k and 14 for second or something like that at the moment. Yeah, let's see.
It'll be 45k, won't it? Because Raina had a re-entry.
That's it. Yeah.
So yeah, probably somewhere around 27, 18, maybe a bit less. 28, 16, something like that. 28, 15. I don't know. 30, 15. Another optimistic defend. We are seeing a lot of over-defending in the big blind, which is with this kind of hand, a hand this week at this kind of stat depth, this is going to be very losing especially against an early position raise, but is what it is. We're in there. Check on the flop, and then we just decide to start blasting off on the king turn, which is a very good very good card for the opener's range. Once the flop goes check, he's just going to have a bunch of overpairs to the board, a bunch of like king queen, king jack, ace king, ace queen, and some flush draws, turn flush draws as well, because he's going to be opening a lot of suited combinations pre-flop. So yeah, not really sure why we're bluffing this one particularly. If we're going to do this, we want to be bluffing with a hand that blocks some king x, like you know, something like ace jack, ace 10, queen jack, jack 10, something like that, that just has two good blockers to some turn king x and also blocks some of the pocket pairs that might have checked back the flop. So the 10 is like not terrible, but the deuce is pretty tragic. But it does get it through this time. Got the heart there. Give it to him with the 10 of clubs. It's like a private table, or could anyone participate? Anyone, if you got 5k, come on down. Hard to say who is favourite. I'd say that Fedor is the strongest player at this table, followed by Matthias. Mario also very good though. I mean, all 5 of the regs that are playing here are very strong. Not much so far, just a little bit of interaction. Atta the Great in there. Hello, Atta. No folders. Not a folder. No, we're not a folder. Puka, a pro. I am going to take a wild stab at no. Phuket. Stefan. Yeah. I guess with no there. Getting hyped up now. We got some action in the chat. Love to see it. 160 viewers on here. Don't know how many people are watching on YouTube or on Poker News, but could be decent numbers. Is that a Hawaiian with broccoli on it?
Just
added broccoli. I want some protein.
Broccoli, spinach, bacon, one more. I can't remember what it was now. Where's the bacon? Bit of a nightmare, that.
What a concoction.
He does what he wants.
Open from Mario under the gun with the ace-9 suited. Call from Kate in the hijack, who's managed to flop pretty well for 8-9 offsuit. However, she is actually unfortunately crushed by Mario at the moment. Fedor, although we could be tricked into thinking that this flop is quite good for us, it's actually pretty terrible. So happily folding from him. Kate goes for the raise with the top pair and the 8-high flush draw. You should love to see that. Figuring that she's one of her options is live. Either she has the best hand at the moment, or she has a draw to the best hand. She'd be pretty unfortunate to be up against a hand like kings with a diamond or something like that, but those do exist. So probably just calling this one, but she has elected for the raise, and I think Mario's just going to be continuing with a call every time. Four on the turn, doesn't really change much, just reduces some of the combos of good hands for Kate, really. She obviously, some of her raises on the flop are going to be like 9s, 4s and 3s, so the 4 on the turn is actually quite a good card. For Mario, it's not really going to give Kate trips. Just kind of increases the strength of Mario's hand, gives him a bit of equity against the flush as well. All in for Kate on the turn. This is actually a very tough spot for Mario, and I imagine that he's just going to end up folding. Kate is really repping a very strong range. He might take some full houses out of her range now, just because he probably doesn't expect her to just shove the turn for like a pot size bet. No real like need for her to get so much protection, so it's going to look to him much more like a hand, like a vulnerable flush, something like Jack 10 of diamonds, which is what she's doing a pretty good job of repping. And it's going to be tough for him to call it off because he's really hoping to call it off against basically an airball with the ace of diamonds or the king of diamonds, something like king queen off of a diamond, ace of diamonds 10, something like that. Like, there aren't very many combos that are a bluff. He's probably not going to consider her having any offsuit 9x, maybe like king 9 off or something like that. But I can't imagine he's been watching the stream and seeing kind of how she's been playing. He's probably just seeing the showdowns, so she probably thinks that she's jamming the best hand and trying to get a call. But yeah, my prediction is that Mario's going to fold. Kate's going to win with the worst hand. Nice bluff. Yeah, not much you can do there really. Calling and seeing this hand would be like basically something you don't even expect, and you'd be very happy to see that. Yeah, she shows the 9 and he's like, ah, damn. Yeah, nice play from Kate. Manages to take the pot away from what was originally a pretty strong hand. The game is okay, but the commentary is great. You are too kind. We do appreciate that. Thank you very much. George and I are both very keen players ourselves. I myself play for a living, play tournaments, and George plays PLO. Mixture of cash games and tournaments. Does dabble in the 2-card game as well. But yeah, we're both kind of avid poker players, so just doing it because we enjoy it. Ace 3 offsuit for Kate. Probably just going to hit the muck, I imagine. Maybe not though. What do I know? She's opening. +2. A little bit reachy, but what we've come to expect from this tournament so far. I'm kind of tempted to just leave the commentary booth and go and register myself, to be honest. But started to our finish. We stream the final table of the main event, and if so, when it will be shown? Yes, that's going to be on tomorrow. They're playing down to the final table today. I think they're probably down to somewhere around 20 to 25 players at the moment. They just got through the bubble about an hour or so ago. So yeah, we will be back for that tomorrow. It's going to be a good one. Should be some very good players left in that as well. And the live final tables with a slightly bigger field are always a bit interesting. You do get a good mix of people that have made it there one way or another. So that's going to be a good one. Yeah, he's king in the big blind for Mario. He's just going to be trying to get it in here. It's a 16k big blind, so either a jam or just going to be 3-betting to call it off. I think we'll probably see a jam against Kate, I would imagine. 2.5x, he's potentially just going to give her a slightly stronger range, considering he's going to have seen her limp sometimes and have some of those smaller opens and some larger opens. I think he probably just goes for a jam. He's going for the 3-bet instead, not all in, which again is like a very standard option as well. And Kate's just going to be folding, I imagine. Yeah, he's just gone for the very kind of standard 3.2x out of position off this stat depth. He can't really go too much bigger without being clearly committed. So, and a good player is going to have some bluffs here as well. Although I think regs probably tend to bluff less versus recreational players because they realise, one, they just are going to fold less, and two, we're just going to have an advantage post flop a bit more. So we're happier just defending and kind of playing down the streets instead, reducing the variances a little bit. Because a lot of the hands that make good bluffs also just make reasonable continues, apart from some of the real weak kind of offsuit stuff. So yeah, takes it down. Tournament's going well for Mario so far. Everybody, I mean all of the regs here playing very, very well as expected. Not really seen anything crazy, seen a couple of very good folds from Reina. Yeah, other than that, nobody really getting out of line so far. Matthias managing to avoid the big cooler to bust, but that wasn't all his doing. That was actually mostly his opponent that saved him there. And if we open ace-3 off +2, you've got to assume we're opening ace-9 off +1. No, we go for the limp this time. We're tired of getting 3-bet, so we'll go for the limp. Fedor's just grooving, having a good time. 9s again for Mario in the small blind. He's been on the favourable end of card distribution as well. So it does have Kate pretty crushed. And I could see him going for an ISO here, probably something in the region of 60k. 60 to 70k. It looks even bigger, it looks maybe like 90. I know, 65, yeah. Interesting to see what Kate decides to do here. She might just realise that it's a big sizing. She has a weaker kind of offsuit hand. She just wanted to get a cheap flop, but she is going to continue. She decides to let it go in the end. I think it's a good decision. I mean, we don't necessarily want to be limping in the first place, but yeah, the out of position, kind of ISO out of the blinds versus a limper from a random position is also generally a very, very strong range. There's just no need for the small blind to ISO weak hands or the big blind. So you end up being against a pretty strong range there. No folders, yeah. Not much folding going on. It is a good action table. No shortage of pots being played. See what we got this time. Some big cooler. Come on, let's have a nice little 3-streeter. Queen 10 +1 for Simon. I imagine he's just going to be letting this one go with a strong lineup behind, but no. Again, like, people just really take in the kind of fringes of what's acceptable as opens. Yeah, Matthias comes along, flatting next with the King 10 suited. Could make it into a bluff range there sometimes, but he's very short. He's down to like 20 bigs, so it's somewhat difficult to construct a 3-bet bluff range off that stat depth. And this hand is going to be one that's probably just a bit too strong, especially if you assume that the opener is quite aggressive and is going to be taking some wider opens. Then we actually do crush some King 9, King 8 suited, 10 9 suited. You know, stuff like that. So obviously the Queen 10 off that we've got here, so flatting seems like a reasonable option. Fedor on the bottom with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Again, tricky spot for him. With Matthias flatting, he can have a trap a reasonable amount of the time. These positions off this stack depth, Matthias's range is not going to be weak. So Fedor in a very interesting spot, deciding whether he wants to squeeze here. Simon's range should also be quite strong opening under the gun, and yeah, he does elect to just flat. Which I think makes a lot of sense. We've got a very high equity hand that's just really interested in seeing flops. He's in position, and if Mario folds, he's got absolute position. So yeah, he's happy with this spot now. Reina with the 9 deuce off in the big blind, just going to be getting out of there. Puka gets in there in the hijack with the 3 deuce suited.
Low again.
Didn't see that, but in we go.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. We've got a 4-way pot brewing.
So I've just did an interview with Fedor.
Yeah?
It was actually a bit surreal, you know, but he's a very down-to-earth guy.
Yeah,
you know, eye contact,
yeah.
asks you how you are, like what you're doing. It's not all about him kind of thing. But yeah, I noticed that my hands were clamming a little bit towards the end, so I just went for the bump instead of the handshake.
Sloppy wet handshake. And he's like,
cheers, mate. But yeah, I don't get starstruck very often. But that was a bit weird because obviously, you know, coming into poker and it being a passion of mine over the years, and now sort of seeing someone face to face is very surreal, which has been another pull of the Pokercode Festival. You know,
Yeah,
like
a lot of big names.
just so many big names just kind of trotting around, like you know, just in the casino here for the poker. Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Little pokey casino in Slovakia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, guys, this is a record. This is the biggest tournament ever, biggest buy-in tournament ever hosted in Slovakia. So exciting stuff. I don't know what the previous record is, but I played a 2K here the other week, and I imagine that was second place.
That was the biggest. Yeah. So the winner of this so far, the payouts I've just seen, it's going to be 21, 14, and 8.5.
Okay, we're going for a three affair.
Yeah, for the 9 entries now, I believe.
Okay. Oh, we got another entrant.
Well, Reiner did 2, didn't he? And now we're 8 max, aren't we?
Yes. That's right. So flop, we got check to Fedor. Goes for the stab with the backdoors. Fedor does like these stabs in multi-way pots. This is a very interesting situation. Multi-way pots are make for some very interesting hands. So it's cool to watch, see how Fedor navigates his way through these hands. And Stefan with just the absolute complete suicide float, just floating like the backdoor free high straight flush draw out of position against one of the best players in the world. I mean, you gotta admire the heart. You really do gotta admire the heart. But with the hands, we could end up winning this hand. Yeah, let's see. I mean, you can't get to the river with 3 high and not bluff. So I imagine we're going to see a large bet here from Stefan, perhaps even a shove on the 4 straight, when Fedor's going to be very, very unlikely to have an 8 here. Like, there just aren't any hands he bets on the flop that have an 8 in them.
I can't wait to see what happens when Fedor folds and he shows the 3 deuce.
He doesn't bet pocket 8s on the flop. He's not going to bet 8-9. He's not going to have ace 8 pre-flop. He might have ace 8 suited, but yeah, I mean,
he just copied Fedor's bet. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just gone for the block.
Yeah.
20% pot. Oh man, what a spot.
Fedor, am I just going to click him back here? He's got absolutely none of this, has he? Does he fold? Maybe does he bet an ace for the size and then fold if I raise?
Interesting little live read there. It's a shame we can't go back, but
looking at the neck.
No, it was Stefan was looking straight ahead, and then Fedor looked at him, and I think Stefan noticed. And as soon as Fedor laid eyes on Stefan, his eyes moved over to the right, away from Fedor. And then as soon as Fedor stopped looking, his eyes moved straight back to the middle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sort of avoiding the gaze.
Like, oh, you're looking at me? Yeah. Okay, we're back.
Yep.
Gets it through. Just floats to show it.
Oh,
Stefan.
come on, you've got to show
it.
You're a rec player versus some of the best in the world. You've just floated him out of position with 3 high to bluff the river.
In a 4-way pot.
For 5th pot.
Fedor c-bet into 3 people. Wow. What a hand.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely love it. Love that hand. My nan would min-click this back.
Yeah, the full 110 binage.
That was nice. I enjoyed that hand. But yeah, interesting to see us betting the Queen Jack of Hearts there on the flop. I think that makes sense though. We're blocking like the Jack 10 continues, blocking Ace Queen, Ace Jack. Got nice backdoors. Unlikely to get check raised unless it's by a very strong hand.
Yep.
We don't really care about bet folding.
Nope.
So yeah, interesting one. Have to show it. Yeah, I know. What is up with that? I'm gonna go out and have a word with him.
Give me a little dressing down.
Excuse me. Come here.
Oi.
What do you think you're doing?
Show your bluffs, mate. He's
Quiggities.
He might have just been so excited that it got through.
Yeah.
Just like,
I'd just be like holding it in his face like this.
There you go.
Yeah.
Or just show the deuce.
Yeah, just any one of them.
Yeah.
Either one is fine.
Yeah, both of them are the bullshit.
I think because the ace was the club as well, so if he shows either of the deuce or the 3 of clubs, it's just like, what, you have ace 3 off.
Yeah, exactly.
Pair of Quiggities and yet another very, very wide big blind defend. This is really highlighting to me, actually. It's nice to see
it's swung the other way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice people would just think that you've got to defend with everything now because I guess
you do often get to showdown and see some weird hand from the big blind, but it's nice. It's interesting to see how often the kind of more recreational players are defending with hands that they shouldn't be.
And I guess that means you can just target them at a higher frequency with the smaller sizing because they've just got this kind of bullshit.
Yeah, you just got so much. That's why those small bets in multi-way pots or in heads-up pots, even small C bets, are just working so well.
Very effective. Yeah.
The range is just so much wider than it should be. A great flop for Matthias as well.
Is she going to raise here? She's been doing some raising with stuff like this.
She's gone for the call by the looks of it.
Call, yeah.
So yeah, pretty standard stuff so far. I mean, once we get here with the 3, we definitely are defending the flop. No two ways about it. It'll be another check on the turn. And I think Matthias is going to be able to rule out a lot of 10x, judging by Kate's body language here. She's not super focused on the hand. You could see her just interacting with a couple of players at the table there. But also just the fact that she hasn't check raised the flop. You just generally assume that recreational players are very check raise heavy with their strong hands. So I think we could see Matthias go for the triple here. You kind of just shut your eyes, triple it off, and hope that they call down with worse. So yeah, I think his hand is just too strong to ever stop betting. She can still have a bunch of pocket pairs. She can still have some Jack X of diamonds that's turned a flush draw and is never going to fold. She can still have 3x. She can still have some ace highs. She's obviously shown herself to be a little bit sticky. So yeah, he's just... Sorry. Yeah, she can have King Jack and stuff like that. That's just floated the flop. So yeah, we're definitely got too strong a hand to stop betting. You want to check with something more like your pocket 8s here, where you actually lose to some combos of hands she has, but. And yeah, Kate has been quite... I like the size from Matthias as well. He's giving the 3x quite a good price to call. Still leaving a nice SPR on the river. If Kate calls here, he's basically left up a pot-sized bet on the river, very slightly over. But just giving her a reasonable price with her flush draws and him having a diamond is nice. He just removes some of those outs, has a little bit more equity against draws. So yeah, great hand there from Matthias. George just finished his broccoli and something else. Broccoli and Cheerios pizza.
Broccoli, spinach, Hawaiian with extra bacon. I know, I'm just a complete freak. Let's move on from that. What I quite liked about that sizing as well, that versus a recreational, yeah, they can flat the flop with a lot of 10x, but I think he'll find that she'll be completely stripped of 10x when she doesn't raise for the second time.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
So he can then bomb the river.
The rivers, we're happy on the river. By the time she check calls twice, we're delighted on the river.
Exactly. Unless she has specifically Jack 10, which would be...
Yeah, and it's also just very hard to flop trips. It doesn't happen as often as you might think.
No.
We also are protected by the fact that we're just going to have trips ourselves a decent amount. Like on like a 4-4 something board, it's different, but like the 10-10 board, we got very similar.
Yeah, a recreational won't just look at that and think, well, I'm going to have more 10x here and
we
loads
got
more offsuit than you, so...
We don't have more, but we at least have a good amount.
Uh-huh.
Any table mics? Yeah, no, not really, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can't quite hear what they're saying. Looks like there's quite a friendly relationship between Kate and Matthias. I guess they run Pokercode together, don't they? I just spoke with Fedor and he was talking about the fact that Pokercode is now his full-time job.
Yeah.
He's only really playing on Sundays online and, you know, the occasional event like this.
Nice of them to all jump in the 550 as well, I thought.
Yeah, I said that. I said it was nice to see people like Stefan and stuff because it's great for the recreational, isn't it?
And he's actually still, like, Stefan's still in there as well, so that just goes to show you, like, people think, oh, you're playing a way below your normal buy and you might get a bit bored and lose interest, but he's in there grinding.
Yeah.
Like, he could have easily busted at some stage in the last few days, I'm sure, and just gone for beers with his mates, but...
Yep.
He's in there grinding.
Absolutely.
In the money now.
25,000 up top in that one, 21,000 up top in this 5k high roller.
Very nice. And I think the bounty's got just over 100 players so far.
Oh, really? That's a nice 20k prize pool there for a side event.
That was a while ago as well, so it's probably got more now.
That's great stuff. I like live bounty hunters as well. They're just a lot more fun, aren't they?
Yeah, I played a couple. Live bounties and live heads-up tournaments. Just both, two of my favourite disciplines.
I think live bounties are the highest ROI as well, but just because of the amount of lack of understanding of bounties.
That have never played one,
no,
basically.
They don't just jam any two for a bounty for 10 big blinds when you've got
it's
like
very
half starting stack.
counterintuitive. If you're a recreational, you're not going to sit down and think, oh, what adjustments do I need to make for it to be a bounty? That's what makes them recreational.
They're just like, oh, I've got a good hand, I might get the bounty this one. Yeah, it's not about that. Yeah, they don't really change
No adjustment.
their
It's just
strategy.
the same play.
Mm-hmm.
King 9 suited under the gun for Stefan. Most reasonable open he's made so far.
Yep.
King 6 suited in the big blind for Matthias. Yeah, very standard stuff so far.
Oh, I've seen this hand. This one is fireworks.
Oh, yeah, that'd be why.
That'll be why. King high
Top
board.
pair, backdoor flush draw for both. Big,
Yep.
big advantage for Stefan.
Mm-hmm.
He's also the two low cards when you have something like King 9. If he had a better king, but let's say it was like King 10-9 and he had King 8 and Matthias had like King Deuce, then his advantage is much lower because they're going to be a chop pot so often.
Yep.
But when the board is 2 cards below your kicker, like he just has such robust equity. You can see he's got very, very strong equity here. If it was like King 10-8 and they had King 6 versus King 4, the equities would be very, very similar. It would be like a 60-40.
Uh-huh. Not a jack on the turn. I think we're probably going to see another bet out of Stefan. Can elect to check, but he's been quite trigger happy
Yeah.
with the pre-flop and the post-flop.
And we've seen him betting second pairs and stuff for 2 streets, so
yeah,
can't imagine him ever slowing down.
no,
Matthias again just forced into defending. Quite a nice size he's picked here as well, just really keeping Matthias's range wide.
yeah, I like this.
Yeah, you don't want to go too big here and just start getting all those 4x and 8x to fold instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Matthias just got no choice but to continue.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't pick up any additional equity with those diamonds or the 5, 6,
Yeah.
7 type stuff.
Check call, check call. Silly question, how is the bounty dollar per player track when it's live? Well, the ones I've played at Banco in the past, which I'm sure will be the same as today, is you just have cash game chips
Yeah.
on the table in front of you. So let's say it's a €200 buy-in with €100 being the bounty, and you'd obviously have €50 on the table in front of you.
Yep, half goes on your stack.
Yeah, you knock somebody out, half goes onto your stack, and then they sign off the other half and give you the chips you put in your pocket.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little bit thin at this stage for Stefan now, betting 82.
I mean, I think for this size it's okay, but yeah, the nature of the rest of the cards on the board makes it difficult, because obviously Matthias's weaker King X is King 8, King 7, King 6, King 5, King 4, and half of those have 2 pair now.
Yeah.
Or had 2 pair before. But yeah, I still think if you're aware of your own image, you can't really stop betting a king on the river. So I think he's chosen 3 reasonable sizes. He just has to fold to the jam now.
Queen 8 in a pretty tough spot, I guess, for the size in terms of what he's targeting.
Yeah.
It's mostly just strong 8x, I guess, isn't it? Like Ace 8, Queen 8, but is there really any Jack X that floats versus under the gun the flop?
There'll be some like Jack 10 of spades, Jack 9 of diamonds,
Maybe.
stuff like that.
Oh, he just sort of didn't really look like he was thinking about it that much, did it? Did he?
Yeah.
And yeah, just goes for the nice hand.
The look up to the sky.
Yeah.
Why hast thou forsaken me, God?
Yeah, when you really could have saved a bet there for sure on the river.
Yeah, in a regular bounty, you have a chip that you give to the player that knocked you out, but this is a progressive like you would play online. So yeah, I played a few here in the past, just small kind of ones. They used to run one at the weekend, and they were very, very good, very smooth, nice, just a nice format. And but towards the end of the tournament, you're sitting there with like a big stack of chips and a big stack of cash, and it's quite
Does feel
quite
nice,
fun.
doesn't
Yeah,
it?
I've got like a cash game stack and a tournament stack.
I played a 441 in Tallinn, and it wasn't one of my best nights because I had an unbelievable amount of bounties, and then unfortunately the gin and tonics had kind of crept up on me, and I remember asking the tournament director when I got there in the morning, "Where's the rest of my stack?" And he was like, "Well, you were just all in every hand for bounties at the last level." That's sometimes the way it goes, I guess.
Yeah,
You can get a little bit carried away.
definitely. Oh, they're rolling out the buffet.
Rolling out the buffet.
Whole like train of eclairs has just rolled past.
I think we'll be following that cart because it looks like we're on a break.
Yeah, okay.
And that's actually me there, so
Yeah,
there's some
there you go.
inception.
That's that's the deep voiced man you hear on stream in the blue sweater in the bottom right.
Doing an
talking out of his mustache.
Ahoy there.
Oh, there.
And
Like
we'll
a bit what's his name? Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck. Yeah, I've heard that one before. We'll be back in 7.5 minutes, guys. We'll see you in a bit. Well, hello there, and welcome back for the continuation of this 5K high roller event at Banco Casino. And just to remind you guys that we will be streaming live footage of the final table of the 550 main event at the Pokercode Festival as well. 18 players left in that one. A couple of names that I recognised, and some of the better regs that I've seen across the week. So looking forward to see who makes it onto that FT, and that will continue tomorrow. Looks like it's going to be 25,000 for the winner, so no small feat there. And at present, paying 3 here with 8 left. It's going to be about 8.5k for third, 21 point something k for first, and around 14 for second. So it's 4,700 plus 300 rake. Not a bad little earner for the casino, but you know, a great event.
300 rake.
300 rake, yeah.
Yeah, that's alright.
Not too bad. Yeah.
Ish.
And vote there. Going to be folding the king 9, folding to Reiner. Let's just wait for the graphics to catch up a little bit. Had a few teething problems, but it's been pretty seamless so far.
Yeah, they've done a stream here before, haven't they? They streamed the Masters final table and stuff.
Yeah, they have a lot of streams.
Different people doing it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
10-8 suited in the Hidgy Jizzle.
And this one for Kate. Hopefully she manages just to fold it.
Yeah, I think
not a great hand versus the hijack range.
Looks like she fancies it.
Looks like she's calling, yeah. And this is sort of a thing that you see that's quite consistent with a lot of recreational players. They kind of overvalued these kind of like king 10, queen 10 offs. Yeah. Maybe like a queen 8, queen 9 kind of stuff that, you know, looks
and
like
offsuit ace-X as well.
Offsuit ace-X, exactly.
But yeah, I mean the shallower you get, the better the offsuit high cards are, obviously, because your stack off threshold is lower, and making a top pair it becomes much more important than anything else. When you're like 200 big blinds deep, you need playability, hands that can make strong hands that hold up over multiple streets. Whereas short stack, you're looking to just like flop pairs or strong draws and get it in. So although this is not great, it's not as bad as peeling off like 100 bigs effective.
No. But interesting spot for Reiner here. I mean, he's got some pretty nice backdoors here. His hand seems like a pretty efficient bet, because you just get all of the king high, queen high, jack high type stuff that dominates you to fold. Yeah. Like getting king 10, queen 10 and jack 10 to fold now is a great result. Yeah,
we should get those to fold. They might not, though, because a lot of them are going to have a backdoor. Obviously, he blocks the diamond ones, but she shouldn't really be peeling offsuit, although we can see she is. Yeah. And he might have made the adjustment to realise that she is. But also the other good thing about this spot is that she is likely to just shove with pairs pre, because she has like 19, 18 bigs. Yeah. So even deuces, I imagine she probably just looks at and jams versus the open cutoff versus hijack.
I doubt it personally. I think, think so? Yeah, I just think she'd just flat, to be honest. I think she'd flat up to like 7s and then jam 8s plus. No, that's how I'd read it.
Okay, I would say she's definitely jamming 7s all day long. No, I would be shocked if she ever flatted 7s and 4s as well. I'd be kind of shocked. Deuces, I could potentially see a flat, but I think we could heavily rule out sets of 7s and 4s.
And what's she doing here? Looks like she's clicked it back on him. With the queen 10 off.
Introducing him to le garbage.
Yeah, welcome to the bin, in you go there, Reiner. And
come on, nothing. What are you saying?
It's the battle of the nothings, and she doesn't show as well. She's been showing all of her value, so Reiner might be feeling a little bit like, well, what just happened there?
Let me see.
Yeah, come on. You just showed me when you made top 2 or the rivered straight versus Fedor.
Yeah, what's this?
But which is yeah, when someone's showing all of their made hands
and then doesn't show,
you get min raised on an innocuous board like that, and then doesn't show a set. You're thinking, well, what the fuck's going on here? So the continuation of the 5K as mentioned. Who is our chip leader at the moment? I think Simon's got a decent stack, hasn't he?
Mario, I think.
Yeah, Mario had a lot of grey chips there. The Void opening up with 40k with Queen 10 off under the gun in this lineup. That's just too wide, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody just seems to be one pip wide in every spot. I mean, this is
Yeah.
it's not terrible. You're not burning money here by any means, but
No.
it is definitely against strong players. If I was deep in or in any live soft tournament where I thought I was the best player on the table,
Yeah.
I would open this all day long. But when you are against very, very good players, this is just going to be underperforming. Because the reason why I say that is that weaker players basically tend to 3-bet less. They just peel a lot more of their range. They also peel more hands that Queen 10 dominates that they shouldn't, like Queen 8 suited, Queen 7 suited, 10-7 suited and stuff. You see it all the time. Whereas strong players are going to 3-bet more and continue with hands that really only have us crashed. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
it's not just like, oh, I'm better so I can open more. Like, it's actually the mechanics of the way that the ranges interact. Fish just have worse constructed ranges with more weak hands in.
And Reiner there with the 7s. Someone of his caliber obviously not going to be missing that one.
No.
And I don't know, do you think these guys on the break will go through some of the footage? Or do you think they'll have people texting them hands? And
I
stuff
imagine
like
they're likely to have somebody telling them what's going on.
Yeah.
They might look at specific parts of the hands, specific hands they're interested in.
I think Reiner would have had a look at the Fedor's one where...
Or he would have just asked Fedor, and Fedor would have told him.
Yeah, and I asked, actually, that was the first question I asked in the interview. I said, we were really interested with your Jack 10 hand. Was that based on live reads? Because you seem to be surveying Reiner quite in-depthly. And he said, no, I just thought that size was, quite capped and felt like Jack X was strong enough to raise there, which is fair enough. So interesting to get feedback from that. And folding over to Fedor in the small here. What's he looking at? 26, 25 big blinds.
Yeah, there's an option between call and shove.
Yeah, I think he's probably just going to call. I think shoving's a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit much against 8-handed against under the gun for 26 bigs. If he was a little bit shorter, definitely going to be shoving. Or if Voigt had opened from a later position. George has just gone to interview Reiner this time, I think, so he'll be back. Against an earlier position, a later position, then I think shoving 5s would be better. But yeah, we've got few too many big blinds and versus too early position. So just hitting him with the set mine and ended up getting a pretty good flop. So it's going to be an easy continue for Fedor on this one with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and very possibly the best hand. Obviously bricks a lot of Voigt's opening range. Does elect to just call. About half party went on the flop, so potentially slightly concerned. People do tend to size up with value a little bit more. I know we're supposed to have balance and stuff, but the reality of the game is that that's not always the case. Vogt hits him with the smile, trying to give him the stare down, but pulls out and hits him with the laugh. Talking, smiling during the hand. It would be interesting to hear what they're saying. Main event, there are live updates. Link is in the chat now in Twitch. If you want to see how people are getting on in the main event, they're down to 18 players now. So getting to the business end. 25,000 euros up top in that one, and a few very reggy looking faces still in the mix. So it's going to be a good one tomorrow. We'll be streaming the final table for that. Check and a half pot value bet from Vogt. Nice sizing he's chosen there. He's just correctly identified. Fedor's just going to have a bunch of 8x, 6x, 4-5, 4-3 suited, Just a bunch of stuff that's made a pair. Flush is potentially going to be leading the turn, check raising the flop, leading the river, so he can really rule out a lot of strong hands. In something like Jack X of diamonds that floated the flop would probably be betting the river as well. Jack's just going to be good enough to go for value for like a block size, so yeah, Fedor kind of telegraphing his hand slightly and Voigt correctly identifying that. He's down in that one pair region. Also a weird spot to bluff because Voigt's bluffs he would choose would be something potentially like 10-9 with no spade would be a good one, blocking some pairs, but mostly just hands with a spade. But he's going to want to just be like barreling off with a bunch of hands that are just unpaired with a spade. All the king queen off, ace queen off, ace king off with good spades are just going to be turning themselves into a bluff. So the bet check bet line going to be pretty value heavy. Fedor realizes it, folds, boss. Doesn't pay it off. I think a lot of people would just flick it in there. They look at the board, they think the hand's pretty good. Flick it in. Why don't we hear the players talking? Yeah, no microphones on the table, unfortunately. Keep picking up little bits, but they're probably talking in German a decent amount. I think pretty much everybody's German. Or Austrian. Ace-6 suited for Kate, under the gun +1. Coming in for the open. See what size she decides to go. We've seen a bit of a mixture of raise sizes from Kate. Sometimes 2x, sometimes 3x, sometimes even up to 4x. It looks like she's going for just the 50k 2.5x this time. I'm sure some of the other players will have picked up on the sizing as well, but her last few opens have just been like a kind of 2.5x, so. Sixes for Matthias in the hijack. Tricky spot for him as well. This kind of shallow stack depth. The pocket pairs again go down in value. Set mining becomes harder with more players behind left to squeeze. We can't set mine again versus a squeeze. Flatting the open when she's opening off a shallow stack is going to be not ideal. She's just going to have quite a strong range anyway. And yeah, we're just kind of in the middle of no man's land in the hijack. It's not strong enough to 3-bet, and it's too many big blinds to shove. So he does elect to just fold there in the end. Mario in the small blind with 10-8 suited, probably going to be peeling this one. Very natural hand to just call. Good equity, doesn't interact too much with a lot of Kate's opening range, so he has kind of clean equity, so to speak, and good board coverage with a hand like this, combined with just a very in-depth knowledge post-flop. I don't know if it's me only, but the audio is only on the left side of the speakers. I imagine that's just you. But I'm not sure. We'll wait and see if anybody else agrees. It's more likely to be your output settings than anything else. Ace high flop for Kate, nothing really for Mario, just going to be check folding. Yeah. Really normal stuff. Nobody busted yet. I mean, well, apart from Reina with his re-entry. Still at a full 8 players. I think we are very unlikely to get any more entries now. Being a 10k, 20k level, 500k starting stack, it's unlikely you're going to see an entry unless it's a re-entry from one of the top players. Doubt we'll have any unique entries. Kate just doesn't like the 25k chips, I guess. King free off into the muck. Ace deuce off into the muck. Not into the muck. Ace 10 going to be an open. Nine's going to be a very easy jam for Stefan, just with 10 big blinds. Nothing, no decision there. Ace 4 suited for Fedor into the mark, fold. And yeah, we're going to see Matthias. We could potentially see a fold here. Although it's only 10 big blinds, the positions are just about early enough where Ace 10 is not really doing very well. He is probably going to be... range versus range, it's probably just about okay. to call either way. I don't think there's very much EV to be made in either decision here versus this range. It's just going to be so much ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, obviously some suited broadways, which we're just flipping against, and some pocket pairs which we're flipping against, but we don't really crush anything. It's unlikely Stefan's going to be taking very much like ace-8 suited or anything like that. It's mostly just going to be the stronger ace-x, so... But then again, it is only like 9.5 bigs, so you're almost just getting a good price. So yeah, Matthias also in the same situation. Yeah, it does just flick it in, which I think is okay. Like, it's really, you could just flip a coin and go either way. Especially because it's ace-10 offsuit, we just have so many combinations of offsuit hands that we don't want to be flicking it in every single time.
Yeah, and recreationals, I think, are going to just be under shoving. I think they're just more going to flat king queen and stuff like that than
the
shove.
offsuit ones maybe. I don't know, not Stefan. I don't think Stefan's probably, with 10 bigs, I think he's probably just jamming in most of his broadways.
Is it 20k big blind now, is it? Oh, yeah.
He's got 190. So.
Yeah, there we go. So it's all in or fold, really, isn't it?
Yeah, flop gut shot for Matthias. No help on a turn. So it needs to hit an ace queen 10. I'd like to see Stefan double up. He's been very fun to watch.
Yeah,
nice.
Definitely nice. Good hold. Good solid hold. A little bit of a sweat on the flop, but
levels out the stacks a bit more. Nobody's really pulling away.
No.
So far, Simon up to like 800 or something, and I think Mario maybe around the same, perhaps a little bit more. Be nice to see.
Fedor's got about counts. Starting, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on 500.
Now Matthias as well on 500.
That's a double up to 500 for Stefan. Matthias is on about 600 now.
Yeah. How much has Kate got? About 400?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
430, yeah.
There you go, and there's the in-depth stats. The aggression frequency. What's that based on? Just how many times he's betting?
Yeah, when you're faced with the option, what percentage of the time you choose the aggressive action rather than the passive action.
Interesting. But that can, I mean, it's sort of can be all sorts, right? It's like in a 5-way flop, if you're just checking all the time and stuff like that. Yeah.
And there's been quite a lot of multi-way pots, and Stefan is obviously a very small sample, but
yeah.
How many places will we paid if nobody else enters? It will be 3 places paid.
We've just seen our first bust out. We've just done an interview there with the first guy to bust out.
We won't spoil it though.
No, I will tell you it's a male, but whittles it down
Spoiler!
somewhat. So I bingo straight in there, this time of the suited variety.
To be fair, I did say that you were off to do an interview with somebody when you left, and I said who it was. So.
Oh, well, if...
maybe people weren't listening. I said
those of you with the keener ears will know.
Yeah, exactly.
No spoilers in the chat. What have everyone been saying in the chat? What's stuff gone?
Not much so far. It's pretty quiet.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you are tuned in and you fancy any questions for any of the players, we're going to be doing bust-out interviews with just about everyone. So it would help me because obviously going through the same rehash questions of, how's online going, mate, and all that kind of stuff, it's, not the best, but if we have something that you guys would like to know, we will be putting out those interviews soon across the socials for, I'm guessing, Pokercode and Banco Casino.
So a bit of double domination.
Yeah.
Very nice spot for vote, but we'll see if the flop agrees. Yeah, so far so good, but none of us really loving it.
No,
that's the problem. Like, yes,
we
have a very strong hand. He can't, but he's not to know that he has them both completely crushed. It's like a very, very mediocre board for us. Yeah, we have 2 overs and a gut, 2 overs and a gut shot, but it's multi-way. No backdoor. Hitting the straight might not be the best thing ever because there's a lot of like 5-6 pocket sixes, 6-7 suited type stuff in there. So yeah, we're definitely not out of the woods. King, good turn for our range, but obviously it is multi-way and it's not a great turn for our hand. Yeah. But I think we might see vote start to bluff. He is blocking some good top pairs, but not super relevant. Or what happened? Did he overcalled pre-flop?
He's overcalled the button.
So it is relevant then, actually. Like him blocking ace king and king jack becomes very relevant against Matthias. So actually, it would be a nice one to start bluffing for vote. He can now get like Fedor's 6s, 7s, 8s that didn't bet the flop, or maybe not 6s, but 7s, 8s, and 9s that didn't bet the flop himself. To start folding
or to consider folding.
The elects to just check no, and I guess now it's just going to go check, check, check.
Interesting to see at the highest level that the guys aren't ever rushing their decisions, really, at least a few seconds before making their action.
Yeah.
You can kind of get some information on the players at the lower level, they kind of go for the very quick check on the river there, which means that they're not really ever considering betting. So you could maybe start to punish that. But both players staying composed there, trying to get some free showdowns, and vote with the ace-jack high, winning it.
The Cappuccino says, ask them what book they're reading at the moment. That's a good question.
That is a good question. If they are reading books, I mean, that's almost sort of a...
I'm reading a book.
You are reading. What are you reading?
The Law of Innocence. It's like a legal fiction.
Nice.
Thriller. It's good.
I read Charles Bukowski as my favourite author.
Nice. I bought 3 books with me this time. I bought that,
Mm-hmm.
Sapiens, which I still haven't finished reading. I've read like half of, and Animal Farm.
Oh, by George Orwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some strong contenders there.
I read 1984 a couple of years ago, and I thought it was very good.
Very dystopian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gets you thinking.
Does.
Is Animal Farm the one where like the pigs take over? Or yeah, I think I've read that one in the past. So vote with the Queen 9 off now in the cutoff again. You know,
yeah, just
tough
pushing the
lineup.
boundaries. They got a very good player in the big blind.
Got a reshove stack on the button.
Yeah, you got a reg with a reshove stack on the button. You got a player that likes to get involved in the small blind. Like Queen 9 off, not going to be a good hand. You got to assume that you're. What I look for hand properties when I'm playing in tables with active tables or recreational players is my hand going to be good multi-way, because a lot of the time when you open, that's what's going to happen. Is versus recreational players, pots tend to go multi-way a lot more. So hands like Queen 9 off just go way down. On tighter tables, this would be okay because you're going to get folds more often and you're going to be heads up in position. But when you got some recreational players, it changes the dynamic a bit. And Simon absolutely smashing the flop, top pair and a flush draw. He again has multiple options at his disposal. He can really do whatever. I think with a hand this strong, just keeping in some dominated draws like 10-9, 8-9, and stuff like that is a good idea, and just peeling makes a lot of sense. But check raising also would be completely fine. But the thing is when you check raise, you end up just getting it in against stronger top pairs and hands that are like 2 overs and a flush draw or an over pair. So just keeping the range really, really wide is nice. Ace of Diamonds on the turn is going to be a card that Simon's going to want to lead a decent amount.
Definitely.
It's a card that's going to go check.
Mm-hmm.
Quite often, and a lot of Simon's ranges is interested in getting 3 streets of value. But yeah, I think balancing some checks in there also is going to be...
The flush completing ace is a great card to lead because when you have more of the combinations, it's and he's like stripped of them with the ace completing. It feels like you have the flush advantage in that spot,
you definitely have the flush advantage because you just defend more suited combinations pre-flop. But also, like, when the ace is the diamond and completes the flush, it's unlikely that Vote was really just randomly c-betting ace high on the flop. It doesn't really make very much sense on a board like this. He's much more likely to check hands like ace-x of clubs that have backdoors, or like ace-x of something else, spades, that just has showdown value. And even some like ace-7, ace-6 and stuff like that's going to check. So we're blocking ace-jack.
And especially for like a medium to large size,
exactly.
He might block ace-king with the king of diamonds, sort of for value or just protection on the flop. But
so although the ace is always deemed as good for the opener, this specific run out and this specific ace is actually really, really good for the big blind.
Yeah.
But yeah, Simon does just go for a check, which I think is also fine. Like blocking the top pairs, you're really just leaving Vote with a lot more hands that he might decide to turn into a bluff. So I think checking is a nice decision, and then just going for the value bet on the river.
That's it.
Trying to get called by those hands like 9s with a diamond that check the turn, 8s with a diamond. You know, that's what Vote's going to have a lot of.
And takes it down, and another pot going the way of online phenom or legend, as we should say, Igor Karkaroff. Which isn't that the name of one of the teachers of Harry Potter? Yeah,
one of the Death Eaters, I think.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I was who's also one of the, when they have the Triwizard tournament. Yeah, it's one of the guys who's a.
Oh, is it? Yeah, one from the other schools.
I think so. Yeah, okay. I think it's one of the teachers. But I think he's also a Death Eater.
Yeah, I know who it is. You're right. It's the guy that comes with the. Yeah, that guy, the one that Hermione goes to the ball with, Victor Crumb.
Yeah, but Igor Karkaroff
he's like the headmaster of that school, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's right. Goblet of Fire. What a great movie that was.
It was an unbelievable movie.
Yeah.
There's so many sort of side stories and things going on.
Yeah, that starting bit at the Quidditch World Cup.
Yeah,
is that movie? Is that one?
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Where they're all camped
there's
out.
a big fire.
Yeah,
that was amazing, man.
All the Death Eaters. Yeah, just
Harry
unbelievable.
Potter, revolutionary.
It was.
J.K. Rowling just creating a universe like that out of your head is insane to me. And
just bored on a train one day. And just came up with everything.
Yeah, really, just like changed so many people's lives just by having these ideas.
And Reiner, it's just been really tough for him, as we say.
Yeah, not really any spots really.
No, just been kind of. I spoke to him about the Kate Minrays where she's just sort of, and he was like, well,
what can I do? I got 10 eye.
All of his friends, he said his friends were sending him the hands, and that they found it funny. So fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those ones where we all probably do the same thing and we just laugh about it afterwards. But
you got bluff, mate.
Clevin 6000 says this commentary is super good. Well, thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
Suited as well, Rainer's pretty. He's got a nice hand here, nice spot, but Ibinger just absolutely locking up the board.
Drills the turn as well, just for the hearts for dessert.
Amazing. Just have that.
And
no
that
chops
will
available.
Do. Unlucky. 10k down. He said he did 2 bullets in the main as well. So he said in terms of enjoyment, he's had a great time, but in terms of the wallet, obviously, yeah, about 11k's worth of damage there.
He's used to that kind of thing.
I'm sure it won't be the end of the world for him. Said he's mostly focusing on live poker at the moment.
Nice.
That's where the value is, and he's looking forward to playing a few more events.
Cool. That's
not going to be going to Cyprus for the party millions, but he said that he will be heading to Vegas very shortly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So registration is probably going to close soon, and like I said, I don't think we're going to see really any fresh entries of this stack depth, so probably assume that this is going to be your final table. 7 players remaining.
He's a lot more of a character than I thought he would be,
Rainer.
Yeah, he looks very serious when he's on the streams, but he's actually, quite cheeky.
Yeah?
Yeah, just very relaxed and just
nice.
sort of deadpan humour.
Nice.
Which was took me by surprise a little bit. But yeah, it's because poker is, and I always say this in the best possible way, but it's kind of dehumanizing, isn't it, really? To play at the elite level, you almost have to leave your emotions and your heart and your soul behind you. Yeah, exactly. You can kind of reconnect with them another time.
Every now and then, a couple of times a year.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're playing a lot of live poker and, there's kind of all of these dynamics going on and lots of stare downs for these super high rollers. Sat opposite Stephen Chidwick, I mean, you probably burn about 500 calories an hour just staying completely still. Yeah. That's it, Chidders, I've got it folded. And Ibinger finding the jacks here in the small. Gonna be mandatory 3-bet versus vote in the hijack with the ace-10 off. Interesting to see here. Obviously, he's not going to be considering calling with offsuit, but maybe would elect to use that as a 4-bet non-all-in sometimes. Probably not.
What's that? The ace-10 offsuit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can occasionally use that, can't you?
You can use hands like this. It's just really important to control the frequencies because of how often the 3-bet range is just going to be value. Like, there are going to be bluffs in the range, but it's based on value.
Yeah.
So
especially the small blind,
Yeah, and just at the stack depth, so you've got to be super careful. So I imagine he's probably going to pick something more like ace-5 suited, that just because that controls the frequency way better. If you're like, I could use ace-10 off or king-jack off or king-queen off or ace-5 suited, then suddenly you get into the realm of having like over 50 combinations to choose from.
Yep.
Whereas if you just say, I'll just use my suited ace-5 suited here, then I've just got 4 combos and then it's easy.
Like we saw Simon do earlier on when
with the shove.
Yeah, and that was another unlucky spot for Rhino, who just kind of
ran into a great play.
Yeah, again, and just
going to win a lot of against a lot of people. He'll win that pot with the 3-bet.
Yep.
He'll either win with the 3-bet, he'll win when it goes post flop, or they'll end up potentially chopping it when it goes ace high or whatever. But Simon finds a way to take it away from him.
Rammed it in. Yeah.
Or the official term, rammed it in.
Pieced him up, mate.
Pieced him up. I was playing after that hand in the main event the other day where I flopped 2 pair and then bet jammed against the guy and he like hero called me off. Jason came over to me and he was like, "Leo, did you bust Frankie?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, pieced him up." I was like, "Him, Frankie, pieced him up good." And yeah.
Did that make the official thing?
I don't think it did.
No. Jason a little bit more conservative in the word choice. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out. Poker News are here doing a great job with the updates as always.
Absolutely.
I love attending events where Poker News are in events as well. The team's always
just
so
feels
friendly.
a little bit more official as well, doesn't it?
It just creates this much more of an atmosphere, you know, people looking at the updates, learning who people are through the updates. You get to learn about who's who.
Also, it's just quite nice when you get something written about you.
Yeah, people
going
like,
Mum, I am a professional poker player. I'm not just kind of, ruffling it about.
Well,
yeah.
Today somebody's writing about it.
Yeah, exactly. Today
Worthington Lease rifles it in, ruffles it off. It's
I like that one on Neil Farrell's Twitter header. It's like Farrell won't fold or something like that, which is the headline on Poker News.
Yeah.
So Ace Jack suited under the gun.
Yeah, very nice. He's picking up a few hands.
Mm-hmm.
Button we should just be folding here. Really, deuce is not strong enough, not deep enough.
Yeah.
Again, like
two strong players behind.
Two strong players behind who can both shove as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, no.
Yeah, it's just this is the kind of level between the recreational and the sort of slightly better recreational. Just the ones that have the discipline to let go of these kind of hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's not awful. It's not like you're completely setting money on Phil by calling. It's not like he's called with like 10-7 suited or something like that. But arguably 10-7 suited is probably better.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the problem. You just run into it gives Fedor and Mario both the opportunity to just have an easy jam with quite a wide range. Ace Jack suited plus ace, maybe potentially even Ace Jack off. I can't see either of them like not jamming Ace Jack off. I don't know how much Mario's got, but it's 30 effective with under the gun.
Yeah.
Sixes plus, even fives. If they think that the button flat is too wide, they're going to start to shove wider. Because obviously Vote's been quite active. They're not worried about him being too tight.
Yeah, he's opening a lot, isn't he?
Yeah, he's opening a lot, and they know that the button's a fish as well. So you're just opening the door for them to just really pile it in, or just realise a bunch of equity out of the big blind. And deuce is just not going to be strong enough.
And Vote raised calling off the 19 big blind.
19 bigs under the gun versus small blind 7-handed. Yeah,
it's probably bottom, isn't it? I'd imagine versus an elite player, you probably just have to close your eyes and put it in, I guess.
Yeah, there's going to be enough.
I would fold Ace Jack off, I think. But yeah. Oh, that is
top set
a Fedor flop, if ever I've seen one.
There's still some backdoor-ish, but it's thin.
Yeah, something
just
like
a club to keep us alive.
Eight of clubs.
Looks like a red card.
Okay, that gives some interesting opportunities.
Opportunities. Are we allowed to say that? Trademark?
Yeah, I think so. Well,
everyone loves a drop bot.
3?
No. You wish. Fedor holes, mate.
Yeah. Great player and great runner of the all-in part of the game as well.
That helps.
That does.
Good skill to have. JBH, another one of those. Very good at all-ins.
Yeah. I was watching a Tonka stream the other day, and he was having a little bit of I wouldn't call it a moan. It was more of a whine about
other people running good.
I
saw that.
Do you remember? It was on in the background. Together, that was it. Yeah, you were around, weren't we? We were playing online, and he was just like, Wizzo, just another great all-in player, just really good at all-ins.
Yeah, a bit salty towards a couple of people.
It was, yeah. But I mean, part of the game. Unfortunately, that's what you sign up for in tournament poker.
Also excellent at winning all-ins
in the early stages.
Unless it's for winning a tournament.
Yeah, versus guys with a worse hand at the start of the tournament. It just feels like you never lose, and then at the end you're
can't do anything.
Hiding behind the sofa. Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, again, part of the tournament, what we signed up for, and it's just it is what it is. It just feels like a very nonsense phrase, doesn't it? But
wishy-washy.
Yeah,
everything's going to be all right.
No real insight, but it kind of does what it says on the tin.
The universe is random. Life is random, and almost everything that happens is based on luck anyway. So I wouldn't get yourself down.
Yeah.
Pretty standard open on the button here. He's probably going to be going for most King X with
King 5 off or something.
Yeah,
plus.
he's going to deem to be a recreational player in the big blind.
Yeah.
Like I mean, if you're Fedor, anybody's recreational, aren't they?
Pretty much, yeah. Anyone in the chat fancy ranking the top 3 on this table? Who you think is the best?
I'd go for Fedor first. Mario.
I'd imagine that Karkarov is probably going to be in the top 3 though, isn't he?
I don't think so.
No?
No, I think the top 3 are clearly, well, maybe not clearly. If he was going to replace anybody, it would probably be Mario, but I would say that Fedor, Matthias, and Mario are the strongest 3.
Yeah. I think Matthias might be playing a bit more PLO these days.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Not sure. And obviously Fedor's sort of semi-retired. I don't think he plays that much, but I guess you still...
You don't lose it.
No, it's that's for sure. But yeah, unlucky to run into it there. Only offsuit kind of king. Just has a great blocker to the reshoving ranges. You know, people aren't going to shy away from those sort of king 9 suited, king 10 suited, king jack, king queen type hands. So blocking those is nice, and just trying to get the steal through or play a pot versus the big blind as mentioned. And another spot for him now with queen 9 suited. Can't quite remember the stacks. Looks like Mario's got about the same, about 800k. So queen 9 suited, got some nice playability. Mario with the jack 10 here. Don't really want to 3-bet a hand like this. You're going to be mostly just v-pipping and continuing with as a call. Because 3-bet folding wastes a lot of the equity that this hand does have. But he looks like he's going to shove. And they're about 40 effective, so that's quite interesting that he's chosen the shove, I guess, because it folds out hands like ace jack, king jack, all the dominating hands. So 40 effective. We're getting Leo back now for his insight, but we just saw a Fedor open on the button. Sorry, on the cutoff with queen 9 suited, and Mario Mosbeck 40 effective with him, just shoves jack 10 suited. And my reasoning would be that it folds out ace jack, king jack, and all of the dominating hands.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's definitely a play at some frequency. Those suited broadways and low pocket pairs do love to shove a lot of big blinds. Again, like, you want to avoid doing it all the time, but just picking those suited ones is what allows you to control your frequencies. But yeah, like you say, you just get him to fold, even up to ace jack off. Ace jack off, all the king jack off, queen jack off, king queen off, but there's so many combinations of them that you're just and they're also the majority of his opens, because obviously you open stronger hands before you open weak hands. That it ends up just being an absolute print. And you just want to choose hands that have really good equity when you do get called. Having something like jack 10 suited or pocket 8s, like jack 10 suited, is much better than something like pocket 6s, because although pocket 6s is flipping sometimes, it's also completely crushed sometimes.
Yeah, so jack 10's got better equity. Jack 10's got
the equity. Against ace king, you're basically a flip, and he can also call with like pocket 9s when we actually have like a real strong flip again.
Yeah. And does better versus top of the range as well, aces and kings than sixes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, jack 10 suited, queen jack suited, those ones that don't have a king or an ace are very nice. Open from Kate pre-flop.
We've made a mistake. We've just got some feedback. It's Stefan, CEO of masterplan.com, not mastermind. So nice. Apologies for that mistake. Which I'm guessing is a company integrated somehow with Pokercode.
I think it might be the name of the company that Kate was talking about that just develops the software and stuff. That might be the company.
Right.
I'm sure I heard her say that word, Masterplan. So Kate comes in for the 4x open pre-flop, which, although the open's a little bit big off this kind of stat size, especially when she's only got like 15 or 16 bigs.
Yeah.
What does she have? 13, 4, 17 bigs. But it's a good hand choice. You do want to be using those like one blocker hands that block the top of their range and don't care about getting jammed on. And can just flop a strong top pair versus a defense. So she's got like the right idea. She told me she'd been studying.
Okay.
or looking through the poker stuff, but she's got the right kind of hand choice there, but just a little bit overzealous with that raise sizing. Like, there's just no need to go 4x when you're that stacked up.
Sure.
Ace 10 for Fedor. Managing to get a little bit above the starting stack now. Nobody, like I said, still nobody really getting anywhere just yet. Yeah. So there's like 3 flights left for that.
Yeah, 3 flights left.
Nice.
Should be jumping in that one later on.
Yes, sir.
And right, so Simon.
Yeah, Fedor with the...
Simon has 900k. He's about 30 effective. And I'm not sure how deep Ibinger is behind. Looks like Ibinger's got 900k as well. So yeah, probably just about appeal for Simon run out.
Shout out to my friend Aaron who's in the chat. Didn't realise, I don't know which username is yours. I must have skipped over it or something, but hello. My friend from way back when.
Oh yeah.
First days of getting into poker, me and Aaron used to just, be in the car every night going to the casino in Brighton playing the 30
Playing the
pounders.
30 quidders, talking about the hands on the way home.
Yeah, yeah.
How the hell did he have that there? And yeah.
When we had no idea what was going on, both
Exactly.
absolutely chancing it, swapping 10%.
Yeah. So Fedor electing to check back the flop.
Yeah, seems fine.
I think these are boards that I tend to oversee bet
The thing is versus the big blind, he'd probably go for a C-bet, but Simon's range is going to contain a lot of suited stuff.
Yeah.
Fedor blocking 2 of the suits that are going to fold is not good now.
Yeah.
He wants him to be folding some ace-x of clubs and 10, like 10x of diamonds hands, or be putting pressure on a hand like Jack 10 of diamonds or Queen 10 of diamonds. So
Ace 2 of clubs. And
yeah, his
ace,
exact
ace 4.
combo makes a lot of sense to check, and Simon's just going to have an easy continue with a lot of his pocket pairs because Fedor's not ever going to be betting a big size either.
Yeah, and getting to the river here, facing again a triple check, which is a common line that is, rather weak.
Yeah, it's hard to think Simon's going to really have very strong hands here.
Yep.
He'll have the occasional ace queen, ace jack, which we do lose to, but I think Fedor just has to go for some very small value, something like a quarter pot or third pot size that seems to be getting frowned upon against being used, but it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Don't know, that's a 100k chip, so yeah, I'd imagine.
90, yes.
Yeah,
He's just gone for
90.
half pot. A little bit bigger than I would have gone, but I'll assume that he's making the right decision.
What's he really targeting here? Like some 9x, some 10-9,
It's
Jack
just
9
pocket
suited,
pair, pocket pairs with a heart, really. Trouble is that Fedor's just so ace high heavy when he checks back multiple streets that I don't think Simon can really call with much at all. Turning some hands into a bluff is an option. This would probably be one of the ones he might choose. Not really interacting with any of the ace-x. He wants Fedor to be bet folding ace-x on the river. So he's alright with not blocking any of the ace-x. He actually wants Fedor to have the ace-x.
And Simon calls. Wow.
Yeah, not sure about the call. I think like turning it into a bluff or folding are good options.
Seems like a bit of a non-believer, doesn't he? There was another spot earlier where he just he triple checked and then it took a while to fold the ace queen high, which was never a consideration of a call under normal circumstances. But
I think he can really credibly have strong hands there as well. He could easily flop a flush that goes for the double check, like trying to induce Fedor to bet some second pair type hands, pocket queens, pocket jacks.
Yep.
So he can definitely have some flushes, and then the ace, like if he did check the turn again, the ace river makes so much sense for his traps to still continue checking.
Yeah, because he's just going to improve to top pair a lot, which is going to
Fedor's just going to have so much ace queen with no heart because he doesn't bet the flop, ace jack with no heart, ace 10 with no heart. So I would like a bluff there with sixes.
Yep. So I hear for the football tournament that's going to be going alongside the festival is going to be hotly contested tomorrow.
Oh yeah, Germans love their football. So
yeah, and apparently Mario used to be a professional.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's why he's got such a big Instagram following. I think he played I'll have a look at the...
Quite a high level, I believe.
Yeah. I'll have a look at that.
So open, pretty standard open for Mario with the ace-8 suited, under the gun +1. And yeah, 20 bigs jam for Kate. So it's like, we're not loving it, but hand's just about good enough. King Queen suited. Stefan just overcalls all in for 15 bigs, King Queen suited, which is not a play we want to be making. It is a very strong hand, and it looks like a nice spot, but the under the gun range is uncapped, and the jam versus under the gun is generally a very strong hand. So you're hoping for a flip, really. There's so much ace king, ace queen in both ranges.
Yeah, he played for St. Polten and Wiener Neustadt, that are you know, teams at the, I think, the top level of Austrian football, or the second level of Austrian football at least. St. Polten's quite a good side. I've heard that team before. Yeah, in the Austrian Bundesliga last season, so played for them up until
Very high level.
about 4 years ago.
Yeah, so somebody like that's just going to be an advantage with their mindset probably as
Yeah,
well.
very competitive as well. And yeah, Stefan, they're cold calling it off when he's still got an uncapped range behind. Not ideal. And that is a lovely hold there for Kate, who chips up, and you told her that she was going to get a lucky run of cards today, and it's been pretty decent for her so
I
far.
think she was lacking confidence, and I
Yeah.
said, Kate, get it together.
Come on, woman. Pull yourself together. And she's done very well.
Down to 6 then.
Down to 6. Flying out now.
So start to be some ICM implications soon if we assume that the prize pool is finalised.
Yes, it will be 3 paid. And 42% VPIP there. That's probably where she's a little bit on the looser side. That is just kind of just bleeding chips, you know, multi-way versus good. You know,
we've
very,
seen a
very
few
good
like
opponents.
10-9 off calls and stuff like that. Those
pocket deuces, you know, stuff like that, just flicking it in.
Those are where the leaks are coming from.
Yeah.
But, you know, sometimes she's going to flop a set with deuces. Sometimes
yeah,
10-9 off's going to flop a straight. She opened a 7-8 off and flopped a straight, so...
There you go. You
That's
stack top pair or something. I've been going with the 8-6 off. I don't think he's going to be opening the button here, but it looks like he is.
A little wide, I think. What stack?
I think
what
he's
stack
limped.
depth are we at? Limping, I am also not a great fan of, because we just allow them to keep...
Like
to
better
stay in
8
with all the dominating stuff. 6-8, they just have king 6 off and an 8-9 off and stuff.
Yeah, and looks like Fedor is... Oh, they must be small blind versus big blind, sorry. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense.
No, dead. Dead because of the bust out. So he was button.
So it was button versus big blind, but only heads up, really. And then, yeah, you do want to limp a few more hands, don't you?
Yeah.
For sure.
Probably not that one, though.
Yeah, maybe a bit wide. Just let him have it. So vote down to 6 big blinds. He's got 190k, and then the rest of the pack are quite condensed around that 800 to 950k region, with Fedor Holtz in the middle of your screen there in the orange hoodie, the current chip leader. And it's been a great festival so far here at the Banco Casino in Bratislava, and we'd love to have you very soon. Next week, the Banco Masters, €170 multi-day tournament with 100k guaranteed. Following that, we have the festival, 300k guaranteed tournament with a 550 main event, and plenty of other side events, 24-hour cash games. This, when it says on the website that this casino is non-stop, it it really is non-stop, and you can get a beer served to you at any time of the day as well. So why leave? So Fedor here with the ace-8 suited. Just going to be piling it in, small blind versus cutoff. But it's essentially small blind versus button, and Ibinger can't do much there.
Nope.
And so 6 left, 3 paid. I was surprised to see just a jam there. Is it 20k or 25k big blind now?
30k, I think.
30k.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes a bit more sense then. Yeah. Just a suited ace for under 30 effective. It's getting quite short then, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's nobody busting, is there?
Yeah.
bunch of levels.
So if you're in the chat, let us know who you think's going to win. Who your favourite is. I think Fedor's just got up to 1 million chips now, so he's probably going to be at the forefront of everyone's opinion. But you know, it's no mean lineup here. Ibenga in seat 3, Simon in seat 2, Igor Karkaroff online, as I'm sure many of you will be aware. Kate in seat 1, picking up the jacks. So hopefully...
Kate's one of the co-founders of Pokercode.
That's it.
She's involved with all the software, back-end kind of stuff, and said she studied along the way whilst putting it all together.
Yep.
So, opening to, what we got, a 4x, 3x? Are we at 40k now, potentially?
I think we're 30. I think she's 4x'd it again.
120, 75k.
Yeah. You can tell by when it gets round to the blinds.
Yeah, 105k.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she's
so
gone for the 4x.
15-30.
And we did see another 4x earlier of Ace King,
Ace
so
King off.
definitely some sizing tells there. Top of the range, top of the sizings.
Maybe she wants to dissuade the big blind from completing or defending. So she's pieced it up into him for the 4x and vote there. He's really had
He's
had
giving
nothing.
it the tank as if he's like, what am I supposed to do?
What
with
the
my
hell's this? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's got 4 bigs. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's very, very short.
Close, but 4x. So again, don't really understand the 4x because when you've got a hand as strong as jacks,
Yeah.
the big blind is going to defend so much versus a min raise and then just jam a load of flops the way we have them absolutely crushed. And the ace-x stuff just goes in pre-flop anyway, so we don't really get to protect against overcards.
Well, and you're going to get 3-bet a decent amount when you min raise. No one's
So
3-betting you when you 4x it that often.
Yeah. You really want people in the pot when you've got strong hands. It's a good way to make money playing hold'em. King 4-0 in the muck. Did you manage to raid the Eclair buffet?
We did not, no.
But the day is still young.
Yeah, the day's young and there was plentiful eclairs on there. Andy just messaged me, Johnny and him 1-2 with 24 left in that 1k.
That's money.
Yeah, that is money in the 1k 6 max W Coop 78.
Good luck, sir.
Oh, there it is there.
The
There's
Eclair
the
tray.
Eclair tray,
What
yeah.
the hell?
Oh.
Excuse me?
It's going into cold storage, I believe.
No.
No, 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 no.
Eclairs? No, what are you doing? Come on. Literally like in a locked room.
Yeah, locked room.
You shall not eclair.
Uh-huh.
Big blind is 30k, yes. Is the final table of the main event showing on Twitch? Yes, tomorrow. Sissel for the win. Yes.
18
Probably.
left, I believe. Probably a few less now, because that will be back underway.
I guess they're playing down to the final table.
Yeah, events, updates on Poker News if you are interested, or you have some friends. If you're tuning in on the Pokercode Twitch, I'm sure you may know a few familiar names in that. I think Stefan Sontheimer was still in there.
Yeah, and there's a couple of like just Pokercode community guys. I think that's the majority of the field is made up of people who know each other.
Absolutely. Not a very long trip from Vienna, to be fair. Another great reason to come and play some poker in Bratislava. You're only 45 minutes away from Austria.
Not crazy far from Kings either.
No, about a 4 or 5 hour drive. So
Vote finally picks it up, ace-10 off.
Yep.
And yeah, I expect Kate to be calling here for 3.5 bigs, 4 bigs, 4 bigs.
yeah, you'd think so, right?
Can't really do much else. She does call.
The rejam maybe a little bit ambitious, just because you can sort of call
what's
fold.
the effective stack? 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I think.
Oh, she's clicked it just to try and.
It was only like 25 bigs effective. Yeah, I think calling is fine.
Calling, yeah.
I don't think shoving would be like a complete travesty, but
No,
it's
it's
just
not a disaster.
Just a bit unnecessary.
Yeah. You still want to have some really strong hands that call as well, so it's not like you're completely capped and the big blind can just kind of pile in whatever.
Queen Jack off's alright multi-way when the big blind defends.
So she's got the backdoor diamonds, she's got the 10.
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's a great
so
start.
having the 10 of diamonds is pretty nice. He'll be happy about that one.
Yeah, he will.
Pretty important card.
Ooh, spicy turn.
Svetovic.
9 outs to go. 11 officially, but we have seen the queen and the 10 folded. swing
It's
and a miss.
red,
A
but
red
it's still
card
red.
always gets the heartbeat racing ever so
Small
slightly
one.
higher.
Yeah, small one, but vote back up to 10 bigs.
Oh,
So.
is that Stefan back in with 50k?
Is it really?
Yeah, what a
Just in 15 bigs.
yeah, that is literally 16 big blind entry, isn't it? That is some
Money.
heart there.
That's some bankroll management, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, as CEO of masterplan.com, I'm sure he's doing all right for himself. Who's that? Oh, Tom Yates. Hello, Tom Yates.
Thanking you for the shout out.
Mm-hmm.
See what YouTube's saying. How many people are watching?
Over on the Banco Casino YouTube. Yeah, I'd imagine.
Is it on Banco, is it?
I think so, yeah. There'd be about 30 to 50 people, I'd imagine, on that. Say hello if you're tuning in. And if you've got any questions for us as well, feel free to let us know.
50 people.
50.
Hello guys, very good commentating. May I ask who the speakers are? Yes. My name is Leo. This is George.
Yep.
We
frequent the casino very often.
yeah.
You probably know us if you've been here before. Let's go, Timo. Hello, guys. Not a very good line by Tino. Super ob what he has, says Mike Loris. Well, if you got 5k, mate, the reg is still open, so come and jump in. Yeah, YouTube chat, says Evan Malamis. I told you Timo will blind out. Way too tight. Well, he's actually been opening pretty wide, to be fair.
He's not really tight. He's
He's
been about as wide as you can be.
Yeah.
So, check yourself.
Fighting talk from the keyboard warrior duo that is Gio and Leo. Simon here with the ace-9. Looks like he's probably going to be 3-betting that one.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, she's limped the button with 4-3. I thought she'd opened, so he's going to ISO for sure.
Just
puts half his stack in.
Goes for the jam.
Yeah. Is there any reason for the half stack? Does he fold if Ibinger shoves, or
no?
No, it's just why?
Yeah, it's just a I don't know. It's just a way of making it not look too intimidating, giving her the chance to call fold with some worse stuff.
Yeah.
You know, if she has some hand like this or some 10-9 suited or stuff that he has crushed, like that's going to be a lot of the range that really wants to see a flop, and if he makes it small enough, she might just be like, oh well, I could.
What do you think?
I could
She
call
peels 13 bigs pre.
Maybe
with
not that
10-9.
big, but you know, perhaps if he'd have made it a bit smaller, yeah. I mean, he's just effectively jamming, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I just sometimes I see sizes like that, and I think, well, what's really that achieving that an all-in doesn't?
It's not like you've hidden how much you've got in your stack or anything like that.
No, yeah.
No, it's not. There's not much behind it.
Mm-hmm. So Mosbeck been quite quiet.
Yeah,
recently doesn't not had an awful lot. Stefan finds
Stefan
the fours
folding,
there.
yes.
Probably just rifles it in, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean hijack with fours, we're starting to get in there.
I think hijack fours 16 big blinds. I just shove. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
and this could be the quickest 5k done in history.
Yeah, he's not going to be folding to a jam, is he?
Actually, I say that I saw a friend of mine last night on the 5-card table was doing off money quicker than this 5k would be.
That was definitely faster.
Yeah, that was asking for a 1k borrow, I think, every 2 minutes at one point.
Yeah, he was literally like...
Yeah, all of it.
Simon going for the shove.
Yeah, fair enough. He thinks that's... I mean, this is...
He knows Stefan. He's seen him play for a couple of hours now.
He knows that he's not just going to have a very strong range here.
Yeah, peeling. Oh, it does. Stefan does fold, which I'm actually kind of somewhat surprised at, seeing how he's like cold called all in with king queen and stuff, and now this is just a heads up.
Yeah, I think king queen suited does look very, very appetizing to a recreational.
That's the thing with just opening hands like this is you don't have any relevant blockers to the rejams, and you're folding to a jam, so you might as well either fold or just jam yourself.
Or just jam yourself, because then you can't really like get bluffed off of your equity. Like Simon could easily have a non-paired hand there that goes to the and
just folding 50%.
Exactly. Looks like things are starting to get underway in the kitchen a little bit. I've had a few people sort of wander in, be like, "Oh!"
George and I are literally sat in the kitchen of an old restaurant doing this commentary. There's like pots and pans all around us and
sort of random bits of Banco memorabilia,
chairs, chips in the cupboard over
paraphernalia.
We're tucked off away here in the back.
Having fun though.
Yeah,
it's all good. So, Mr. Rowe.
Yeah, Jack 9 off in the cut-off. I imagine he's going to start opening. Again, it's towards the bottom, but
it's not great versus this lineup, though, is it? You just
it just makes it in there. I think when this hand is good enough, 10-9, Jack 9, but I think Vote would perhaps would benefit from tightening up a bit. But Simon, from what I've seen so far, I think Simon's going to just have a better idea overall.
And I guess we'll see a jam from Fedor here. It's quite a lot of big blinds, but there's no real other players there.
Yeah, it's just 30 effective. There's not really any other option here. It's a pretty standard jam.
Oh,
sick City.
That is brutal. As we've just been talking about how quiet Mario's been, he finds himself in the absolute dream spot. Hold it together, maybe look at them. How much is that? Yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's getting a bit lame though. We're only trying to induce Rono to overcall, and our theatrics are not really going to influence his range very much. If he has Jacks plus, he puts it in, and if he doesn't, he folds.
Yeah, exactly.
No need.
It's not like
Mario.
it's not like it's not like Rodow's going to be like, oh, I think actually my king queen suited could be dominating.
I think Mario might have just called off 30 bigs here with
king
jack fours.
Yeah. I'm in good shape. No, as you say, like
you're just taking the piss now. Slow rolling, perhaps. Maybe it's deliberate.
Just taking his time, isn't he? I think. Yeah, there we go. Fair enough.
Simon's going to obviously just get out of the way.
And Fedor's going to feel pretty sick at this point.
Fedor's
he's just hoping for ace king, isn't
Fedor's
he?
And
there's 1, and there's 2. Yeah. Oh, it's coming 7, yeah.
Yeah, it's got suits locked as well.
Yeah. Where's Christian Rudolph when you need him?
Yeah, you see how the equity goes way up. Sometimes you can have pair versus pair and it will be 80-20, but this is actually like 87-13 because Mario has both the same suits, so Fedor almost just with 10% equity. Making a flush is a real thing. Does happen sometimes.
And is it always coming 7? I don't think it is.
I played with that guy. No 7 today. Could see a re-entry from Fedor. I think for the footage, for the fans,
He's still got chips behind.
Oh, he's got 4.
Yeah, he's got 10 bigs. Yeah, 275. Mario now the monster chip leader, and it'll be interesting to see how a revered online player is going to play the ICM, which I think will be a nice masterclass for the casual watcher.
Should be very good.
Yeah.
I can imagine there being some Bowie approved jams.
Yeah, just those open jams that feel so counterintuitive that it's just very, very standard, exactly. And also 3 short stacks. Now, actually, we're getting pretty close to the money here, right? Because we've got 3, we've got Kate 20, we've got 14.99 now. And the blinds will be going up soon to, I imagine, 20k, 40k. It's been quite
an aggressive structure. There was no 25k, I don't think.
Yeah, there was no 10.25. Yeah, that would be my only concern. You know, we've been here, since about 2:33. I think we got underway at about 3 o'clock. It's now 7:30. We've had about 2 or 3 breaks. Yeah, it's been a little bit on the quicker pace, I would say. And that's not a criticism, because obviously it was only ever meant to be a sit and go, I believe. But maybe a couple more extra entrants that were than expected.
Yeah, but like you say, we have got short stacks. When the blinds go up in a minute, it's going to be carnage. Oh, the blinds are up now.
Yeah, now it's 40k, and now all of a sudden Mario finding those aces has almost won him the tournament, really.
Second place has got like 20 bigs.
Yeah, exactly. And
so
Fedor now with obviously the easiest decision of his life.
Nice
just
spot.
shove the king queen. I think he covers the big blind. He does.
Mario is in an absolute dream
he's
spot.
Loving life here.
What we got? 5 bigs, Jack 8. Wow, grim, but fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlucky for a vote.
Just flick it in with the suited.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you played the big blind ante as well, and you know things are moving fast. It's always annoying to know that you're calling when you know that your hand is behind most of the time.
You just got
but
that equity.
It's just mathematical decision, isn't it? Basically, yeah. You got the equity.
You are ahead a small amount of time. You're flipping a
He could have
reasonable
10-8
amount.
suited. He could
Ace
have
5, pocket deuces.
10-9 suited. All of the offsuit ace-X you're doing really well against if you do have a suited hand.
Yeah.
So Mario in the bottom with the Jack 9 off, just going to be shoving into the 2 shorties, I believe. Stefan in the big blind with about 14 bigs. And the small blind was only on 5, so that makes it a bit more attractive. Jack 9 for 10 on the button would be on the wider side, but when you've got the average of the 2 guys, it's almost a sort of blind v blind spot really, because you know you're going to have decent equity versus the small blind regardless for the 5 bigs, and then you get to play for the big blind and the ante behind if he does call off. So you do see people tend to be quite aggressive in that spot where you've got the split stacks, I was saying, Leo. So like small blind's got 5, big blind's got like 14 or something.
Yeah.
You can go a bit wider.
Yeah, slightly. I mean, you don't want to let it affect you too much. You still want to just play the effective stack because it's.
But you're not shoving a 14 big blind open jamming range, is what I mean.
No.
Which would be much tighter than Jack 9 off.
Yeah, you can shove a little bit wider.
Well, probably be 1 pip. You could probably still shove Jack 10 off.
But
I'd
also
imagine,
just raise calling all the weak stuff is an option still against the small blind, and just having a raise fold range against the big blinds. 14 bigs is very relevant, especially in a tournament with a structure like this. So.
Yeah. Jack 6 suited's going to be a no with all the shorties behind. Vote decides that he's not really going to find a better spot than this and elects to go with the
fine shove on the button.
Yeah, and this is where this might be interesting to see if Kate realises that she's getting a pretty good price here. She's got a suited hand and could be ahead some small percentage of the time like she is now.
Yeah, this is a tricky.
It's a common thing
spot,
it's a common thing that recreationals don't quite understand, I think, but she's almost priced in there, I think.
Almost, but I think she's okay to fold in this exact kind of tournament where it's a very small field, where only a very few number of people get paid, and every chip is, you can kind of account for every chip in the prize pool already, just because there's so few chips in play and so few different stacks in play. That I think folding and just maintaining, she goes from like middle of the pack to last if she loses, but she can just fold and still keep a short stack alive.
True.
And just have the 15 big blinds herself. The chips are very, very valuable at the moment, and Jack 4 is weak. In like a big field, if we've got like 30 bigs or whatever, and the average stack is a lot higher, just flick it in. But in a small sit and go like this, I think just playing a little bit more cautiously would be good.
Yep, that's reasonable. Mario with the King 4 suited now. It's certainly going to be an open.
Yep.
I think you can call off. Vote next to him. Stefan on the button with the jacks.
Yeah,
certainly going to be.
All in, and Mario will get away from this one.
Yeah, raise calling. What is 8.5 big blinds? Yeah. This is going to be interesting actually. How does he end up folding here? Does he think that he's going? And now he's going to be able to get away because Kate's going to be all in.
I imagine he would have folded anyway.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think he thinks he's going to be too often dominated there and just not enough hands that he's doing well against in the range. Kate now.
She's not going to be folding.
No, some theatrics here, but the money's going in. He's only got 8.5 bigs. There's just no folding ace queen. You're really, he's going to be shoving almost any suited ace, I'd imagine, versus the chip leader open.
Yeah.
So you're doing really well. You're smashing king queen, queen jack, queen 10 suited, queen 9 suited might even be in there. No, she folds. No.
Ooh.
No, I think that's way too tight.
Yeah, that is tight. When it's the chip leader opening,
Yeah.
it's too tight.
Yeah, but now I guess she might be thinking about, well, there's a lot of short stacks now because Fedor's very short as well. I do quite want to make it in the money. But I don't think she had she had enough of
No, not enough incentive to fold there.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not. Ace queen just has to go.
If she was in second, right, and there was 3 or 4 people with 3 paid on super short stacks, would that?
Yeah, then
she doesn't really want to take a spot,
yeah, then
does
she can fold for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now we're still too far out from the bubble, and she doesn't have anywhere near enough of a stack. She still just needs to be making chips.
Yeah.
Everyone's just still in chippy V mode at the moment. There's no ICM considerations yet.
Absolutely. Fedor with ace king, picking it up in a great spot for him because he was about to go through the big blind ante.
Yeah, it's
which
so nice when you're short and you pick up a hand under the gun. Honestly, it's one of the best feelings.
And it is because you just realise, yes, I don't have to pay that big blind ante.
Yeah.
That's a real killer
and
when
I've got
you're a short
very
stack.
good hand. I might double up as well. That's
Exactly.
nice.
Going to get
Thinking
called
about
fairly
it.
wide here. I don't think Stefan's going to come along. He's just got the jam through. Oh no. Like, I know he's thinking, well, it's up against Fedor. He's going to be wide here, but it's still an under the gun shoving range.
Yeah, this is a fold.
Yeah.
All day long.
He's just not got enough hands that we're in great shape against. Does manage to get away. Well played, sir. Simon obviously not in there with the Jack 5, and now it comes to Ibinger with King 5, and he'll be folding as well. Oh, let's see. He's found the King first. He thinks he might have a little bit of a sweat here. No. How much was it? Yeah. Yeah, he did indeed see the King first, and his interest was lifted.
Ace?
Hang on.
Deuce.
Suited. How much you have? So nice pick up for Fedor there after the monster cooler. Running the 7s into the aces of Mosbeck. There's been a lot of aces popping up behind in this tournament, hasn't there?
There's been a bit, yeah.
A few spots where money's flying in and someone just wakes up with it behind. And Vogt finds the 7s as well, which is a lovely pickup for him because he's very short now, just over 7 big blinds.
Yeah.
7.5, Ibinger with the ace 8-7 suited. That's obviously not going to be going anywhere, and it's left with Fedor to see if Voigt is going to stay in the tournament. Looks like he is. Just going to be an easy fold. And it is, getting rather push-foldy for a 5k buy-in.
Everybody other than
Mario. Yeah.
And I think Simon's got a relatively
Simon's
decent stack.
alright. I think he's got about 900.
Yes, weird that the King 4 is second favourite there, but the reason the King 4 suited is second favourite there is because neither of the other players had a spade, and the ace and the queen and the king.
Yep.
Because it's ace, queen, king, jack, jack, ace, queen doesn't really have very many hands, very many outs left to make straights and stuff, which is going to be a big part of how ace, queen wins the pot. Not just by hitting an ace or a queen, it's by making a straight to Broadway. Whereas King 4 is not trying to make a straight. King 4 is trying to make a spade, trying to make a flush with spades, and obviously hit a king or a 4. But neither player having a spade is very good, whereas ace-queen, both players have outs that we need for some of our equity. So like 2 jacks and a king are gone, so we're very unlikely to end up making a straight.
Someone asking about the main event. That final table coverage is going to be tomorrow. Just around about 2 tables left in that at the moment. Oh, and Voigt picking up aces after the 7s as well and managing to get that one through. So a little bit of a heater there. Picks up 5 big blinds over the last 2 hands, and he's right back in the mix of it now.
I mean, that's what this tournament's at the moment.
Yeah, that's kind of where it's come to. We're watching. It's almost like a hyper turbo sit and go on Stars or something like that.
This was a bit like that 2K I played down the road.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah,
just
25-minute clock.
Disintegrated into it. Yeah.
Bit of a ruffle.
Yeah, it's a shame. That's what happens when it becomes a one-day tournament in live poker, doesn't it? You know, it's always a little bit hasty.
Yeah, I quite like those tournaments, to be honest, though.
Yeah, I mean they're good value at the start, right? And you build your stack from there.
And if you've got a soft table and you get a bit of momentum, can have a whale of a time.
The old Jeff Gross momentum shove.
Momentum.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Just going to go for the momentum shove here and just rams like 35 bigs in with complete burgers.
The guy who shoved it all in against me in Manchester and said, "Well, I just shoved twice in a row, so I thought the second one would look stronger."
Yeah, that is the definition of momentum shove.
Logic.
Kate going for the 140 here. I'm sure that she's thinking, well, if I get a rejam and a caller, then I can just get away from my ace-10.
Yep.
So it's quite a nice size, actually.
Oh, heater
Oh, wow. This
back-to-back pairs.
Yeah. Seat 7 really finding some hands
this
here.
This is the problem with these open sizes. Is like now, if you open to a min in the big blind shoves, you just fold ace-10 because he just has you crush. Big blind range, free bet jamming range is generally a lot stronger because they have the option to
plus
just
one.
Call for a discounted price, so they tend to end up having much stronger hands.
Yeah.
But now we've made it such a big size, we've just priced ourselves into a spot where we've got
310 into a pot of 960.
Yeah.
And
we end up needing like 25-30%, and we're going to have that.
We've got it, but we could have just avoided the situation by min raise folding.
Yeah, and at the same time, we do have that equity, but we also forced his range to be a bit stronger. Like he's not only shoving from the big blind, but he's shoving from the big blind versus a 3.5x open off like a sub 20 big blind stack. It's insane.
Yeah, if we min raised, it's not inconceivable that he would shove ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, and like the odd hand like king 10. But now it's just it's again. I'd agree with that.
Snap shoved as well.
Snap shoved. It's going to be a lot of like 7s through queens type hands.
Ace jack suited.
Yeah.
So now she doesn't know what to do.
I think she said call, hasn't she?
Said call as well, yeah.
Looks like she's nodded her head and said call, and she's in rough shape here. She's going to need an ace. 37% on the percentages means that I think a queen must have been folded or something, and no aces, so she's got a chance. And backdoor spades no good, as Voigt has the queen of spades.
Can't see that equity being
just
right.
King.
Even if the queen had been folded, I think she'd still have 70%.
Yeah. Oh, king 4, the dirty way of getting there. The
up
quad's
to 4
on the board.
outs now.
Yeah, up to 4 outs.
She had the spade, so that was a spade.
Ace or a king, please, dealer.
Okay, it's neither.
It's a very...
So Kate's going to be very crippled, down to 3 big blinds.
I love it when the dealers just do that little snap thing where you get the real sound of the card hitting the felt, the crack.
It's these RFID cards as well. They're the big, much thicker than regular cards.
Exactly. That really makes you feel alive when you're all in for your tournament life.
Slapped in the face with a river.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. All right. I'll grab my coat.
Peter for Vogt. He was down to the depths of desperation, sitting there thinking, why did I register a 5k sitting go with the best people in the world?
Yeah, what the hell am I doing? Down to
never mind, I'm a genius!
Down to 4 bigs at one point.
Yeah, he was.
Looking a bit perturbed because he got like that huge open size into his big blind, didn't he? And he was just like, I can't even flick it in with this.
Now he loves the open size into the big blind when he's got pocket quickities.
Now you've got the third best hand in the game. So well timed, and that's an example of what can happen in these if you just keep your head together.
Seen a lot of the best hand winning all-ins.
We haven't seen many turn-ups for the books, which is unfortunate.
No pain, just
no
yet.
pain. Yeah, we like to see some.
I imagine it's coming.
Yeah, Ibinger.
Here we go. Ace king versus ace queen, queen on the river.
Here we go. Yeah, I being a hand's way too strong just to open jam.
Yeah.
Wants to target some of those shorter stack 3-bet jam spots, even
like this.
even Mario as well. And yeah, this kind of situation's great.
Yeah, I mean this is quite close to a jam.
I think I would defend personally. Yeah.
Yeah, defending is obviously completely fine, but jamming would be also fine. Versus an aggressive opener, blocking the and trips for Matthias.
What a flop. Could even
flop.
check this one back. It's
just so bait.
It is a bit bait, isn't it? Oh, yeah,
We'll just go for the one big blind here.
Yeah.
40k. Trying to get him to continue with anything, and I think he will continue with ace high. Yeah, he's going for the one big blind up.
Is he trying to tilt people with those chips like that, or is that part of the game plan?
It's working if he's trying to tilt me.
Yeah. Trying to tilt the commentators.
Yeah, and I think
Stefan's
not a folder, is he? We know that, so he's definitely going to continue.
Just forced into continuing there. Yeah, ace high. Now he's in even
really
worse
good turn
shape.
for him.
Yeah, now he beats some pocket pairs like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s.
Yeah, the thing is Matthias is probably not going to induce pocket 7s or pocket 8s. He will have 9s and 10s and jacks sometimes.
Yeah, that's it.
But also he is going to be very like ace queen, ace king, king queen suited, king jack suited for his like strong raises. So and aces of course. So it is a good card, but it's also not as good as it perhaps seems.
As it looks, yeah. You can be easily to think, oh well, I've just improved to
crush loads of his range, but in reality he's not going to be inducing very wide, and he's going to shove a decent amount, and he's also just going to fold a lot of hands pre-flop. So it looks like a great board, but he is just going to have a full house pretty often here.
Is he just shoved?
Yeah.
Oh no, and that's the end of the road for Mr. Stefan.
Yeah, this shove doesn't really make any sense.
No, what are we repping here? If we've got a king, we want him to bluff it off.
Well, the thing is the reason we're continuing with ace highs because we think it's the best hand against some counterfeited hands, which means we need him to bluff those hands. So by shoving, we just get called by anything better. We get ace high to fold, sure. We get like a chop to fold maybe, but he probably doesn't have any ace x because ace 10 and stuff is going to shove pre-flop, ace 9 suited. So he might have like maybe ace jack suited, but yeah, we're just not in there. We just fold the turn. We got to.
But kind of an example of why these 5k tournaments run, I guess. They're probably not going to pay rake to play against each other, so
it's true. So unlucky there for Stefan, but
yeah,
enjoyable watching him play. Yeah, Matthias forging a bit of a stack now as well, so up to what 2.5 starting stacks, 3.5 starting stacks for Mario, so they got about 2/3 of the chips between them now. We've had what 10 entries?
9 I think. No, 10. Yeah, because we were so surprised to see him come back in with 16 bigs, weren't we?
Yeah.
Fancy the flick, I guess.
So that'll be a 50k prize pool.
Yeah.
30k up
Looking
top.
at 3 places paid as well.
Yeah, 30, 28, 15, 7, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
So Kate in the big blind, one big blind behind. She's just got to put it in, really.
Yeah, no two ways about it. Any two cards. It's probably better just to put the chips in and then look after, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just so
Saves
you don't
the disappointment of seeing 7
deuce 3. Okay, so she is dominated in this spot.
It's unlucky to be crushed. Is it just one? Is there a small blind?
No, that was Stefan, and he just busted out.
Yeah, right. Okay, so the shove does make sense.
So should be looking for a 5 or a 4 or a 7 or something along those lines.
King.
Help her out a bit.
6.
Yeah.
3.
No backdoor equity really. The 3 might help, but you'd rather have the board pair. That's not too bad, is it?
If
5.
If one of the board like 7 or 5 pairs, then this is a good card. It gives her a little bit of life.
No,
it's not going to do it. 10-8.
Too late for the 3. The slap of the 3 of
All right,
hearts.
Kate. GG.
Unlucky,
and she got unlucky in the main event as well. Got aces into kings and
busted out.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Well, she had the aces, but
yeah.
GGG. So now we're left with
Now we're left
four
with
elites
5 players plus Vote.
And Vote, who we're not super sure about, but so far he's not done anything crazy.
I don't think he's a bad player at all.
No,
yeah.
he's obviously like a reg of some kind. He's made he made a bit of a wide defend earlier, and
the 9-4 off was a little bit suspicious.
Couple of potentially reachy opens, but in general he's getting in there, not afraid to play. But yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting now. Let's assume that late reg is closed.
Yeah.
So we're going to be 2 away from the money. So this is where it really starts to get interesting. Fedor very, very short, so not really any pressure on him. He's just going to be looking to be as aggressive as possible and chip up.
Yeah.
It's people like Vote and Ronau really who are in the kind of danger zone.
In the coffin. Yeah. In the coffin. Can't really open into Mario's big blind that often.
You'll see Mario opening most hands when it's his opportunity to be first in.
Yeah, and that's a easy all-in for Fedor there, any ace really at this point. Oh, and Voigt now with the ace-9 lets it go. It is a bit tricky, to be fair. Ronau with the 10s, easiest decision of his life. Doesn't even mess around. No Hollywooding, just straight in the middle. And
we haven't seen a free outer yet, so...
No, it's a 2-outer, isn't it? Because Voigt folded the ace-9,
that's right.
Unfortunately. So, Fedor in... all in and at risk, and on the worst of it.
It would be nice to see him double up.
It would be. He's going to need. Well, he needs a 4 or a 3 would give him some sort of hope. The backdoor wheel is always a tough way to lose an all in, isn't it?
10 on the turn.
Oh yeah, that's GG then.
Yeah,
10 on the turn, and
I wonder if they'll maybe there'll be a re-entry. I'm not sure, but I doubt it.
There can't be a re-entry now. There's 4 left. There's 3 paid, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's 12 big blinds, isn't it? I don't know. It could be.
Reg is open.
Is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. 12 big blinds. You know, that's usually around when late reg closes. So I don't know. What Fedor just sort of buys in and then sort of comes back.
Yeah, why not?
After 2 other people bust, like I'm in the money. Yeah.
Waits for this.
Sort of sheepishly hangs around. Oh, you busted. Which seat am I?
Yeah. But maybe, can you do a beef jerky wildcard ad? What does that mean, Aaron?
Oh, that's from the Jack Link's beef jerky wildcard. It's like from the main event, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't really have any scope or control of the production. So you see these sort of camera shots.
Oh, like a sweat with kind of hand.
Yeah, it's like a sweat with one person, yeah.
Yeah, not much we can do there, I'm afraid.
No. So Mario...
$1 million marathon wildcard hand.
So Mario opening up hand of the gun.
Yep, standard.
Vote.
Four-handed under the gun, also the hijack because we're four-handed.
Vote with the 27 or 27 bigs.
Wait. Oh, who's the big blind?
It's going to be Simon,
Mario's
isn't it?
The big
no,
blind.
It's Ibinger. Ibinger's the big blind. Mario's opening it up. I think that's a discipline lay down there. You could 3-bet. I don't think shoving achieves an awful lot. It's just too many big blinds going in.
I see. So
they're four-handed now, right?
Yeah. So he's actually the cut-off, not under the gun.
So it maybe he could have shoved then for 27 with ace 10 versus what would be a super wide chip leader open.
Who had ace 10?
Vote.
He folded.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would shove.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Mario should be opening every 2, every 2, any 2. Well, not any 2, you know, but very, very, very wide. He's going to be opening
like 90% or something.
Yeah, it's the stone bubble now, right?
Yeah.
So next person to bust gets 0. So yeah, Mario has license to just basically do what he wants.
And Ibinger in this spot now where I think all 3 players have almost the same that are second to Mosbach. So
Mario does have to be kind of careful, but with every pot he wins now, it's just going to give him more and more of an advantage. Like he's likely to win this pot, so then he's just going to be putting further ahead. And once he gets to a certain lead, he's just going to be able to get away with absolute murder without being at risk of switching to second or anything like that. Checks it back.
I think that's pretty reasonable with your worst King X here. You're not going to get 2 or 3 streets really. You're just hoping for 1 street.
Yeah.
And you know, you can induce some bluffs on the turns. There's a lot of cool things that can happen.
I'm amazed that Vote folded ace 10 on the button.
Yeah, I thought it was 5-handed to be fair. I got it wrong, but yeah, that was way too tight. Maybe he's just thinking, I don't really want to mess with the chip leader now. I'm second in chips. So
I'm like, damn, what a spot the chip leader's opened.
yeah,
I've got
the lot here. Yeah, just pile it in, and even if he calls with queens or
and
jacks,
the thing
you've
is
got
as well
some
is if
equity.
we do pile 27 bigs, he's not going to be loving it with like
Ace
ace
jack.
jack off.
I think he'd probably fold ace jack.
Yeah.
Probably just call ace queen plus, and even ace queen. Like
It leaves him in last place if he loses, and then he's suddenly at risk.
Mhm.
Whereas if he folds, he's still chip leader.
Yep. And I think we're going to see a stab from Mario, and I don't think Ibing is going to go anywhere versus a small size.
Mario again with the check back with showdown value. He's checked back flop 3 times and just had showdown value every single time. Second pair, and then like a weak top pair on a pair board here.
Yeah.
So definitely something to notice there. Yeah, and like you say, I think it's one of those spots where Matthias's hand seems like an obvious call, but at the same time Mario has such an easy flop bet with his whole range when the 3 is not a trips that Matthias is going to have very often. Being that it's the bubble, Matthias is going to defend a lot tighter, so some of that 3x is going to disappear out of his range.
That's true. A lot of the 3x, just the stronger suited ones.
Yeah, Mario just hoping for him to improve to a pair like this with the 7.
Yeah, some sort of 4-5 hand that now Rivers.
4-5 just folds the turn, but he can have maybe 4-5 of hearts.
4-5? Yeah, sorry, yeah. 4-5 of hearts. Maybe he'd probably be check raising the weaker gut shots. Sometimes.
Yep. Mario just going to be going for like a half pot, I imagine. It goes for like 60-70%, something like that, 275. Yeah.
Yeah, a very meaty size. Targeting basically 7x, 4x of hearts.
Exactly, yeah, targeting 7x, 4x, some ace highs, sticky ace highs sometimes, and some pocket pairs. I think Matthias can still have like 6s and 5s at some frequency.
Yeah.
They didn't shove pre-flop, probably not 8s or anything like that. But
and is he going to get his cape on here? I don't think so. I think he's just going to let this one go, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, in theory he's blocking King X, which is good, but he's not blocking the King X that Mario is going to check on the flop. So
yeah,
he actually wants to be blocking like King 7, King 8, King 6. But I think Ace 10 is just going to end up being folded. Giving it the tank.
Votes had enough.
Yeah, he's like, this is taking too long, Grano.
Yeah, looks like there's going to be some sort of break by the looks of it, because the card room manager Susanna there coming over.
Registration will be closed now, I guess, after this break.
Wonder if we're going to see anyone flicking the 12 big blinds for 5k. You never know.
You never know. Giving it the long tank, Matthias, but I think Mario just has enough hands, like queens even can start betting for value for this kind of size. You know, queens, jacks, 10 stuff that's just trying to get called by a 7. A lot of Matthias is just check, call, check, check. Check, call range is going to be 7x and 7x only really. Obviously sometimes King X, but he's going to fold a lot of the weaker King X pre, and so his stronger King X is going to be strong enough to just value bet the turn. So yeah, long tank, but does eventually find a fold, and yeah, on a break. See ya.
Catch you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. And as you can see, we've had 2 last-minute 10 big blind entrants because there were 4 left and 3 paid. So I guess Fedor and also Kate have thought, well, why not hop in? All it takes is a double up, and you're right back in the mix here with the stacks being fairly short up until the chip leader Mario, who's got over 30 big blinds, and everyone else between 10 and 20. So 1 double, and you're right back in it. And she finds 3s first hand. That's going to be a jam for 10 big blinds. So straight back in the action, 5,000 resting on the pocket 3s. And she's going to await her fate now. It's always quite nervy, isn't it, when you know you've got sort of one of the bottom jams, but seeing everyone else make their decision and wondering if it's going to be the quickest 5k you've ever spent. But looks like snap folds all around, and she'll just pick that up. Nicely done. Up to 625. So Kate in first hand, pocket 3s under the gun, all in, 5k. Yeah, 10 big blinds. So Kate and Fedor joining us. For those of you that have been watching the stream in its entirety, rather quick structure, and I believe they may have. I just got some info. I was chatting to Matinho, Mateus Auer. I think you know him.
I do.
Nice guy. I've gone deep in a few tournaments with him. He's just a great table presence, and he was part of the original cast or crew of Pokercode Grindhouse members.
Played a bit last festival here, didn't we?
Yeah, and he's playing on GG, I think, quite a lot as well, and PokerStars, obviously. I was just saying, how's it going? And he kind of echoed the sentiment of a lot of other people that he said he's feeling a bit burnt out from poker. There's just been loads on recently, isn't there? It's sort of
series after series
after
series.
It's for an online player. It's been a little bit of a liberty, really, just because once one big series closes, another one has gone on over the main sites. Yeah, Kate with the ace 3 here, not going to be calling it off versus the cutoff. You could call obviously blind v blind, and small big blind versus button. It's
10 bigs, yeah.
Yeah, you probably
you don't
call,
love it,
but yeah, I think a discipline fold versus the cutoff. And Mr. Karkarov there getting it through. So 6 left. You can hear a bit of the table talk there. Fedor saying vamos, probably when being asked why he's back in with 10 bigs. I mean, it was 4 left, 3 paid, so, and I said if 1 double up and you're right in the mix, aren't you?
Yeah, it's true.
Hello to you guys in the chat that are joining us. What's the viewer count looking like on Twitch?
I'm just reloading it because it seems to have frozen.
Vote here with the Queen 10 suited. Certainly want to be opening that. Nice playability post versus the big blind if they do choose to defend. Obviously an easy raise fold versus all of the reshoves. But also blocking some of those reshoves as well. So Mario in the big blind with 7-6 off. Usually you'd want to defend this, but I think when he's against someone who's quite short opening from EP 6 max, you can just let this one go.
Yeah, with these added short stacks into the mix again, you just
want to preserve that chip lead.
Yeah, he's already got a nice percentage of the chips with the 500k starting stack. What's he got? 1.7 million.
He's got half the chips in play. Yeah.
Yeah, well, a little bit. He's got about a third now because there's been about 10 entries, haven't there?
Oh, that's it.
How many have we got? How many have we had?
Well, he's got
12 now. 12 entries.
12 entries, and he's got 3.5 stacks. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 6 million in play.
Yeah, and he's got 1.8, I think, or 1.7.
Nice.
Yep.
Living the dream.
Is his online name, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Did you not know that?
No.
Yeah, I think it's like Living My Dream or Living the Dream 1 or something like that on Stars. I thought that was quite a tidy little quip there from you, but unintentional.
Unintentional quip.
Intuitive. So, blind v blind, 20 effective, 8-4 suited.
8-4 suited, yeah.
Gonna be limping it in.
Yeah, what's the stack in the big blind?
About 1.1, 1.2 million.
Yeah, limpy limp.
Yeah, there's no ISOing really, is there? And there's obviously you can't fold suited hand, getting a good price with the big blind ante. Looks like he is going to ISO, and it's going to make it something like 2.5x, just pressurizing the snap folds.
Yeah, interesting.
Quite nice not to have a deuce or a 3 in your hand when you do this, I guess. Jack 5 off is a very uncomfortable defend.
Yeah, but for this size in position, we just have to.
Exactly, that's what I mean. You know that you've got a call, but you know you're just going to be in a rather dicey spot. Not really sure what you're hoping for with a hand like this. Just the jack.
Want to make top pair basically, or a pair. Blind versus blind, any pair is good.
Oh, that's a great board.
This is a great board. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be very comfortable now. And Mario, no backdoor.
Yeah, what 9-5 deuce, no
9-5
diamond.
deuce rainbow, no diamond. Yeah, could elect to check. Might just want to target some of the snap folds from the king high, queen high, jack high region.
Yeah, he does. His hand has some good properties. He does block like 6-8, 7-8, 3-4 suited that all continues from the big blind. So blocking continues is always important, and he doesn't block any backdoor flush draws that are going to end up calling and then folding later.
Yeah.
So something like 10-8 of spades, 10-8 of clubs are going to continue, but 10-8 of diamonds, 10-8 of diamonds is going to fold. So blocking that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, interesting that Vogt elects to check back there. I would usually sort of fire a very small stab in position here just to.
Yeah, just a good spot for Mario to go for a check raise though on a dry board where Vogt doesn't really have any strong hands because all of his pairs are going to go in pre-flop. Just is left with a bunch of one pair stuff, a lot of second pair and third pair.
Yeah.
He's not going to want to face a check raise here, and Mario could really be very aggressive with that, covering and being a chip leader. So I quite like the check back. Just clearly a nice board for our range. This looks like a good turn where Mario is going to be betting a lot with like ace highs and stuff, but I think in reality those hands actually just get checked. So it's mostly going to be.
What a river.
It's mostly going to be quite a value-heavy range, so yeah, it does continue with the 5, but he probably was feeling a little bit cautious still, but yeah, great river.
Great river, now he can basically raise any size.
Yeah, Mario's just going to be checking and being in a very tough spot. This is a big bet.
He's probably going to see a 3/4 or so size from Voigt here now, and it's not going to make an awful lot of sense apart from like the Jack X of hearts, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is a great spot for Voigt to
go very big. He's got 6-7, he's got 6-8, he's got some hearts.
Could even go up to a jam. The jack really doesn't interact with Mario's range at all. He's not just going to have, unless he has Jack X of hearts, but we have the Jack of hearts, so he really just has very little Jack X. We are going to have a lot in the way of bluffs.
Yeah.
We can still have like King 3 suited, Queen 3 suited.
Mario can potentially still have, like you said, over pairs or strong 9x going for a check raise on the flop.
Yep. Yeah, we can have 7-3 suited ourselves.
Oh, he's just jammed. That's a lovely bet.
I like the jam, yeah.
This looks really fishy, doesn't it? Like, Mario's thinking, well, what the hell is he representing here? And without a 6 or a 7 in his hand, he may be, or a heart, he might actually be kind of tempted to think about this one. I don't think he will call, just because if he's wrong, and it's still a spot where people are going to be, quite value heavy, I'd imagine, and just the only normal bluff I think would be 6-7 that you'd see people show up with here.
Yeah, 6-7, 7-8, and then like the 3x, King 3 suited, Queen 3, 10-3 suited, 7-3 suited, stuff like that. There's going to be some ace highs, but those are likely to just check back the river.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the 6-7, 7-8, and some flush draws that don't interact with Mario's opening range. So like weak flush draws, like something like 10-6 of hearts would be one that we would bluff. 8-6 of hearts. Yeah, exactly. The ones that don't have really Broadway cards. So he can have a lot of bluffs to choose from, and then his value is obviously going to be just basically Jack X of hearts plus.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to be jamming a 9 for value or anything like that. So he's just going to have Jack X of hearts, hands that made 2 pair with a jack, and unlikely to be any other 2 pairs. He would bet the flop potentially with some flop 2 pairs, and turn probably raising. Can still potentially have like 5-4, something like that, 4 deuce suited. But yeah, mostly just kind of Jack X plus, and then the straights can have 6-3 suited and Ace-3 suited.
Going
Ace-3
off
offsuit.
going off strategy in terms of just kind of population tendencies, do you think people find the all-in sizing with a bluff that often? Do you think they're kind of more tempted to?
I think.
Do you know they're more tempted to bet, like still have some if they get called some
like pot
chips?
size bet or whatever.
Yeah, I just feel like people don't find this size as a bluff that often in a spot where they're kind of close to the money and still have a reasonable stack behind.
I do agree. I personally would use this line as a bluff. I personally would put bluffs in this line because I know I'm getting hugely overfolded to, and when it's hard for you to rep value with your bluffs, one of the best ways to then make your bluffs effective is just to put way more money in than you normally would. If you're like, you have a good spot to bluff, but it's going to be hard to convince somebody that you're bluffing, one of the options is just put a lot of money in.
That's a great lay down.
And so like we see here, if you do jam with a bluff, it's put Mario in a very tough spot, but he does end up just finding the fold. So all our bluffs, it would be a very successful line with a bluff. Whereas if it had gone 3/4 pot size bet, perhaps Mario finds the hero call a bit more often. So
Mario was staring him down rather meticulously there, and Vote not really giving much away. I imagine the heart rate would have been going a little bit more if he was ramming in the 6-7 there.
Funny, I always get just the pumping heart when I've got a good hand.
Yeah, me too.
Bluffs,
actually, I've been called for that reason sometimes before. That you look like you were really racing there. I was like, well, yeah, I
had a good hand.
I like my spot. Yeah,
I was excited.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think
it's polarizing, isn't it? It kind of takes away the medium part of, there's no thin value when you got the racing heart, let's say.
Yeah, population wise, I think you're right. People are not finding the bluffs, but certain players are, and that's where it's important to draw conclusions or as many assumptions as you can about your opponents. Is like, are they a person that's capable of doing this?
Yep.
Like if I was checking there and Fadal jams the river, I can be very confident that he's going to find bluffs.
Yeah.
There are some people you can definitely assume, but a lot of the time you don't know the people you're playing with, and you just need to pay as much attention as you can.
They've only been playing together for a few hours. I mean, this Voigt guy, I'm not sure if he's a friends of Pokercode or if he's if he's like a random guy that maybe lives in Austria or something. I don't know. But
he doesn't. From the table, the way the table kind of seems to be dynamic. The dynamic seems to be. I don't think they
know him so well. Yeah.
How many entries at the moment? It's just these guys. These are the ones that are left. 6 out of. We had about 10 entries or 8 entries and 4 re-entries, I think.
Yep. So 12 total entries. Buy-ins. 3 paid, 11k, 18k, and then the rest up top. So 60k prize pool minus
27.
Minus the rake.
Yeah. How can I get info on how many people left? This is it. How many people? There you go. That's the information Gio just gave it to you. 3 people always going to be in the money. And a lot of short stacks because there was a couple of re-entries on the break for 10 bigs. So the stacks are really very shallow in general.
And Voigt here, who's he jamming into? So you've got Simon in the small. I think he's getting quite short now. It looks like he's got 200k chips there. Could just open jam. He does elect to limp by the looks of... Oh, no, it's a min-res, sorry. Oh, and Simon, once again, finding the aces.
Bit too much to open jam, so
would
like
be.
The open. Could see a peel here with a capable player with a shovable stack in the big blind and
I'd be very tempted to peel with iBingo behind. It's very rare you get to have a hand that wants to peel, and I think a higher level player is going to rejam quite wide. Especially in this spot.
Yeah, but then there's also the dynamic of small blind versus button, supposed to be very aggressive for 3 bets, so putting aces in there is also good. So this will just be a mix, whatever he feels like doing. He is going for the 3 bet by the looks of it.
Yeah, the 3 bet non-all-in is going to be 275, which is reasonable. It's difficult to be able to go north of 3x here, just because then you're really stripped of bluffs.
Yeah, and it needs to be small enough that he's not committed to the big blind.
Yeah. And a little bit of theatrics there before the fold. Just thinks.
Yeah, I mean it's a very small size, so it's definitely tempting. But
I think he correctly realizes that versus the top of the range, and that is going to be somewhat value heavy with a few bluffs.
Yeah, we're pretty crushed there with Queen Jack off.
Definitely. What sort of hands would you peel? There we go. There's the payouts. 28k.
Just less Broadway, more like suited connector and. Like we peel pocket pairs for the price because we're just getting a good price to set mine, and his range looks very strong, so we usually just get a double up when we flop a set. But yeah, like the queen jack off, ace 10 off, king queen off, stuff like that. Those are the ones we just fold. Continue with your 7-8 suiteds and 10-9 suiteds.
Mm-hmm.
Ace king suited for Mario. Nice spot. Opens it up in the hijack.
Yeah, lovely spot as the table chip leader.
Interesting.
Might be something to do with Fedor being short in the big blind and wants his range to disincentivize a big blind defend.
Fedor's very short though.
Yeah, very, very short. 6-5 off. I don't think that makes it. Yeah, just electing to let it go. Finds himself
5.5 bigs after playing no hands.
After playing no hands, just blinding out of the 5k. That's not
5 Gs.
Not a great spot to be, but
how much money have you got?
Put 5,000 large.
Bigs for Matthias. Queen jack off on the button is just going to be an open, I think. Oh, he does just go for the effective shove. Opens to 8x, half of his stack. And Kate's not going to be folding this one.
Nope. Ace or pocket, she's saying. Let's listen to that table talk a little bit. Let's do this, she says, and gets it in.
Yeah, pretty standard. I didn't realise it was like 12 big blinds effective, so yeah, very standard shove from Matthias.
Yeah.
Really sweet flop.
That is the great flop to see, isn't it? Nothing but a couple of backdoors.
That's very nice indeed.
Looking to fade a picture card. Yeah, there we go. Locks it up. Beautifully done. And yeah, eases the nerves somewhat when you've bought back in for 5k and you're all in about 10 minutes later for your tournament life. But now, one of the chip leaders. That's kind of the way it's gone with the structure here. Only 12 entrants, so a double up to 2.4 stacks is very significant. And Mario now, as you can see, with the outright chip lead.
Yeah, getting a bit closer now though. He did have a much bigger lead, didn't he? This is getting kind of bunched up there, and then Fedor and Matthias very, very short, so we should be on the bubble pretty soon, and then that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fedor. Mario's going to be loving this with Fedor and Matthias getting eliminated. If that's what happens.
That's huge for him.
It's a great spot for him, for sure.
Both tough players.
Wee, she's going to ship it. Yeah, probably.
You'd hope so.
Why not? Told her it was. Told her it was her day.
Yeah. Didn't say which bullet, but bullet number 2. So I've been going 7-5 suited in the cutoff with the 5 bigs.
Yeah. Probably folding. Yeah.
Yeah, lets it go.
Looks nice, but. Yeah, it looks nice, but you want to have a blocker to some calls, and you want to just have, you know, making a bit more equity when you get called 7 high, just always behind.
Be right back.
Deuce 3 in the small blind. Kate just coming in with the what? 8x? What's she done here? Oh, what is she? This is Yeah, not sure about this one, Kate, but leave you to it. Deuce and the 3 are very, very bad cards to have in your hand because you block so many of Mario's auto folds. You want to be unblocking hands that your opponent are going to be folding. So opening something like 6-7 off makes more sense because you get like 8-9 off to fold still, but you also unblock hands that just automatically fold that are better, like King Deuce, Queen 3, Jack 3, offsuit, some real weak stuff. But having a deuce and a 3 just blocks more of the very weak range and just means that it's more likely Mario has a hand that's going to want to put chips in. But we got it through that time.
So I'm going to do an interview with Stefan Sontheimer, which is good. I will ask him actually. Yeah, but he was just having some food with a load of the German guys, so we'll see how he's getting on. What's that? Yeah? Oh wow. And got the fold? Boss. Just sort of, why not, right? Yeah.
Not? I'm in. There we go. But much better hand for Matthias to be shut.
Yeah, that's why.
Nothing doing for anybody else so far.
No, Mario in the small, not in there, and Voigt's going to be in a bit of a tough spot with a lot of his hands. That's not one, just an easy fold.
Yeah, in the bin. Come on, mate. Why are you asking for a count? There's at least one stack of chips there.
Yep. Can't really call a hand like this unless they literally have 130k or something like that. So I being a chipping up.
Chipping up a little. Probably basically a double up. Yeah, fader all in with the ace queen suited. Pretty standard for 5 bigs, and yeah, it's going to be a call.
Yeah. From Voigt.
Oh, he
just rejams, same kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, with the ace.
And Fedor almost sheepishly turns over the ace queen suited there off of the 5 bigs.
Should be a double up for him if he can fade getting 3 hours. No 10 so far. A bit more backdoor equity for Voigt though with the straight draw. Turns the open ender. Always a sweat.
Always a Sweatington. Needs to fade the 10 or the 6.
Or the jack.
Or the jack. And
Bing dong.
Indeed does back over starting stack now.
That just makes it a bit nicer for Mario as well. Takes one of the closer stacks away from him. Boosts his chip lead a little bit.
So anyone got any questions to ask Stefan Sontheimer? Or Stefan or Stefan?
Stefan, right?
Stefan Sontheimer, yeah, that's right. Let me know. We'll be doing that interview in about 2 minutes' time.
Ace jack for Mario in the cutoff. It's going to obviously just be an open. Min piece, is it? Nothing doing for Simon in the small blind.
No, I being a very short with the jack
Yeah,
4 off.
unfortunately, not even going to be a defend though.
No. He might. Once he's getting 50 into 275, just flops any kind of piece and goes with it.
Yeah, not sure with this hand. I think it's just a bit weak still.
Yeah.
We still have some fold equity. If you fold, you're just going to get a better opportunity to put it in facing an open as well. Chances are in the next orbit or two, like, you're just going to pick up a better hand. So
Yeah, interesting spot for Mario now. What does he do here? Does he bet one big blind? Does he shove? Does he check?
I think he probably just shoves. There's enough hands he's ahead of.
Just to deny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just goes for the one big blind.
Yeah, just targeting.
And he can still
snap
call
folds
it
and
off
stuff.
versus...
2 live cards that don't interact with the board, just getting a fold 6-7 off, denying a little bit of equity.
Yeah. So Fedor short. Fedor and Matthias still short. Well, Fedor's back up to 10 bigs though, but still short. And Matthias definitely in the danger zone.
Absolutely. I'm going to probably go and do that interview. I'll be right back.
All right. King 8 in the hijack for Mario. I can see him starting to open some stuff like this. I mean, he'd probably ideally like to get one player closer to the money, but it does look like he's going to... Yeah, he does find the fold. He went to go for the open, but yeah, I think he's going to be thinking roughly the same thing there. One more player to bust and he can start making these opens, but for now he just wants somebody to naturally bust the short stack. Because there is that 2 short stacks in play, you don't want to force yourself into situations where you have to double up one of the shortest stacks with a very
That's it. You just got to raise call something, and then
you got to call Matthias for 5 bigs with King 8 here, and there's just no need for it.
Yep.
When he's going to bust so naturally against somebody else.
Yeah, you want to induce the collision between the other 2 guys, I guess.
Yeah, and he's going to be all in here.
And Fedor's not going to be doing an awful lot of folding, so let's see what he shows up with. Very awkward. 1. Oh, that's a picture card. I think he's going to call.
Called it off. No, he already has called it.
Oh, he just called blind.
Yeah. No, he didn't call blind. He looked
at the jack and called. Yeah.
Good vote for Fedor.
Yeah,
backdoor spades as well.
Yeah, got that board pretty much covered.
Even a queen is not the end of the world, especially the
queen
of spades.
Yeah, so a lot of equity here, and that's
almost
as good as it gets. Needs to find a king, queen, or 7 to stay in the tournament.
Yeah.
Ibinger going to the river and out of there.
GG, sir.
So good run. Got something going at the start, but again, with the nature of the structure and just the way it's kind of been going, losing all in and you kind of short and you're out. So unfortunate for him. Won't be playing for the Pokercode Festival Highroller trophy.
Yeah, but now it's going to get interesting. Fedor chipped up slightly. Now he's got like he's not completely dead at the moment. He's up to about 15, 16 big blinds.
Yep.
But he is out of position to Mario. Mario got position on obviously the kind of more of the fun player left in Kate.
Yep.
She's second in chips there, but yeah, Fedor not out of it at all. So this is going to be a very interesting 5-handed battle. Like these stacks are close and anything can change. If Fedor doubles, he's chip leader. So. And if Fedor doubles off of Mario, then Mario's last in chips.
Yep. So lots of things can happen. Lots of what's called the future game coming into play.
Be a good one.
But not really much to think about with the 10s. Lovely hand for Mario to pick up there under the gun.
Yes. He's going to be perceived to be opening very wide here. So going to get a few extra jams against him, potentially from a hand like this, where Fedor's deuce is not a blocker to... Yeah, it's not a blocker to any of Mario's opens, but the ace is a very good blocker to the top of his range in the calls, and the hand also has 30% equity. combined with Mario just going to be opening so wide, this becomes a lovely spot. And he did take it and just runs into it. Fedor's going to show him that ace deuce, yeah. But this is it. Anything can happen. We've all lost this hand before.
We all indeed have. And the
Four's
four,
not a bad start. That's a great flop for Mario.
Yeah, really, to no backdoor equity either.
Yeah,
just
you can see him relax a bit there.
Yeah, definitely. He's expecting to see some sort of club sweat or the wheel sweat.
It's worse when it's like this because then it's just the ace. Alright, down to 3 outs.
Yep.
Ace and we're on the stone
only.
bubble. Just like that.
Oh, there it is.
GG,
Unlucky Fedor.
GG.
Did come back in
Yeah,
with 10 bigs, so can't
nice.
expect too much there. Just looking to spin it in and, found a nice reshove there versus the chip leader with a suited ace.
Glad I wasn't punting it thinking that was a call. Thinking it was a shove, I mean. So, Stone Bubblio vote down there, but probably a bit more ICM aware than Kate, I would imagine, if I had to guess. Simon and Mario are both going to know their stuff, and I'm sure Vote has at least a decent idea from what we've seen, I would assume, is ICM. But ICM is a tricky game, tricky beast. King 7 off under the gun, just going to be a fold.
Yep.
Jack 8 off in the cutoff, but actually button, so it's going to be an open here. Oh, does find the fold against 2 bigger stacks. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting.
And what will Kate do here? We've seen the 3 deuce open. Mario
Yeah,
sort of
so I think something similar. Looks like a smaller raise this time. Something a bit more reasonable.
225. Yeah.
Yeah.
250 he makes it, and Mario just fishing for a little bit of info there. Go on then, what did you have this time?
Yeah.
Folds the 9-3, nothing to be done. So a sweaty bubble.
Sweaty bubble, and Vote was down to like 5 bigs or 4 bigs, wasn't he? So
Yeah, 4.5 bigs he had at one point.
he'll be alright, but still being in will be a bonus for him. Queen Jack off for Rano. I can't see him folding this one.
Yep, does indeed pop it up.
Comes for the min, up to 60k big blind now. So
Yep.
they're playing, it's roughly 20 big blinds effective for everybody, apart from Mario's got about 30. Oh, he's got a bit more now, hasn't he? Knocked out Fedor, he's up to like 2.5, 2.6 million, so he's got a lot, effectively.
Yep,
Oh.
40 big blinds.
Yeah.
And let's see if Kate finds the jam here. I think calling would probably be the weaker of the options.
Yeah, we don't really want to be calling here, but
What's she doing? Going for a small 3-bet, or is that just
no,
a peel?
it's just
That's
a
a
peel,
call.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not in love with the peel here. We want to be very high card heavy in ICM situations.
And now, you do allow the wider rejam from the blinds as well. Like Mario has a free license. Just even if you looked at a hand like, I don't know, a King 8 suited or something, you might be tempted to rip it in there.
Yeah.
Because he knows that Simon's
So
going to
much
be
pressure on both
ICM
of
aware.
them.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and then obviously very easy spot for Vote, and now Kate just is going to have to let it go.
Yeah. Unless she wants to flip for it. I think she's asking the same thing, ace or a pair. And, now you sort of backed yourself into a wall, and
Yeah,
the
and
best case
she leaves
scenario is a
herself
flip.
in a big disadvantage now, giving the short stack a chip up.
Yeah.
off your own stack, leaving yourself shorter. Now I think she becomes the short stack. So
yeah, whereas by folding, she allows there to be some sort of collision with the other short stack from the cutoff. You know, which is good for her because she wants as many collisions between the other players as possible here.
When she calls the button, the big blind's also going to fold a bit less. So yeah, her just folding and letting the big blind play big heads up against the cutoff is nice.
Yep.
Especially when the big blind's the short stack, big blind weaker range, out position. This means that it's just going to favour put the chips in everybody else's favour a bit.
Yep.
Everybody wants the short stack to lose at the moment. But now, yeah, she's put herself joint last or roughly.
And on the pure bubble here, Mario's probably gonna
be opening
min raise this one, I guess.
It will be just a min raise. Seems fine. No reason to do anything. Interesting.
Does not look to fold.
That is what I would say is quite tight.
Yeah.
I think on the button on the bubble we're probably wanting to open.
Because the thing is with the open there is that Simon in the big blind is going to be aware that Kate is probably going to play too many hands and be involved in a few too many collisions than she should be.
Yeah, and just end up being a bit tighter.
Yeah, and then he's going to fold a lot more, isn't he, versus the open. Because obviously now, for all those stacks that aren't Mario, just getting into the money is by far the most important part of their approach to the next few orbits.
Ace Queen open jam there. It's okay. I think in this situation though, inducing would still be a good idea against somebody competent, because when you do get it in with a hand like Ace Queen, when you induce, you really have them crushed, and he's just going to call with Ace King when you jam anyway. So yeah, I think inducing is nice there, and a lot of the pairs and stuff. You just generally the hands you induce against, the ones that if you just shove and he calls, you get it in against like his normal strong value range, and if you raise and he calls, you get it in against his. If you raise and he jams and you call, you get it in against his normal value range plus just a few extra hands, but the extra hands that you have crushed, and there is some future game involved. So when you do double up, you are going to be in a very good position to win the tournament. Mario all in from under the gun here with the ace. Yep, great play. Great play, and Kate is just going to have to fold here. Hopefully Kate gets in the money. Be happy if that's the case. She was very friendly earlier.
I've just seen one of the players in the canteen from this lineup, so I think I know who the final three are.
Okay, nice. Don't spoil it.
I won't. Getting ready for the players' party, I believe, tonight.
Oh yeah, I got given a...
You got the info, didn't you?
Yeah, I got given this wristband for that. So if you want to get one, I'll get you one.
Yeah? From who?
Nebo.
Oh yeah? He said Leo knows all the info, so just come with him, he said.
Oh, okay, well there you go then.
Uh-huh. What's that?
My friend is upstairs in the bounty.
Oh yeah, how's he getting on?
Hand for hand on the bubble.
Nice. 11 times the short stack doubled up LMAO. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, he's
got that many chips.
15 bigs.
Oh, he's got 15 bigs.
240k average is just like 12 bigs, so
oh, right.
Yeah, shit shoot.
Bit of a pump fest. And Kate here with the King Jack suited. Probably just going to be piling it in, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Don't really.
Although she's done it, she's not necessarily always done that.
No, she's done a lot of these like tricky raises.
Yeah, it's a lack of ICM awareness. That's all. Just a bit of a lack of understanding about how you have to play in ICM situations.
Because you don't really want to limp, because if he shoves, then you kind of have to fold.
It's just not a raise call. That's all.
Yeah.
The raise calling is like criminal. So you want to be the one putting the chips in and generating folds.
And just open jamming there, picking up the two big blinds isn't the worst.
Yeah. If he calls, he calls. But yeah, raise folding, King Jack suited is pretty criminal, but.
So Simon now getting quite short around that 15 big blind marker. 10-9 off. He folded the jack-8 on the button, so I don't think he's going to VPip that. Yeah.
Okay, should be folding this, yeah.
Good. And Mario
has technically an any 2 jam.
Yeah. But he might just let it go, or do some sort of like 2.75x or something like that, just to...
Yeah, not sure what the stacks are.
Looks like he's just going to limp. Oh, he's got
20 bigs. Okay,
yeah,
so
bigs.
yeah. I mean, a jam is definitely. I'm pretty sure this is an any 2 jam spot. He's just chosen to deviate, which is fine.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Probably a board that will see Mario stab for 1 big blind quite a lot.
Yeah, and vote's not going to be going anywhere.
And obviously, lovely board for Voigt or Vote. Managed just to going to come in for the call, see a turn card. Pretty happy with the situation at the moment. The ace looks like a scare card, but really Mario's just going to happily jam all of his ace-x, I think.
Yeah, not all. He will have some traps, but it's really it's mostly just like aces, ace-king, ace-jack, ace-queen now.
Yeah.
And those might not always bet the flop, and they might raise first in a decent amount.
Yep.
And yeah. It's just going to be a board that Mario wants to really barrel.
Mm-hmm.
The big blinds range is just so weak on boards like this.
Yep.
Limp to pot and then just calling the flop. So Voigt should have a bunch of 10x still, a bunch of deuce-x, and a lot of it's just going to be very disconnected, weak stuff. Also going to have some flush draws that call twice and then fold. Can have queen-jack, but can't have ace-king, aces, kings, tens, ace-10.
Mm-hmm.
Check, 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 and check. Yeah, we just there's not really any value in betting the river. So yeah, final table has been reached in the main event. That's going to play out tomorrow. A couple of people I know on that final table, so that's going to be an interesting, a good one, fun one to watch over. Yeah, king, queen, all in the small blind for about 16, 17 bigs, very standard, and standard call on the bubble. So flipping, don't love it, but it is what it is. Could be the bubble burst just like that, if Vogt can improve, and boom, queen high flop. He's going to be absolutely loving that. He makes a little like grimace with his face as if, oh, I'm so sorry, but we all know that you wanted that. 7 on the turn, Brick City, just 2 outs. So I guess it was Simon that George saw in the canteen, huh? Or in the yeah, queen on the river. GG, Simon. So we're in the money. Free-handed. Very, very close in stacks between Vogt and Mario. Kate going to be the short stack, but It's all to play for, with blinds at kind of 30k, 60k, going up soon to 40k, 80k. Like, it's very, very close. It's just one of those things. As soon as a few hands are played, there's probably going to be a different chip leader. So, yeah, this is not going to last too long. Three-handed 30 big blinds effective either. So, expect some action. But yeah, in the money, all players locked up. About 1.5 buy-ins, something around 7,500 euros, I think, and around 27 to 28,000 for first place. So all to play for. So main event victory in like 4 hours, 5 hours. I don't know how long we've been here. How do we see the interviews? Yeah, not sure about that. It's a good question. I'll ask George when he's back. He's doing another one now. Just realigning the graphics, making sure that you guys can see all the final all the whole cards. Are they the final three? Yes, they are. We're down to 3 in the money. Bubble just burst. 3 people paid. Just waiting to get the graphics whole card stuff updated, because Kate moved seat there, so we'll be back. Short break. I'm back. Don't know where George is. Did we miss anything? Well, answer me. So those are the payouts. Oh, it was an 11k min cash, not 7.5k, so quite a big bubble actually in the end. Bigger than I thought. The 2k I played the other week, the bubble was 7,200 euros because it overlaid. So that was fun. Queen 6 off in the small blind for vote. Probably just going to be a limp. Could be a raise. I mean, I think either is fine when you're covering, but Kate has shown a tendency to be a little bit splashy, so potentially not wanting to inflate the pot. Yeah, and she does go for the ISO of King 7, which is very nice. Very nice move. So well done, Kate. Approved by the solver.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the final 3 of the Pokercode Highroller 5k. 12 entrants, 3 remain, all reaching the money after the unfortunate bust out of Simon Runow there. Mr. Igor Karkarov online couldn't hold those 8s and banished to the rail with the bubble. Never going to be easy as a professional player in that situation.
Especially in Slovakia's biggest ever poker tournament.
Yeah. And I'd imagine even a high stakes online player is going to feel the heat somewhat with that.
Definitely, yeah. I don't like bubbling even $100 tournament or whatever, you know, like
no.
Things feels sad.
So Voigt here limping with the 10-8 suited.
Yep.
Quite reasonable. Doesn't really want to like raise, get 3-bet off of his hand. Can limp
and
call.
Kate ISOing the ace-3, which I'm not sure about.
Yeah, that's very aggressive.
When I say I'm not sure, I mean I am sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that this is not what we want to do.
No, just not much playability out of position. When
Yeah,
people tend to limp, they're usually going to continue in position.
Yeah, he's not limping to limp fold very often.
No.
Especially versus a free. It's a relatively small ISO out of position.
Yeah.
We just don't dominate him enough. We want to be raising for value. And the ace is just on its own.
Yeah, King Queen would be a much nicer ISO. Then you know he's going to limp some hands like Queen 8 suited and stuff like that you dominate, and then you can get into a spot like this where you flop the best top pair. Now she's just kind of left with kind of a stab into the dark, hoping for a fold. Oh my God, is she jamming the flop? No, looked like she had getting all the chips ready there. She's
gone for an absolute bomb.
She's bombed it, and this in terms of Voigt's exact holding is probably the best size, because he would have been continuing versus the 120 or the 180 even with the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot.
He's gonna have to just fold this one.
And now he's just going to have to fold. Yeah, what's he going to do? Just call, and then you know if he improves to a 10 or an 8, he's not in a great spot. So yeah, doesn't have the price there. Just to fish for the 9. And Kate getting it done with some out of line play and chipping up nicely. At least the style is fearless, you know. It's better than just kind of limp folding your way
exactly.
into
if you're
the money.
Be making mistakes, make aggressive mistakes.
Exactly, because you know they can always fold. Whereas when you're sort of playing passive and you're a little bit of what's the word, intimidated by your opposition, the worst thing to do is just decide to just call everything, roll over, call or fold. So at least she's taking the initiative there and gets the job done with a rather spicy.
Yeah, I'd love to see
small blind ISO, and
I told her she was going to win, so I mean I'm pretty sure it's going to happen.
Looks somewhat likely. I think Mario might have something to say about that, but let's see.
Yeah, there's a chance she doesn't win.
Yep. So A7. See what sizing she goes for now. It's been kind of between 2 and 4x for the most part. Looks like a
bomb.
Yeah.
250. Snap. Says Mario. I see we have the same hand.
Yeah, and Mario now just engaging her in a bit of conversation. I think he's someone that looks very comfortable live. that spot where he was up against Voigt, where he didn't snap fold the 4 on the river, looking just for as much information as he can gain from his opponent as possible. Just sort of, it's more about gathering how comfortable they are, isn't it, rather than anything else. There's a lot of sort of micro tendencies that you can spot on players, and they're not going to be consistent throughout everyone, but he's sort of trying to, you know, weigh up in his mind, is she looking comfortable if I shove here? And he does just decide to let it go versus the 4x open, which is probably reasonable. It's a shove or a fold by that point, isn't it?
Yeah, versus that open size, 25 big blinds effective. What is it like? Yeah, less than 30, 27 effective. He doesn't really have much choice.
A bit of a wry smile there, maybe asking to see the showdown, and she's been quite forward about showing her hands as well, so he might think that maybe I just fold and see what she's up to, and then if it's 2 out of line, I'll take the spot next time. Still got a nice chip lead, 37 big blinds playing 31 and 30.
Yep.
So despite the quick structure, we have gone into a stage where there's going to be a bit of play now in the final 3.
Yeah, although these stack sizes short-handed tend to come off a bit shorter than they would in like a full ring.
Yeah.
3-handed 30 bigs is a lot different to full ring 30 bigs because there's so much just raise 3-bet, raise shove, raise shove.
Yeah, weak ranges attacking, well...
Yeah, wide ranges.
Wide ranges, exactly, not necessarily weak. You're still going to have the top hands, aren't you? But not as often, of course.
Diluted.
Yeah. So Mario, happy to open it up for just the 2.1x or the min plus. And Kate now with the 9-5 off versus the chip leader. No real reason to continue, I think, when she's covering where she's second in chips, isn't she? Out of position.
Yeah.
I don't mind the fold there.
Yep.
See if we can hear what she's saying at the table. Something about if it's marginal, I'd rather you not, or something. I think Mario's kind of still quizzing her about what that button 4x open was, and it doesn't look like
marginal.
he's doesn't look like he's getting much of an answer. So Queen 3 in the muck. If you're watching Stefan online, because I just interviewed him, how tall would you think he is?
6'2".
Yeah, he's taller than me. I was
Is he?
very surprised, yeah.
How tall are you?
6'4", yeah. Not often. I don't know, sometimes you see people doing content online, you just see the webcam and you think, oh, they're, you know, just going to be normal, when he was just
didn't think
towering.
Fedor would. Fedor's quite tall as well.
Yeah, he is quite tall, yeah.
Mm.
It's yeah, he looked like a shorter guy. And Kate now in the small blind with the 3 deuce suited. She likes this hand, doesn't she?
She does.
The 3
She's
deuce.
gone for the open again. Mario
just
getting the count once more.
Yeah, got that kind of bemused expression on his face.
Yeah,
like, is it going to be like this the whole time?
Opening into me. What am I supposed to do? I haven't really studied for.
Yeah, the 4x.
Facing a 4x every hand.
Oh, that's brilliant. You love to see it, and this is exactly what I was hoping for. You know, you've got top pros. I think we've
being put in the bin.
Yeah, I think we've deciphered that Voigt is a very, you know, competent player. Anyone that's got 5k to put up versus the best in the world has got to fancy
themselves. I was just speaking
themselves.
to another one of my friends who said that he plays cash games with Voigt quite regularly, and he always buys him for like 5k and stuff. So perhaps he's a bit of a cash player.
Yeah, might be a bit of a Bitcoin guy or something. Looks like he knows his way around.
Suggested that.
Yep. Looks like he knows his way around the cryptocurrency world. Just something very shrewd looking about him.
Button for Kate. What we got?
Doesn't matter, does it? Just 4x it.
Heaven Dewey.
Oh,
Nothing Dewey. Don't
here
look
we
at
go.
your stack like that. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now.
Correct.
Mario here with
About
Queen
30
Jack.
effective again.
I think they've just gone up to the 80k blind, haven't they?
Oh,
so
very nice. Okay, so 20 effective. So now the open shove is in play, but
it is in play. It's not necessarily the
play.
Yeah.
It is in play. It is the play. He does take the shove. Does take the shove, gets it through.
You can't really go too far wrong. It's chip EV. It's also very tough for your opponent to call off.
All of the ace-5 kind of offsuit stuff that he calls off in chip EV becomes now like
a really tough spot. If you look down at ace-3 off there, I'm folding personally.
When you perceive the third player at the table to be slightly weaker than
and
yourself.
You're going to get into some good spots with them if you do elect to take the fold.
Yeah.
Is this in the bounty, is it? Looking at some of the footage.
Trying to burst the bubble. It seems like it's not bursting.
Yeah, very.
This could be it.
Yeah.
Oh no, flush.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, busts.
Oh, he busts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's that Peter Gavril guy, the guy that absolutely rifled it off and then rivered the straight versus my straight in the 180. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
13 players left. 11 players left.
DGen on tour in there as well.
DGen on tour in there.
Seems like a nice guy.
Does. I'll hit him with the follow.
Yep, why not?
And they're gone.
So Voigt in the small blind, just pumping it in for his 20 big blinds. And Kate with, again, it's not comfortable, but it's an easy call.
Yep.
She's probably going to think I'm up against 2 overs a lot.
Yeah, just you got to put your money in now, Kate.
Yeah.
Come on.
Unfortunately, I know it's not. All of the possibilities go through your head, don't they, when you're deep in a tournament? What if he's got this? What if he's got that? What if I don't hold?
I actually think this is quite a nice spot.
Yeah, it's a great spot.
We often have a pair versus 1 over, or sometimes even have them crushed because he's going to have deuces to 6s in here.
Yeah, ace-3 off, ace-5 off,
yeah.
No! Oh, and Voigt gets away with absolute murder.
There, yeah. He's just just absolutely printed money there. Like,
yeah, if she's folding 7s, she's almost
and thousands of
she's
euros.
almost folding the deck there. And wow, what a swing in the favour of Voigt there. Who's going to watch that back later and think, wow, what on earth was that? Might have been thinking, well, if she's tanking a bit, it could be a dominating king X, like a king 10 or king jack or something. Ace 6 off. Maybe I get that out of there, but no, the pocket 7s is really a get out of jail free card there. And
yeah, that is.
What a lifeline there for Voigt, who's somehow still in the tournament.
You know Julia, don't you?
So Mario looks like he's trying to get rid of his hand, but I think the button is in the wrong place by the looks of it.
Yeah, because it was blind versus blind shove.
Yeah, and now it's the same again. So now it's going to be a misdeal. We're going to move the button across and we're going to get back to the next hand. Zuzmik coming over to tidy things up a little bit. And let's hear what the table talk is a second. I think she might have a good hand. She's sort of contesting the fact that... Oh,
she definitely has a good hand.
Does she have the aces here or something? She's like, no, come on, guys. Why can't I be the big blind again? This isn't fair.
Yeah, very good.
I don't think we're going to see on the graphics. Oh.
Ace king, I think.
Looked like one of them was an ace.
Yeah. The other one was definitely a Broadway. So, folding 7s, huh?
Folding sevens.
Didn't think.
4xing the deuce 3, blind v blind.
Yeah,
It's all. She likes to have the initiative, doesn't she? Does
yeah,
Kate?
that's the thing so far.
I think she doesn't like calling off what she deems as a marginal spot, and yeah, I think the recreational logic there is a lot of time. Well, I'm flipping at best, really, but you're not because he's going to have
and
king 4 suited stuff that doesn't really want to like the stuff that wins as a jam for
6-5
chips.
suited. Even we haven't completely crushed sometimes.
Just stuff that doesn't really play that well out of position, but is strong enough just to jam. Ace 5 off, ace 3 off, ace 2 off. The low suited wheel aces are jamming as well.
Yeah.
Queen 5 suited might just pile it in.
Yeah.
There's just really in those spots. You just really need to think about all of the hands that you're beating, and if there aren't that many, then fair enough, you can make a really tight fold. But there, I could list, about 100 combos of hands that we're doing pretty well against. So
deuces is much different, but sevens just far too good.
Exactly. If
sixes,
she had threes there, I'd be like, well, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
but
6s and 5s though, we start to snap them off.
Yep.
Sevens is pretty much is
It's
almost
just
getting fist pumpy.
Yeah, well, I think it is a fist pump, isn't it? Really, yeah. Versus someone that is, he's not been tight.
No. So
another limp strategy from Voigt, probably recognising that the structure is getting quite short now. He doesn't want to raise fold because he knows that Mario is going to put him under a lot of ICM pressure if he does min open, and so limping would be the best. It just keeps the SPR high post as well, which is kind of where he wants it.
all those dominated hands from the small blind and the big blind as well.
Yeah.
Another ISO from Kate. Not just choosing hands that are a bit too weak. The real weak aces are just.
Yeah, and Mario now has got a spot because
I think
he's up against an ICM unaware opponent, but he does feel like he might have got a bit of information on the last ISO.
Yeah, he's going to have seen some hands now, and I think he's going to have enough information to make this jam. I was going to say, I think he's probably just going to jam here.
Yeah.
It's hard not to. The limp is never going to be super strong.
No. It's either and you're blocking the traps anyway, like the ace-king suited, the aces.
Yeah, he will have seen her ISO, the small blind with the ace-3 off, and ace-8 just good enough now.
Yep.
And yeah, Kate's going to be folding.
Yeah, if she's got enough of that offsuit stuff in there, then just a printing jam. Obviously, he knows that Kate is doesn't really want to call off for a tournament life.
Yeah, if he's seen the sevens hand there now, if he's got feedback about that, like this is just going to be, he's going to be all in every hand.
Yep. And nice pickup there. Easier to say than do, when you're in the final 3 and a Rex ISOing the small, some alarm bells. But it's you got to play the player in this game. Yeah. You got to understand what they're doing and what the game flow is, and if she's a little bit out of line, then that needs to be punished.
Yeah.
Nice one. 3 left in the 5K. Yeah. Mr. D-Gen on tour making the FT of the Bounty King.
Yes.
There we go.
Come on, send it. 4 bags up top or something like that.
How much up top? And bounties. How much have you got so far? Lovely.
Nice.
Excellent stuff.
4 bags coming.
And a beer in hand, a professional at heart as well. You love to see it. Good luck, sir.
So, what we got here? Looks like an open. Or is that just blinds and ante or what?
No, it's fold.
That's just ante, yeah. So, limp for Mario and the small blind with the 7-5 suited, playing about 20 bigs still. With Voigt, not sure. Still, ace-4 off. I'm probably just going to check this one. It's tempting to shove a lot of ace-x, but we still want to have some in there in our check back range because it's ace-high boards are going to be a board that Mario is going to shove. Is going to start to bluff a lot post-flop in the limp pot. So protecting your check back range a bit is important. But he does elect to just shove. Don't hate it.
Yeah, nothing really to be said about that. Achieves quite a lot, gets a lot of folds. Folds out some hands that have 2 live cards against you that,
Yeah, you block traps as well, which is important. I think Mario is probably going to trap appropriately there, though. And yeah, just something to be said for avoiding high variance routes when there's a fun, more kind of recreational.
From what we've seen about Mario, he looks like he's quite a comfortable player. He likes to just take it to the streets wherever he gets the chance to.
Yeah.
Not really that shove happy. So
good strategy.
Definitely, especially in he's going to really fancy his chances now as the chip leader with the lineup that's left.
Yeah, and now if Vote's seen that hand as well, he's just going to be all in every single small blind.
Yeah, he can really start taking the biscuit on the 80k big blind here. Just 160k plus his small up for grabs, and someone who's really looks like only going to be calling off sort of top 15% of hands.
I mean, sevens is top 15% of hands, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean,
sevens would be like top 10.
Yeah, I feel like she would be. I think there'd be some weird distribution in what hands she wants to call. She might get a bit too married to ace-x hands, and then
ace-5 suited, but not sevens.
Yeah, exactly. Because then she'll realize, well, at least I got an over if they've got a pair or something. But yeah, interesting to see the short stack adjustments that she's made so far.
Vote.
Oh no, yeah.
Goes for the out of turn fold.
The old out of turn fold. Now he's opening the 10-8 off. It's come on.
Now he's limping.
Oh, is he? Yeah, well, he does get to limp actually now, doesn't he?
No, okay. I was gonna say limp and then she completes.
Yeah. She min raises. Going for the angle.
Yeah, Mario going to be defending this one.
Yeah, for sure. Especially after he's seen that, he's going to fancy a slightly wider than normal.
I mean,
he might even 3-bet. Yeah. It does call. I'm interested to see how players like that at the highest level would adjust to these kind of weird little things that you only get in live poker, don't you? Yeah, no one's folding out of position online, obviously. So when you see some stuff like that going on and you think, well, he kind of had calling chips, saw the out of position fold, and then went for the old min raise. And backdoor straight draw and flush draw for Mario, and looks like 100k to go, and just elects to get out the way.
Yep.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, we're not got a strong enough draw either way.
No. Maybe if he was a bit more wrapped around, or
had
some cleaner backdoors.
Stronger heart, something like King 9 with the King of Hearts.
Yeah, that would be much easier. Just going to try and play as low variance as possible. Take all the shoves he can.
Choice for me.
Take all the shoves he can, limp whenever he can. Just sort of
feel his way through.
Yeah, exactly. Just there's no need to try and sprint to the finishes. They're playing for a lot of money. It's going to be 28,000 for first. No need to try and win it in a couple of orbits. And Kate now with the easy shove. Finds the ace-7 off. Mario with the queen 10 suited. Don't think he's going to call with the player behind. Don't think he'd even call if it was the big blind either. And 7 do no good in the big blind. Got anyone in the chat? How's it going? Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, that's you, Paul.
Yep.
If you're still watching.
Nines in the small, just piling it in. I think this hand's so strong that you could even do whatever you want, really. You could 2.5, you could min raise.
I actually prefer the limp.
Hang on. No.
She just had the wrong amount.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
I actually prefer the limp with nines because we've seen Kate be aggressive with ISOing. Twice when he's limped the button, she's ISO'd a weird hand out of the small blind. Once when he limped the small blind, she ISO'd king high offsuit. So I think I prefer a limp with the very strong hands, and nines definitely gets in there as a very strong hand.
Yeah, Kate's the sort of player that seems to look for any excuse to sort of pump it up a little bit.
Yeah, without being all in.
Yeah, exactly. So coming up at Banco Casino, for those of you wondering, great array of tournaments to play next week. The Banco Masters, 170 multi-day ones.
Yeah, starts
great
on
clock.
Thursday.
Yep, 45-minute clocks, 1 hour, day 2. Multi-day tournament with the day 3 on the Monday, I believe.
Yeah.
And that will be 100k guaranteed, so plenty of value there. And after that, the festival, which is going to be, you know, a packed schedule full of tournaments and cash games. Kind of gearing ourselves up for that one. Might take it a little bit easy this week. Maybe get a bit of gym in there, just a bit of relaxation. And then that's going to be, you know, like 2 or 3 tournaments to reg every single day, ranging from the 100 to the 1k buy-in level, which is just a great level for live poker, I believe. Especially in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, €500 main event with a 300k guarantee. There's going to be heads up, going to be PKO, PLO, Sviten.
Yeah, you name it, we've got it. Sports betting, roulette.
Any kind of degeneracy.
Yeah. Who do you think's the favourite for the roulette day one? I fancy Jack for that one, to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and ship leader of the roulette day 1A, Jack Hardcastle. Actually, looking forward to the sportsbook tournament. I'm not sure what the format's going to be, but I think I'm going to have a filthy edge.
Formula 1 weekend, I reckon. MMA next weekend as well.
I feel like it's just going to be you only get to bet with one bookmaker, and the odds are going to be all over the place, and you're just kind of trying to pick the worst, the least negative EV, if you know what I mean, like the old 90% overround or whatever.
Yeah. Where can we watch the interviews? Not sure. Probably on the Poker News.
Yeah, they're going to be uploaded to the Banco Casino, and the Spade Poker TV staff are going to be sorting through those. So I've done one with Stefan Sontheimer, who unfortunately final table bubbled the main event. Called off with pocket fives, button versus big blind, and lost to queen 9 off. So yeah, got sent packing there. But he was in good spirits, and obviously I don't think it's much of a financial hit for him. But he's got an injured leg at the moment as well.
Saw that.
Yeah, unfortunately playing football on Tuesday night.
The suited connectors that Kate likes to go for the first inch. She's just gone for the limp here.
Yep.
And then calls the ISO versus Mario. I think we want to just be limp folding at this stat depth, or just kind of folding versus the chip leader. Does continue, but yeah, it's going to be check on the flop. Not really any incentive for Mario to bet. She just continues with all the pairs, and he potentially doesn't get to realise equity sometimes with her potentially having some
she just
jams.
Check jams a king. It's a disaster,
or even
isn't
just
it?
like 10-8, you know, 10-8 off, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, some Jack X of hearts type hands. Some hands we have equity against. We can still rep strong hands. We can still have like aces. You know, we could check back some ace king, ace queen, ace jacks, jack tens.
Yep.
So we're gonna be pretty well protected here.
Yeah. Maybe a king 5 or something like that.
Yeah, I expect him to start betting the turn now, trying to get value and then folds from some one heart hands. And targeting like Jack X and Queen X that can potentially call once and then end up folding the river, because she's not going to have very much strong Queen X or Jack X. If she does have it, it's mostly going to be in the Jack 9 off kind of region, you know, like the Queen 8 off stuff.
Yeah.
Like that, so.
She did do this little thing in terms of like the live aspect, where she kind of thought for a while, then sort of smirked and checked, which doesn't really. It sort of says I was considering bluffing and now I'm just going to give up type thing, doesn't it? Yeah. Easy to say that when you see the cards, of course, but you know, facing that double check line when someone's out of position, not going to be something that's going to get defended much by a recreational player. And unfortunately, down to 13 big blinds now. So Mario. Running away with it a little bit, 5 big blinds ahead.
Doubles off Mario, she's the chip leader.
That's it. That's the nature of the beast.
It's going to be interesting how these guys deal facing all-ins from Kate. What kind of adjustments they make, having seen her fold 7s and stuff like that. Could be interesting. Maybe some overfolding going on. Mario in the small blind with King Deuce off. I imagine he'll be opening this one, trying to apply pressure on second in chips with a short stack. But he maybe thinks he doesn't have enough of an advantage at the moment to warrant it. And he does block some folds with the deuce, but no, it looks like he's going for it. Yeah, using the king blocker is huge in these kind of situations. Very easy to fold to a 3-bet or a jam as well. So Pilgrim in the chat. Hello, sir. Thanks for coming. Jack 10 off for voting the big blind. Just going to be a defend.
Yeah.
Nothing much to do there. Pilgrimator.
Let's go, Mr. Sanford and Leo. Let's go yourself, mate. Good luck in the 2-2. I just saw you got ironed out by the old naked overpair float that turned the boat. That looks a bit brutal, but
That's what it is.
plenty of loosey-goosey action over in Tallinn to get yourself stuck into. It's just
is he in Tallinn?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not been, but I've heard great things.
Yeah.
Nice
great.
when you get this kind of board with your bluff opens as well, like just the king high with the diamond as well. It's just so nice. Normally it's just going to be complete 7, 8, 9, 2 spades, but
Yeah.
and
Oh.
it just turns the Dewey. This is how you do it, ladies
This
and
is
gentlemen.
how we do it.
Yeah,
This
it's going to
is how
struggle
we
to
do
get
it.
much action here though, and I think he's just going to want to start putting money in himself. Vote's going to have some 7x, some 6x that check back, potentially even some king x still. It's going to have turned a flush draw a bunch at a time and check back some diamond flush draws on the flop. Still going to even have 8-9, 10-9, 4-5, 8, 8-4 suited. Just a bunch of gut shots. Hands with tons of equity. Mario just unblocking all of the draws. Yeah, but doesn't run into anything that can continue this time.
Yeah, unfortunately. Goes for that large sizing, just trying to set up a 2-street game.
Yeah, and just trying to get maximum value from draws that are going to call and then fold when they brick. You want to get a big bet of a big street of value there.
Before the board changes too much.
Yeah, or just before they brick. If you put a small bet in, you just don't win much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Mario really just compounding his chip lead a bit. Be there in a week. Oh, he's coming here. Coming here, are ya? I'll see you there.
Yeah, we'll be here. I think he's actually coming this time.
Yeah.
He does have a bit of a tendency to be like, oh, you're over there, are you? Yeah,
I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm on the flight. But yeah, looking forward to that. It's going to be some amazing events coming up.
Oh yes, that's going to be a great week. It's going to be. I'm going to be poor at the end of it.
But why not, eh?
No, why not? No.
Yeah. So vote with the 2 jacks. Nice.
With the jiggities.
Decides to call. I like
goes for the trap. Yeah,
I like it.
Like it a lot.
Yeah. Again, Kate might get down with sort of 13 big blinds. She might just panic and kind of shove over the limp a little bit too often. Oh my God! What a flop!
Oh, birthday on the 19th as well for Pilgrim.
Lovely, lovely. Oh, that is absolutely disgusting.
Oh my God! Wow, Kate.
Wow, unlucky Kate.
And after losing aces versus kings in the main event as well,
I know,
this is absolutely brutal.
And now she checks back the boat and she's thinking of Vegas and the effing Mirage.
And she gives it the head shake. Oh
shake.
God!
No, Kate, no.
This is.
She's gonna min raise, I think.
Oh, and talking, smiling. I'd be like, oh baby, she's got a 6.
Yeah. This is absolute wages for vote. A little sigh, a little shake of the head, and now a raise to 250.
Nah, just a call, surely.
I think she's going to raise. Oh, no, don't shove.
No, she's going to just call.
Okay.
She understands she's... Oh, no. Yeah, she's just counting. She understands that she's trying to rep a weak hand.
Yeah.
You can see it from her... the body language doesn't make sense to then raise. She's setting up the appearance of...
Yeah.
This is
I
situation.
don't have anything... Please
yeah,
bet
I'm
again.
in a tough spot. I'm finding this really hard. But the thing is you got to try and put the acting with the board as well. She doesn't really have a very difficult decision with very many hands here.
No, it's call or fold, isn't it?
It's call or fold.
Yeah.
Like Jack X kind of easy, Queen X easy, 6X very easy, 10-9 easy, King 10 easy. Rest of your hands fold. Like it's kind of she's got a flush draw, call.
Yeah.
She's acting like she's in a very difficult spot by facing this one small bet on an
trying to rep like
board.
a 10-8 or something.
Or pocket fives.
Yeah. Jam's pre, I guess,
there's
but
there's not much.
There's not many hands.
Here.
Yeah.
And he goes for the jam, and she's like, "Cool."
You're all in, and with the one chip as well, she's like, "I've got it." Oh my God, she's gonna think, "What the hell is going on there?" Flops the boat and looking at the 2 outer on the turn.
She didn't realise she'd lost for a minute there.
No, she thought I got the Oh wow. That is absolutely brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Now she's starting to realise. Yeah. Oh, no, I've got... Yeah. That's it. Jack's full of 6s is going to beat
I mean, you're kind of looking at the board thinking, yeah, I win, right?
Yeah.
So I could mistake her for...
No, I know.
Forgive her for
especially in such a high-pressure moment as well.
You're just buzzing about it. Absolutely buzzing, but that is a brutal way to bust. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah,
honestly.
and she gave a spirited fight. Fair play to
Yeah.
her. She really did gave it her all.
Yeah, that's about as grim as they come. Unlucky.
And fair play. She's in for 2 bullets. She's probably made about €1,000 profit. That's not a bad afternoon, is it? Let's face it, for anyone. And all smiles on the way out as well, which is tough after you've taken such a brutal caller like that.
I'd be throwing chairs.
Yeah, I'd be hauling down that back panel as well.
Congratulations. Fuck
yeah.
Pillow.
It does feel like either the cash game or the tournament staff was a little bit too quick to jump into you and be like, right, well, come to the cashier desk. Yeah.
Any tips?
Yeah. So standard is 3%.
Yeah. So, heads up. Very close in terms of stack now as well after that hand. I think we're basically going to be neck and neck.
Yeah.
We've got, what, 12
I don't think they're
times
going to be doing any
600,
kind of deal.
6 million in play. They must have about 3 million each. I mean, maybe Vote has the slight advantage now, actually. Maybe about 3.5 million.
Yeah.
Place 2.5.
He got a good million out of that pot, didn't he? So
yeah.
Looks like they're bumping fists as if to say good luck, or is it as if to say chop up the prize pool?
No, I'd be shocked
if Mario
wants to chop it. What are the payouts? The payouts now are
28 and 21, isn't it?
And is it 21?
I think 28 and 21. I can go and check right now.
That would be no, it can't be, because that would be a bigger jump between third and second than second and first. 17, I think. 28k for first, 17k for second, something like that. 11k for third. Or we could just work it out. 40. Yeah, it must be 17.
Hello, welcome back for the heads up of the 5K Highroller Pokercode Festival event. Just a lot of words in random orders there, wasn't it?
Welcome, poker, table,
Bratislava,
sitting,
Banco
chips.
Casino,
Like a tournament,
raised.
win a trophy.
Regardless, we are back. Cheers for that, mate.
No worries.
And we're back in
We're
business.
back. Several more gin and tonics.
Having a couple of gin and tonics, and we're enjoying the last of what has been a rip-roaring final table. We've enjoyed
Yeah,
some.
been great.
Yeah, we've seen some questionable plays. We've seen some world-class level of poker, and yeah, overall it's been a great ride.
They had exactly 3 million each.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh wow! So exactly half the chips each. No deal by the looks of things.
Yeah.
And looks like Mario's won a couple of pots.
Yep.
And not imagining that this is
So what blinds are we at? 80k still?
still at 80k. I think we've got about 10 minutes more of that blind level. Maybe a little bit less. It's tough to work out with the delay and the break.
It's about 35 effective.
Mhm.
Interesting. So I guess, well, I mean, we'll see what happens. Heads up is a very interesting aspect of the game, one that I really enjoy. But there's often some very mixed / made up strategies going on when it comes to heads up. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I saw Vote go for the 2.5x there with 5-3 suited, which is
Probably.
not
Yeah.
probably part of a strategy that I would be using, but
Yeah.
we'll see how he. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays the rest of his range. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. What else is in that 2.5x? Does he have a min raise? Does he have, bigger
Limps.
sizings? Probably not. Mario here with a nice hand to just bet the flop heads up.
Yeah.
Middle pair.
and
You can get the queen highs to fold with the clean over, the jack highs. Just stuff with some equity. You can get called by deuce X like this. Some straight draws.
Yeah.
Turns the two pair. Very nice.
Yeah, you're just forced into continuing very wide heads up because the nature is it's two people playing like 85% of hands.
Yeah.
So ranges are naturally very, very wide. There's so many whiffs on the flop. There's so many combinations of pairs. There's so many, all combinations of draws are basically always there at all times. So you're just forced into continuing really, really wide.
And I think Vote, this looks like a bomb, but I think versus kind of a medium size, he'd have to call his deuce X once again because there's just so many random stabs that now pick up an 8 or a 7 for a gut shot that Mario's going to be double barreling.
Yeah, this is a great size for Mario as well. He's kind of starting to polarize. So he is actually giving Vote, he's giving Vote some incentive to call here by using a polarized sizing. He's repping a lot of like draws.
Jack 7, Queen 7, Queen 8.
So many of those gut shots, so many flush draws, so many hands like King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 8, hands that have just turned two pair. Turned a straight draw of some kind. All the flush draws, all the 3-4s, all the 4-5s.
And now he still has all of those hands, and a lot of his hands like Jack 7 are blocking two straights now, and this is going to be an uncomfortable spot now because a pair heads up is much more valuable than in any other format of poker. However,
the king does give Mosbeck a pair sometimes.
Yep.
A reasonable amount of the time.
He can double barrel some king X in clubs or something like that.
Yeah, puts the shove on him, which I love this hand so far. Just a real played to perfection.
Yep, just a real clinic. Obviously, he does have the value, but it's it's about the way that you play those hands as well to maximise it. I think.
Yeah, you'd see a lot of people go for some sloppy 2/3 half pot size on the turn, trying to get value, leaving a 600k bet on the river or something.
Then don't get the lot from a king X or a 10-7 or a 10-8 that just has to cool down.
Yeah, and in theory, Vote has a good bluff catcher. He blocks some of the fast plays like two pairs. He blocks 10 deuce. He blocks some top flop two pairs, some bottom sets, river two pair.
King deuce with the king of clubs.
But also he just unblocks everything. Apart from 3-4 and 5-3, he unblocks all of the draws, all of the queen 8, queen 7, jack 8, jack 7,
5-4, 4-3.
5-4, no clubs in his hand. Does find a fold. Yeah,
I think that's
it's pretty standard.
Discipline lay down. It's always easy to start talking yourself into this kind of then going down the rabbit hole there, but.
He's gonna have better things to call with there. Although that is definitely not one of the worst ones to call with. It would be much worse to call with like 6-7 or something.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Mario there realising that a 10x is probably just not folding, so he's going for the lot there. The king is, you know, somewhat of a scare card for his opponent. And by going with the polarised line, just makes it look like, you know, he's kind of binning him. So vote now down to 20 big blinds. 10-9 going to be a limp, I'd imagine.
Yep.
Just a really playable hand. You don't really want to raise fold it, and then he shoves fives, and you've kind of given up a lot of your equity share. He is the ISO for Mario. I'd imagine he's going to be going somewhere around 2.8 to 3.5 kind of range.
Yeah.
Not really.
I imagine.
Oh, he just shoves.
All in, yeah. Just open maxed versus the limp.
Yeah.
You win this one.
Yep. Okay. Not paired. What do you think about the shove there? I thought heads up it might be a hand that's so strong that you kind of don't really want to fold out. Their Jack 7 suited, their Ace Deuce off, their, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
and you also just get jammed on by worse hands when you ISO. You get jammed on by worse hands, you get continued by hands that you crush. So I would.
He's going to limp jam a hand like Ace 5 and stuff like that.
Just a 3x, even a 2.5x or a 2.8x is fine in 20 big blind kind of setting. But yeah, just a 3x would be standard for me there.
Yeah, my friend's a spin and go player, and he finds a lot of these kind of 2.7, 2.5x ISOs at a position at the shorter stack depths that feel a little bit counterintuitive, but they do.
They crush because people think they're being milked. Like short stack depth. Say, for example, like 16 big blinds, blind versus blind in regular tournament setting, somebody limps. Like, I think a 2.2x, 2.4x is a really strong size because a lot of the time you get away cheaper versus their limp jams, which are just limp jamming anyway. They're not going to decide to limp jam more hands because you've ISO'd to a smaller size. They're just going to see their weaker hands and fold them anyway, and it's just a really effective, efficient way of saving chips. And playing poker at a high level is really about efficiency all the time. It's about choosing the perfect size to achieve exactly what our hand and range wants to do. You know, it's about saving half a big blind here, winning an extra 2 big blinds there. It's all about those efficient bet sizes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to see plenty more of that coming up. 18 big blinds effective now. Sorry, 20 big blinds effective. And vote just deciding to let it go there. You don't just get to VPip everything. There is still a little bit of a small slither of the range that just kind of gives up.
Yep.
But with the big blind ante, I think that might mean that, you know, you see a lot of players almost play the full deck, right? Because they're kind of incentivized in position.
No ante heads up.
There's no ante, is there?
Not heads up, no.
Okay.
Speaking of heads up, I am looking forward to the heads up tournament.
Yeah, that's coming up during the festival.
During the festival, the festival.
The festival called the festival. So they really put their heads together there in the marketing room and, you know, really come up
Guys, we're not leaving here until we get home. The festival, all
right, off to the bar.
All in pocket fives versus the limp. Yeah, not going to be a call for Mario. Very close though, but yeah, he's going to fold this one.
Yeah, be calling the king 9 suited, I'd imagine.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
but he does know that the top of votes range is unlikely to be in there. It's not going to be any aces or kings.
Yep.
Probably not very much ace king. Probably not jacks very much either. Or even tens. So queen 9's like a reasonable hand.
That's a great point. At 20 big blinds, you can take a lot of the top of the range out of the open jams, and then, you know, the problem is you're just completely crushed by the queen 10, queen jacks, and you know, all of the king queens and stuff like that.
And that's the problem, because that's what a lot of the range will be.
Yep. Yep. Sort of broadways, pairs, ace-x, not something that you're doing that well against.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they're 10 effective, you just snap off the jam and, you know, go to
the bar.
Go to the bar after with the trophy, but
yeah,
makes a disciplined lay down there. He's sort of looking into the distance as if to say, that was a close one. Could have been over now. Kind of fancy going to the players' party. But, you know, there is still 10k to be played for, so no mean feat. Voigt now with the 10-8 suited. Looks like he's going to pop it up to 200. 10-4 suited, obviously a clear defend. Basically any 2 suited are going to make it in.
Yeah.
Even your 7 deuce suited, I'd imagine, versus the min raise heads up. You just flick it in there.
Yep.
Yep. And so King 7-7. It's a board that is going to be semi-neutral, I guess. I mean, obviously Voigt's going to have like the stronger King X, but both of them are sharing basically the deck, so there's lots of 7x out there, and I like the decision just to min bet it. You've got some clean backdoors.
Yeah, you just get so many folds on a board like this.
So many folds. Any medium card for you is a nice barrel. You can still hit a 10, which is near the nuts.
Yep.
Yeah, any 6, any 9.
10 and 8, pretty good.
Jack, diamond.
King.
Ace.
Ace.
Yep, just lots of cards there that you can start to put your opponent in a tough spot later on. So, good stuff there. Jack 3 off.
Be a limp.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Any kind of Broadway card in your holding is, you know, just going to flop enough top pairs that you don't want to fold these hands. I used to fold these when I played a bit of Hold'em heads up back in the day, and
yeah, heads up cash you can fold these, but
yeah, just a bit too much rake.
Rake, no ante, but this is
no rake and no ante. So yeah, and in position. And looks like he's just going to rip it in.
Yeah, they're just having a bit of a shove fest here. I'm not really a massive fan of this play.
No, I like to play. I think the Queen 10 is quite a nice check back candidate. You know, like if you do get called
anything
there,
better to fold.
Exactly. If you do get called there, you're in jail. Mosbeck is going to like trap some hands like King Queen,
especially
and
with all this shoving going on. Like it's going to be the first person to find the right trap wins this tournament.
Exactly. It does feel like that. Yeah, I just think that the Queen 10, you flop a lot of top pairs where your opponent's going to take a stab, you know, at the Queen high and the 10 high boards that sort of slightly favour the limper, because the limper is somewhat uncapped still, because they can have traps. But once you've checked back the big blind, then obviously you're stripped of a lot of the top of your range.
Yeah, it's just another one that's good for a small ISO or a check where we just keep it dominated, like you said.
Yeah, looks like he's got a raising strategy here as well.
Yeah, this is just
5-3, 8-5 off. Like, what are these hands really achieving by bloating the pot? Yes, you are in position, but you're playing a guy who's, you know, not going to under-defend the big blind. Yeah. Sometimes you get to like the deep stages of a live tournament, especially in, you know, Slovakia or something, and I've been commentating on final tables where people just aren't defending the blind, and you could see the reg start to just open the deck, which is fair enough. But if you're against an elite player like Mario, opening these hands just doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Exactly.
Like I said, always some rogue stuff happening heads up. It's one of the areas of the game tree where people are just the weakest because you play it the least often and people don't practice playing heads up. So
no, exactly. Whereas from my experience playing heads up PLO, it's really improved my overall game just because of the amount of spots you get into where you're very uncomfortable with the relative hand strength that you have. So you've really got to think your way through, and it's very opponent based as well. Obviously at 20 big blinds there's not a lot of sort of stuff going on that means that much, but you can still pick up a couple of tendencies on your opponent.
Yeah, just more limp all in, marginal hand every time. It's just he's just going to run into it in a minute because Mario's going to realise that he's going to already have realised that just trapping is going to be the way to play against this guy.
For sure.
One trap gets it in with queens against ace high. Boom. So again, a raise from Devote with a marginal hand, but this is going to be a very interesting hand, especially with Mario being the one that has second pair. Could end up just defending this one down to the river. Such a good a good second pair, unblocking all of the potential bluffs on this board as well. So this one's going to be, you're going to definitely see Mario get sticky here.
Mhm.
I think it's just going to be a call.
Yeah. Don't think a raising achieves an awful lot. You're either miles ahead or miles behind. Like you are, you're up against an 8x, you're up against some kind of overpair, which is obviously less frequent heads up, but still part of the consideration.
Yeah, pretty irrelevant turn card, and vote should just be going for triple barrel here.
Yeah, just targeting the 4x, the deuce x, the draws. Mario could easily have floated a hand like Jack 9 that now picks up a lot of equity.
Bit of a timing tells, pretty fast bet from vote there. Didn't really have to think about it, so I would be a bit concerned that we are actually up against 8x or 10x here.
Not concerned enough to fold.
Not concerned enough to fold, but
yeah.
potentially on the river.
Yeah.
We could be looking at folding. It is a very...
Could he ever do something cool like call here and then lead jam a club? Is that ever like a play?
Don't think he needs to with
No.
a hand as strong as his. Would reserve that for unpaired hands.
Yeah, something like a...
6-7 of clubs.
6-7's the double gutter, yeah, that calls, yeah.
6-7 with no club.
Yeah. And looks a little bit scary, but
it's pretty good.
It's really good, isn't it? He's not really going to have 9-7. 5-3 is obviously in there.
5-3, yeah. I think it's going to raise the flop a decent amount as well.
5-3 off might fold pre as well, so it's 4 combos.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it just should be an all-in.
Yep. He's played pretty well actually as Voigt. To be fair, post flop he's made 2 now pretty good shoves that I think a lot of players miss. I think, you know, when you don't see people that play heads up that often, some people might just go for like a smaller, milkier size with the Jack 8 here.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And this is a rough spot for Mossbuck now because his opponent is still going to have hands like Queen Jack, Jack 7 suited, Jack 9, just the occasional random spew, like an Ace 5 is in there, potentially, Ace 3. All of those hands are going to be firing through. Doesn't really block any with the king either, which is quite nice for him.
Jack 7, Queen 9. He's not interacting with any bluffs here at all. Just wants. I mean, only some like real rogue King 7 or something that's
that just decided to airball it off. Yeah.
Unlikely, I think.
Yeah.
Given what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Voigt has been somewhat on the looser side pre, but has had it for the most part.
I think Mario's probably going to get away from this one. It's just not a great run out because some of the barreling bluffs got there.
Yeah, the random 9-7s.
8x still good enough to go for value. Mario should know that. Can obviously have turned a 10. Can have deuces. Can have aces, kings, and queens.
Yeah,
jacks,
ace 10, king 10,
nines.
queen 10, jack 10.
Yeah.
10-9. All very comfortable jams. And yeah, just, you know, taking his time, deciding to look at his opponent, see if he can gather any kind of like live information on what he's up against. And this is very tricky. It's easy to say, oh, you know, your opponent's up against a lot of 8x and 10x and fold, but we did just list a fair few credible bluffs that he can have. 3/4 SPR on the river. And the only issue is if he does call, he's down to 10 big blinds and would be at a 5-1 chip disadvantage. Yeah, it's kind of one of those spots where it's not inconceivable for your opponent to be bluffing, but it's still going to be very value heavy, I believe.
Yeah. Heads up leads to a lot of spots like this where there's a lot of possible value and a lot of possible bluffs. It's just the nature of the game, and sometimes it is a little bit of a guessing game.
And I think, as you said, that rather quick sizing on the turn, you know,
that would push me more towards folding if I was in this situation personally.
Yeah. And I don't think Voigt is going to triple off clubs as well.
Yeah,
you know.
People just don't triple barrel bluff as much as you think they do either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nice fold.
Nice discipline laid down there, Mario. Well played. Anything in the chat?
Keeps refreshing every time I...
Oh yeah, what, you
So,
lose
yeah,
the
lose
previous one.
Sorry if you said something and we ignored you. We weren't ignoring you, but...
Yep, let us know. See if we can get the information on the who's on the final table of the main event as well. Where is that?
So not much happening for vote on this board, but he is going to float with the 10, just the bare 10 and the 4 of spades. Yeah, a bit wide. I think if we're going to VPip in this spot on the flop, we just go for the aggressive action and perhaps take the check raise. Nice, somewhat robust equity for Mario on the flop with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw, but he is still ahead at this point. It's just going to be a case of whether Vote can get it done with a bluff on the river. It's going to be an interesting river, this one. Yeah, I mean, he has to lead it. It's obviously a great river.
Definitely.
When we float 10-4, we have a spade and we have a 10. It's about as good as rivers to bluff get. Mario going to have another decision here on the river, but yeah, just pays it off for the price, which I think is okay. Realizes there's going to be enough bluffs in that range.
Especially for that kind of non-committed sizing as well.
Yeah.
You know, just a lot of hands like that.
Quick little bet, just kind of flicks it in, not really repping much when the king pairs. He didn't really think about that bet much. Like, it's a river where he's going to be wanting to use a polarized size so much. When the flush completes, the king is trips, and the straight completes on both ends.
He's basically repping 9x or better, really.
That's it.
Strong
no,
9x. 9x
or worse, I'd say. Some just like real. He's only repping the middle of his range.
But what I meant was what he should be repping for the larger size. Yeah. But yeah, in there he's kind of saying, you know, I've got a river 8.
I'm just blocking.
I've got a very weak 9, like a 9-3 suited.
Exactly. It looked like a 10-8 or something like that, and obviously Mario's just ahead of those, so yeah, just rightly flicks it in.
Exactly.
10 deuce suited. Not sure what the play is when it's been
done a lot of min raising.
Some min raise with this one, and Mario's just going to be defending.
Yeah, I just don't like these min raises. I think you can just limp. There's no point. There's no problem with limping. Do you think he wants to up the variance a little bit because he thinks that going to like a lower SBR is going to be better for him?
I mean maybe, but I think he's just not amazingly clued up on heads up strategy. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, so it flops absolutely nothing, no backdoor, nothing. Mario now with the queen 9. Don't think you're going to see a quick check out of your opponent with an 8 on a board like this, which is quite dynamic. You know, it changes quite a lot on turns, doesn't it?
Not so much 4x and 3x raising pre-flop, and the rest of the draws likely to bet. But we do have some smidgen of showdown value, so...
And he goes for a rather laboured 150 there.
Mario may find the float here. Just queen two clean over cards. Queen high going to be the best hand. Sometimes, yeah, he does let it go, which is very, very standard. I think king high is.
Thinks he's getting milked by ace high, or
ace high can bet for protection.
Just a clear value bet, isn't it, for a small size on the 8?
Yeah. Mario limping the 6 deuce off on the button. Crushed. Checks it back though. No diamonds for either player. Very kind of irrelevant board. Mario's just going to be stabbing this one and taking it down, I think. A board that really favours his range versus the check back. He can still have some traps in the limping range, and a lot of the King X and Queen X are going to be ISO'd from the big blind. Yeah, see what Voigt does with this one.
Yeah.
Just goes for a limp now.
Now he's going for the limp, starting to adjust somewhat.
Yeah, like functionally there's very little difference between a hand like Jack 8, which we saw him raise a minute ago, and 10-9, which we see him limp now. They're very, very similar in terms of like hand strength and quality. If anything, 10-9's a better raise because it just flops more equity more often, being more connected. But so yeah, leading me to think that just a little bit of roundness. Mario with a nice ISO. Good hand to ISO with. I don't think Voigt's going to fold this one though. Even for the 4x, we're just in position and a very connected hand. 10-9 is a hand that you would like raise, call a free bet with in heads up. 10-9 offsuit, so very, very strong hand when it comes to heads up. Not very, very strong, but
just flops a lot of decent hands.
Yeah,
like this, you're pretty happy with your 10.
Yeah.
Even versus the ISO.
Yeah.
Just calling down at least 2, and you know, if it completely bricks out, then Mario's got a lot of potential bluffs in his range, and you know.
Yeah, Mario does flop bottom pair, goes to the check. Snap check back. Which I'm also not in love with just snap doing anything. Even if you arrive at the right decision, just take your time.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to... snap decisions are going to convey more information about your hand than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. So, check, and... the quick check is very often showdown value as well, because people generally consider bluffing with hands that don't have any showdown value. So as soon as they snap check, it's like, okay, you knew that you wanted to check because your hand told you so. So you're just going to have something like King Jack, King 9, Deuce 10.
Yeah. And now Mario targeting that snap check back portion, which is the ace and king high type hands.
Ace king high, some straight draws. And then interesting decision on the river for Mario. I can see him going for a block, or I can see him checking and being in a pretty grim situation, but probably just check calling. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the block. Goes for about 400k into 1.4. And Voigt just snaps him off. So Voigt pulling out a little bit of a chip lead now. See there, 42 bigs, plays 17 bigs. Something to say that you beat Mario heads up as well, that's always nice. Well, I wouldn't, I mean, it's always nice. I'm saying that like I know, but I'm sure it's nice.
And he's battled in there, and it's a case study of the fact that you're never really out of the tournament, despite thinking that you could be. He was down to 4 big blinds in a packed lineup at that point, just surrounded by sickos, and I think it can be easy for you to tell yourself, oh, here we go again.
Yeah,
and,
same old.
About to bust, same old. But if you stick in there and just try and make good decisions, sometimes the poker gods will reward you. And he's played pretty well, I think. I think some of the heads-up stuff's been a little bit unnecessary, just the constant min-raising and stuff like that. But
yeah, this as well, like we're just really...
it's just such a beautiful hand.
Such a beautiful hand, and we're just destroying our
ISO
EV.
or check back. Yeah.
Yeah, we just want to make a small raise there, allow Mario to continue King 9 off, and you know, go to war in the streets, and just allow him to continue worse hands. And when he doesn't limp jam, we have the absolute nuts. When he does limp jam, we got an easy call. Kings. About as good as it gets, heads up.
Yep. And
goes for the snap
goes
limp.
for the yep.
Mario just going to be checking. Doesn't really make much sense to do anything else.
I think he might shove, you know.
He does, yeah. He goes for the all-in, trying to just get some of the offsuit hands to fold. And
all of those like Queen 8 offs and stuff that
runs into it. So this is probably it.
This could be it.
It's likely to be it. We've got a huge, very big equity advantage for Vo here, and on the flop, it will be.
Yeah.
It will be a clear story.
Do we get a sweat? We do get the sweat. The 4 would save Mario now. 20% equity with those 4 outs.
The chicken korma of sweats.
Can turn a 6 or a 5 as well to give him a little bit of the backdoor 2-pair draw. The deuce is about as good as it gets for Voigt.
4 and a 4 only for Mario. Otherwise, Voigt is the champion.
Otherwise, we're heading to the players' party.
Deuce!
And that's the end of that. Voigt,
so,
the champion.
Good game, everybody. Well done, Voigt.
5K,
congratulations.
Taking home just over 28,000 euros.
Lovely. A nice finish for Mario as well. Second for about 17,000 euros.
Yeah,
so
he only had 1 bullet, so it's a good day for him. 12K profit. Some of the rail come over to congratulate. Susanna, also with the congratulation. And yeah, huge event here being capped off. And an unfortunate turn of events there for Mario, who went into the the heads up as the clear favourite, and just didn't really go his way. He had a couple of pretty tricky spots.
Yeah.
Value betting the second best hand.
Unlucky for Kate with that cooler to bust as well. It's a very grim way.
Yeah.
Could have been. I mean, she'll be happy with that result, I'm sure. After
she
having
will
2
be.
bullets,
yeah. Gets her money back, and then makes about 1,000 on the day. And it's just been a great time here. I really appreciate you joining me, Leo.
Yes, appreciate you having me. I'll be here tomorrow for the main event, hopefully.
Absolutely. We'll be back tomorrow with some more commentary. And thank you very much for joining us.
Ciao for now.
Tune in tomorrow around midday. I'm going to be here, so I think that we'll be going live, hopefully on time. You never really know, but we'll fingers crossed.
9 players left.
9 players left, playing for 25,000 in the Pokercode Festival main event. Thanks very much for joining, guys, and we will see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.